Jiangqing number 1 High School, Senior Class 3. Quiet down. Su Qian rapped her knuckles against the blackboard. Let me go over tomorrow's Great Voyage Talent Assessment. The chatter in the classroom faded away like a receding tide. The afternoon ceiling fan creaked as it spun, and the breeze it pushed down carried the smell of chalk dust. I sat in the third row by the window, the nearly dry black pen in my hand hovering over a blank spot on my workbook, unable to write a single word. Tomorrow was the Great Voyage Assessment. I'd been hearing that term since elementary school. It had been drilled into us to death by the time we hit senior year. But now that it was finally here, I found I couldn't relax no matter what. Some kids in the front row were quietly comparing what resources their families had lined up. Others scrolled through their phones, checking the awakening probabilities from past years. Someone mentioned that a certain school had produced an A-rank talent last year, and that kid got recruited straight into the City Maritime Bureau. Those voices blended together, like tiny breaking waves lapping against my eardrums. Su Qian turned around and wrote a line on the blackboard. The Great Voyage world is the future of humanity. The chalk scraped across the board with a grating screech. You've heard all this since you were little, she said, setting down the chalk, her gaze sweeping across the entire class. But I have to say it one more time today, because after tomorrow, your lives will change completely. The classroom went silent. Even Zhang, my desk mate who'd been slumped over his desk this whole time, slowly lifted his head. The projector lit up, showing a chart of the world's per capita resource consumption curve. Starting from 20 years ago, that line plunged downward almost the entire way. 30 years ago, Blue Star entered an era of resource depletion. You can all feel it at home. Wages dropped, utility bills went up, metal got rationed, and even medicine comes with a quota now. That single sentence weighed heavily enough to leave plenty of students silent. My fingertips paused. Things like this sound grand and sweeping in a textbook, but for ordinary families, it comes down to buying one less slab of meat for the fridge, running the water heater 10 fewer minutes, and asking your sick kid first whether they can just tough it out. Last month, my little sister Lin Xiaoyu came down with a sudden case of the flu. To buy a slightly better box of antibiotics, my mom ran to 3 different pharmacies. The price was so outrageous that after paying for it, our whole family went a month without meat. She stood at the checkout counter hesitating for a long time. In the end, it was my dad who pulled some strings with a buddy on his ship and brought back medicinal herbs from the Great Voyage world that finally cured her. That's why the world government launched the Great Voyage program. Su Qian continued. Every student who turns 18 will pass through a teleportation array and venture into another world. Out there are new waters, new islands, new mineral deposits. Everything Blue Star desperately needs. Some people bring back rare metals. Some discover freshwater archipelagos. Some make their first fortune through trade. And some establish strongholds and lift their entire family up the social ladder. She paused. To put it bluntly, these days, getting into a good college. Studying can only change your own fate, sometimes not even that. But if you succeed tomorrow, what you change is the destiny of all humankind. The classroom fell into a delicate silence. As important as the college entrance exam was, at least it had cut-off scores and rankings. The Great Voyage test, on the other hand, was pure unknown. You might strike it rich overnight, or you might rack your brain only to end up with the lowest-tier F-rank sailor talent. I looked down at the pen in my hand. There was a crack along the barrel, wrapped twice with clear tape. Teacher, Zhang raised his hand. Go ahead. He sat up straight, his face dead serious. If I awaken an SSS-ranked talent tomorrow, will the school hang my photo at the front gate? The room burst into laughter. Sure, we could hang it at the city hall gate for all I care. Su Qian's tone shifted, her voice dropping low. But let me tell you all this. The Great Voyage world is no tourist attraction. There are storms, sea monsters, pirates, natives, and some kind of special power we still haven't figured out to this day. Bringing back resources and expanding colonies isn't nearly as easy as you think. The mood grew a few shades heavier. Zhang's eyes lit up and his hand shot up again. Then once I've got money and colonies, can I make you my ship's navigator, teacher? The whole class roared with laughter again, and the gloom vanished in an instant. That greedy little scheme of yours is written all over your face. I covered mine and scooted a little to the side. This damned Zhang. He always had to drag me down with him whenever he embarrassed himself. But Su Qian smiled. Sure, on one condition. You have to complete your first launch first. You should know, most cowards get scared out of their minds on that very first launch and never dare set sail again. She wagged a finger. Cowards. Teacher really doesn't like those, you know. A crowd of senior boys instantly went weak in the knees, and even I couldn't help sneaking a couple more glances. Teacher Su Qian really was gorgeous. Zhang Zhang slumped over his desk. Teacher, those words stabbed straight into my heart like a knife. Islands and colonies don't just show up because you dream about them. A lazy voice drifted over from the front row. It was Wang Quan, the class bully. His family wasn't just your average kind of rich. The Wangs were a famous seafaring clan in this city, with 3 ocean fleets to their name, and his father even owned 2 resource islands out in the Great Voyage world. He leaned back in his chair, flipping a silver coin between his fingers, smiling with easy confidence. Tomorrow's test. Talent is one part of it, and your starting supplies are another. Some people can bring rare blueprints. Others can only lug along the basic pack the school hands out. Once you're in that world, the gap only gets wider and wider. As he spoke, his gaze drifted, seemingly by accident, onto me. Lin Yu, what did your family prepare for you? The atmosphere in the classroom tightened once again. I knew exactly why he was staring at me. The reason was simple. Tang Yuxuan. Tang Yuxuan, the prettiest girl in class, was lukewarm toward all the other guys. But when she talked to me, she'd always be a lot more serious about it. That drove Wang Quan up the wall. Before I could say anything, Zhang Zhang jumped in first. I've prepared a protective charm I drew myself. May it bless Lin Yu to land on a gold mine island right from the start. Someone laughed. How much is that charm even worth? Zhang Zhang thought it over seriously. Paper, 10 cents. Ink, 20 cents. But the sentiment? Priceless. I looked up at Wang Quan. Whatever the school hands out, that's what I'll use. He gave a soft chuckle. Fair enough. At least it's safe. Nothing wrong with what he said, but everyone could hear that little edge of contempt in it. Coming from an ordinary family doesn't mean you have no shot. A cool, clear voice cut in. Tang Yuxuan lifted her head, her long hair falling around her shoulders, and looked at me intently. Last year, there was an older student in the neighboring city who started out with nothing but a little fishing boat. He made his first fortune in 3 months by trading fresh water and grain, and within half a year, he had his own fleet. She paused. Lin Yu, maybe you're someone like that. The classroom went quiet for a moment. I was a little taken aback. She really did treat me more seriously than the others, but I'd never read too much into it. I hadn't expected her to speak up for me today. The smile faded from Wang Quan's face. Cases like that are 1 in a million. Having money at home is what matters first. 1 in a million, Tang Yuxuan said calmly, still means it happens. Wang Quan said nothing more. Su Qian glanced at Tang Yuxuan, a flicker of approval in her eyes, then tapped the blackboard. She's right. Family and starting resources matter a lot, but they aren't everything. What truly decides it all is talent. After tomorrow's test, you might unlock a sailor talent or a navigation talent, or you might get one-time supplies, grain, timber, iron ingots, fresh water, even ship blueprints. The moment those 2 words, ship blueprints, came out, plenty of eyes lit up. In the world of the great voyages, the ship is everything. No ship means no legs. A good ship can change a person's fate. As we know, talents range from rank F to rank SSS. Su Qian held up a finger. The vast majority of people fall between F and C. Reach rank B, and you've got a chance to be groomed as a key student by the school. Rank A gets you a direct pipeline of resources. Anything above rank S, and you're a prodigy the major powers will fight to recruit. Zhang Zhang raised his hand again. So what about rank SSS? Su Qian smiled. If someone actually awakens an SSS talent, forget just the school, the city, the province, even the world government would take notice. Zhang Zhang sucked in a sharp breath. So if I awaken SSS, wouldn't that make me the hope of all humanity, just like that? A classmate beside him muttered dryly. Why don't you try becoming the hope of your own household first? And the laughter broke out again. Came the reply. I laughed too. But once the laughter faded, something heavy settled in my chest. SSS rank? That was a distant dream. Someone with my background, awakening a C rank would already be a stroke of luck. If I could grab some supplies, at least the start wouldn't be too rough. I wasn't asking to reach the top overnight. I just wanted to find solid footing in that world and bring back a little more, so my parents could breathe easier, so my sister could get her medicine without us checking the price tag every time. The bell rang. Su Qian closed her lesson plan. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, meet at the school gate. Your first trial begins. She looked around the classroom, her tone turning solemn. From tomorrow on, you're no longer just students. You're seafarers about to set sail. May each and every one of you find the sea that belongs to you. After school, the classroom quickly buzzed with energy. Wang Quan packed his bag, a small crowd gathering around him. Quan, I heard your family got you a rare blueprint. Is it the caravel? That thing goes for a fortune on the black market. Wang Quan gave a faint smile. You'll all find out tomorrow. Zhang Zhang leaned in close and lowered his voice. Can't believe he actually pulled off the flex. Say it any louder and he'll hear you. Zhang Zhang straightened his back. So what if he does? Zhang Zhang bows to no one. Wang Quan shot a glance our way, clear irritation in his eyes. Zhang Zhang immediately cleared his throat. Of course, for now, a strategic retreat to avoid his edge. I had nothing to say to that. The two of us headed out together. In the hallway, Tang Yuxuan suddenly caught up with us. Lin Yu, I stopped. What's up? Tomorrow. Good luck. She looked at me earnestly, then thought for a moment and added, my family has some resources. If you run into trouble early on, you can come to me. Zhang Zhang's eyes went wide in an instant. He looked at her, then at me, like he'd just discovered a new continent. I froze for a second. Okay, thanks. Tang Yuxuan gave a soft then turned and left. Once she was out of earshot, Zhang Zhang threw an arm around my shoulders. Lin, my man, something's off with you. Tang Yuxuan's an ice queen to everyone. So why's she so serious with you? Did you secretly awaken some hidden charm talent behind my back? I knocked his arm away. Or maybe, just maybe, it's because I'm not as loud as you. Zhang Zhang clutched his chest. Bro, you've changed. We bickered the whole way, splitting up only at the school gate. On the bus, the city outside the window glowed golden. In the distance, the silhouette of the launch tower pierced the sky, that towering white giant, its peak connected to the teleportation array leading to the great voyage world. Tomorrow, everyone would be there, ready to change their fate. I stared at it, and my chest tightened. Talent awakening was something the world government still hadn't figured out to this day. Stuff. No one knows what they'll awaken, and even less, who will rise and who will fall. The only thing that's certain, tomorrow's test, is the most important one of our lives. My family lives in the old part of town. A 2-bedroom apartment, old furniture, but kept clean. The moment the door opened, a small figure came rushing at me. Big brother. 9-year-old Lin Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around my waist, tilting her face up. The tip of her nose was red, and she was clutching a tissue. I crouched down and pinched her cheek. Runny nose again? She sniffled. Nope. These are the tears of a strong warrior. Some strong warrior. You sure love catching colds. My mother's voice came from the kitchen. You're back? Wash up. Dinner's ready. My father, Lin Hai, walked in from the balcony. His skin was dark and weathered, his palms rough, an ordinary sailor. All these years he'd worked on other people's ships, out in the wind and waves, but never made much money. These days, the ones who really made money were the captains, the fleet owners, the people who had resource islands. Ordinary sailors busted their backs out in the great seafaring world, and all they got in return was hard-earned pocket change. At the dinner table, my mother put a piece of fish on my plate. You've got your test tomorrow. Get to bed early tonight. My father was quiet for a moment, then pulled a small cloth pouch from his pocket and pushed it toward me. This is a little sea pearl I've saved up. It's not much, but once you're inside, it should be enough to trade for some starting supplies. I opened it. Inside were a dozen or so small, pale blue pearls. Sea pearls were the low-grade currency over there, and all the natives accepted them. To the rich folks back on Earth, they were nothing, just a handful you could grab any time. But for my father, this was a long time's worth of saving. I pushed the pouch back. Dad, you don't need to. He frowned. Take it. The school provides basic supplies. Maybe the test even rewards you with stuff. My mother sighed. Don't try to act tough. I'm really not. I smiled. What if I awaken some amazing talent tomorrow? My father looked at me, silent for a moment, then smiled too. All right, then I'll be waiting for you to make something of yourself. Lin Xiaoyu immediately shot up her little hand. Big Brother's definitely gonna make it. Someday Big Brother will be a great captain, and I'll be the first mate. What about Mom and Dad? She thought about it seriously. Dad can be the cook, and Mom can be the boss lady. My mother burst out laughing, and my father shook his head. You've got it all figured out, huh? Lin Xiaoyu wiped her nose, then suddenly patted her little chest. It's okay. If Big Brother does bad on the test, I'll take care of him from now on. The table went quiet. The next second, the whole family cracked up. I almost choked. You'll take care of me? Yeah. I'll go to the great seafaring world and catch big fish and sell 'em for lots and lots of money. My mother laughed and wiped her nose for her. Let's get that cold better first, little captain. The laughter in the house was warm. I kept my head down, shoveling rice into my mouth, but something inside me ached. I didn't want my father going back out on that dangerous boat. I didn't want my mother pinching pennies over a handful of sea pearls. And I really didn't want my little sister to have to ask whether the medicine was too expensive every time she got sick. I wanted to change all of this, even if there was only the slightest chance. After dinner, I went back to my room. A bed, a desk, an old bookshelf. On the wall hung a sea chart I'd dug up at a used bookstall when I was a kid. On it was a massive ancient sailing ship, 9 masts, an enormous hull, an awe-inspiring presence. Beside it were 4 characters: Zheng, He's treasure ship. After the great cataclysm 1,000 years ago, much of Earth's history had been wiped clean. All anyone knew was that this ship had been built at the height of a fiercely powerful dynasty thousands of years ago. Its blueprints had long since vanished into the dust of time. I'd been obsessed with this ship since childhood, especially after I heard that I might carry the blood of the Huaxia people. They say that back then, it set sail for the sake of exploration, of trade, to carry the light of a civilization to distant lands. A truly great civilization never proves itself through plunder. It proves itself by bringing light to places far beyond its reach. I pulled a drawing out of my drawer. It was my own rendering of Zheng, He's treasure ship. Nothing professional, just something I'd pieced together stroke by stroke from my imagination, using scraps of information from the internet and books. The hull, the masts, the deck, the cabins, I'd drawn it all with care. Tomorrow, each person could bring one starting item. Some would bring rare materials from their families, some expensive tools, some even special blueprints. I had nothing. After thinking it over for a long time, I decided to bring this drawing. Not because it was impressive, but because it was my dream. You're the one, I said, giving the drawing a gentle pat. Tomorrow, come with me and let's give it a shot. I folded it up carefully, tucked it into the very bottom of my backpack, then washed up and went to bed. The room fell quiet. Wind stirred outside. In the distance, across the city, the lights of the launch tower shot straight up into the night sky. I lay there, unable to sleep no matter what, thinking about tomorrow, about the awakening, about that world, about my father's rough hands, my mother's worried eyes, my sister's red little nose. I took a deep breath. No matter what I draw, I've got to fight for it. Even if all I get is a tiny wooden boat, I'll make a name for myself. Just then, ding, a cold, crystal-clear voice exploded inside my head. My eyes snapped open, and I sat up. The room was empty. My phone hadn't gone off, and my tablet wasn't on. But a second later, the voice came again. Host meeting binding conditions detected. Great Voyage God-tier merchant system now binding. Binding successful. I froze completely. A system? I awakened. Before I could even process it, a blue screen only I could see materialized in front of my eyes. Host, Linyu. Identity, aspiring navigator. Current personal item, hand-drawn design of Zheng, He's treasure ship. Detected. This blueprint contains an intense navigational will. Divine level completion in progress. Completion successful. Congratulations, host. You've obtained an SSS tier special reward. The complete design of Zheng, He's treasure ship. Quality, SSS tier. Type, divine level ship blueprint. Effect, during tomorrow's test, place the blueprint on the awakening platform to instantly obtain your starter vessel. Zheng, He's treasure ship. Note, massive cargo hold, ocean-faring capability, rugged defenses, special trade bonuses. This isn't just a ship, it's a floating fortress on the sea. I was stunned. I stared at that screen, unable to speak for a good 10 seconds. Then I threw off my blanket, rushed to my desk, and yanked the blueprint out of my backpack. The once ordinary paper now gave off a faint golden glow. The treasure ship on it seemed to have come to life. The enormous hull sprawled across the page, 9 masts towering high, 1,000 sails ready to unfurl. The bow commanded authority, the stern carried weight, as if, at a single command, it could split 10,000 miles of waves and sail toward the endless horizon. My throat went dry. Zheng He's treasure ship, handed to me right at the start. It finally hit me. Tomorrow, while everyone else would still be praying to roll a little wooden boat, while Wang Quan flaunted the family-prepped caravel blueprint that didn't even reach 10 feet. I only had to place this blueprint down, and I'd get an SSS tier Zheng He's treasure ship, just like that. My heart pounded wildly. In that moment, only one thought filled my mind. Tomorrow's test, something big was about to go down. I clenched the blueprint tight and looked out the window at the shimmering departure tower in the distance. For the first time in my life, I felt like destiny was in my own hands. I woke before dawn. To be exact, I'd barely closed my eyes. Ever since that complete design of Zheng He's treasure ship appeared last night, I'd been buzzing with excitement the entire night. Close my eyes, and there was the massive 9-masted vessel. Open them, and there was that faintly golden glowing blueprint. I even wondered if I was dreaming. At 3 in the morning, I got up to check again. The blueprint was still there. The golden glow was still there. The treasure ship on the page was like a slumbering behemoth, waiting only for today's test to fully awaken. I took a deep breath and told myself in the mirror, stay calm. The boy in the mirror had dark circles under his eyes, with a tuft of hair sticking up at the back of his head. I used water to press. I pressed it down, it wouldn't stay. Pressed again, still sticking straight up. Forget it. Today I'm awakening my talent, not entering a beauty pageant. Mom had already made breakfast, rice porridge, 2 eggs, and a small plate of pickles. A lot more than usual. Dad, Lin Hai, hadn't rushed out early for once. He sat at the table waiting for me. Didn't sleep well? He glanced at me. You've got circles under your eyes like a sea monster worked you over. My little sister, Lin Xiaoyu, came out rubbing her eyes, and the second she heard that, she blew up. Who dares hit my big brother? When I grow up, I'll catch a giant fish and smack him with it. I couldn't help but laugh. Dad looked calm, but his fingers kept rubbing the corner of the table. Mom opened her mouth a few times, then swallowed the words back down. I knew they were nervous. Truth is, I was nervous too. We just weren't worried about the same things. They were afraid I wouldn't awaken well. What I was afraid of was, when the treasure ship appeared, what if the commotion was so huge it brought the whole departure tower crashing down? After breakfast, I threw on my backpack. In the innermost pocket sat that blueprint of Zheng He's treasure ship. I didn't bring anything else. Not even the sea pearls Dad had taken out last night. Because I knew exactly what I needed. After today, it wouldn't be a dozen sea pearls. It would be a ship. A ship big enough to rewrite my destiny. Before I left, Mom straightened my collar. Don't be nervous. No matter how it turns out, come home and I'll cook you something good. Dad clapped me on the shoulder. If you really make it into the great voyage world, safety first. Money can be earned slowly. Resources can be found slowly, but you have to come back. Always. I know, I nodded, meaning it. Xiaoyu wrapped her arms around my leg and looked up. Go get him, big brother. I crouched down and rubbed her head. When your brother comes back, I'll bring you a big fish. A really, really big one. You got it. A really, really big one. The morning sun spilled into the stairwell of our old neighborhood. The paint was peeling, the railings rusted. But as I walked down, there was a lightness in my chest I couldn't quite explain. Like something was finally about to begin. The school gate was 10 times livelier than usual. Buses stamped with departure test official transport were parked along the roadside, banners hanging high overhead. Warmest congratulations to our school's senior class for taking the Great Voyage Talent Test. Parents stood outside repeating their reminders over and over. Some looked even more nervous than their kids. When I arrived, Zhang was squatting by the gate with his hands pressed together, muttering to himself. What are you doing? Praying. He looked up, dead serious. To who? Whoever works. He stood up, dusted off his pants, and stared at my dark circles. Lao Lin, you call this doing okay? Were you up all night behind my back figuring out how to awaken an SSS rank talent? My heart skipped a beat. This guy's mouth sometimes. Nailed it. You're overthinking it, I said, keeping a straight face. Just didn't sleep well. Me neither. Zhang Zhang sighed. I dreamed I awakened an F-rank talent called mild seasickness. That counts as a talent? The system said everyone else gets seasick for 3 hours. I only get 2.5. I almost laughed out loud. Yeah, that's pretty mild, all right. Bro, that laugh was cold-blooded. A sweet fragrance drifted over from beside us. Linyu. I turned around. Tang Yuxuan walked over, her long hair tied into a low ponytail, the morning light falling across her profile, clean and pretty. She stopped in front of me, then suddenly reached out, her fingertips brushing lightly across the back of my head, smoothing down that tuft of hair sticking up. The gesture was natural and oddly earnest. Didn't you sleep well last night? Your hair's all sticking up. My whole body went stiff. Zhang Zhang's eyes went wide, and a few students nearby turned to look. Yeah, I said, clearing my throat. I couldn't sleep either. She pulled her hand back. I wonder what kind of talents we'll awaken. There was a hint of nervousness in her voice. This test would determine everyone's future. Even someone like her couldn't stay truly calm. Shouldn't be anything bad, I said with a smile. You believe in me that much? She paused for a second, then smiled too. Then yours definitely won't be bad either. Zhang Zhang clutched his chest. Enough. Today's a talent test, not a dating test. Nobody's calling you mute just because you keep quiet, I said, shooting him a glance. I'm just an invisible little nobody loves, and I still gotta get roasted by you too. Just then, Wang Quan arrived. He'd clearly put effort into his look today. Not a single hair out of place, a custom-tailored uniform, an expensive mechanical watch on his wrist, a few lackeys trailing behind him. His eyes landed on Tang Yuxuan first, then shifted to me, and when he saw how close she was standing to me, his gaze visibly darkened. Linyu, how'd you sleep last night? He quickly plastered on a smile again. Not bad. Good. Can't afford any mistakes on today's test. He drawled. After all, some people don't have family resources to fall back on. All they've got is their talent. The air turned subtly tense for a moment. Zhang Zhang was about to speak, but I laughed first. True. That's why I'm looking forward to it too. Wang Quan's brow furrowed slightly. He wanted to watch me squirm, but I was too calm. Calm like I wasn't worried at all. How could someone from an ordinary family be this unfazed? Teacher Su Qian came clicking over in her high heels, dressed in a sharp business suit, mature and capable. Is everyone here? Get on the bus. The launch tower is ready. From this moment on, no wandering off, no leaving the group, and absolutely no doing anything weird because you're nervous. Business. She glanced at Zhang Zhang. Teacher, why are you looking at me? Experience. The crowd burst out laughing. Zhang Zhang clutched his chest. Is that really the image you have of me in your head, teacher? Have some confidence. Drop the question mark, I said, patting his shoulder. The bus started up, and the streets slowly slid backward. The students pressed against the windows, watching the voyage tower loom closer and closer. It was a white colossus so tall you couldn't see the top, its body wrapped in pale blue light patterns that flowed like ocean tides. The closer we got, the more I could feel a kind of pressure. Not fear. More like the smallness you feel standing at the edge of the sea, facing an endless wave. After we got off the bus, the plaza was already a sea of people, uniforms from every school blending into one massive crowd. In the center of the plaza, a dozen silver-white testing stations were lined up in a row. Each one had a transparent crystal orb set in the middle, with a platform below for placing your initial items. When the test began, you'd put your hand on the crystal orb, and any items you carried could be placed in as well. The machine would simultaneously detect your talent, your compatible direction, and your initial reward. Different tiers gave off different colors of light. F tier was white, E tier gray, D tier yellow, C tier green, B tier blue, A tier purple. Anything S tier or above glowed gold. Gold light hadn't appeared in this city for years. For most people, getting green was enough to celebrate. Blue meant you'd be groomed as a priority. Purple meant you were a genius who could set the whole school abuzz. Su Qian led us to one of the testing stations. A staff member glanced at the roster. Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Senior Class 3-3. Begin. Go by student number, one at a time. Don't be nervous, Su Qian said, turning to remind us. The first boy up had shaky legs. He placed his hand down, and a few seconds later, white light lit up. F-tier talent, basic sailor. Effect, small boost to stamina. F-tier isn't useless either. Basic sailor is the most stable, Su Qian reassured him. The testing continued. 1, 2, 3. Most were F to D tier. Every now and then someone hit C tier, and a wave of envious murmurs would ripple through the crowd. I stood in the crowd, perfectly calm the whole time. I already knew what I was really going to bring out. These results were more like appetizers to me. Zhang was so nervous, he was practically chewing his lips off. Old Lin, it's almost my turn. Don't panic, I said, glancing at him. That mild seasickness in your dream might be a reverse prophecy. Good point. He took a deep breath. I, Zhang, have got to blow everyone away today. Zhang. He straightened his back and turned to grin at me. Watch me put on a show, brother. He placed his hand down. The crystal orb trembled slightly, and a faint green light lit up from within, growing thicker and thicker until the entire orb was engulfed in a green halo. Wrapped around it. C-grade talent, storm resistance. Effect, increases a ship's stability when caught in storms and rough seas, allowing it to withstand stronger impacts. Class 3 went wild. Holy crap, Zhang got AC. Isn't rough weather the biggest fear out on the open sea? That's a practical talent. Zhang froze too, then nearly jumped out of his skin. A C-grade. Old Lin, you see that? I knew I wasn't some small fry. He strutted down from the platform, his swagger dialed up a few notches. From this day forward, you can call me Zhang Stormproof Zhang. We'll just stick with Zhang. Not bad. A C-grade is already really good, Miss Su said with a smile. Storm resistance especially, super useful in the early game. Thank you, teacher. I'll take you riding the wind and waves someday. Don't get ahead of yourself. Miss Su shot him a look. The waves get big enough. Even you won't be able to take it. Another round of laughter. A few students later, it was Wang Quan's turn. He adjusted his cuffs and walked up with an air of composure, first pulling a pale blue blueprint from inside his coat. What's that? A ship blueprint. Quan's family actually got him a rare blueprint. He set the blueprint on the platform and pressed his hand to the crystal ball. The next instant, blue light erupted, brighter and purer than Zhang's green, like a stretch of deep ocean suddenly lit up. Blue. B-grade. The first B-grade in our class. B-grade talent. Accelerated sailing. Effect. Increases ship speed by 20%. Applies to all vessels. Highly valuable for exploration, trade, and escape. A 20% boost to sailing speed was incredibly useful in the Age of Sail world. A voyage that took others 10 days, he'd finish in 8. When danger struck and others couldn't get away, he'd have a much better shot at escaping. Not to mention the Wang family had resources. Wang Quan walked down from the platform, his gaze sweeping over everyone before landing on me. Lucky draw. Just a B grade, though. He said just, but his face was pure smugness. Showing off. There he goes again, Zhang muttered under his breath. I stayed calm. A B grade really was strong, and accelerated sailing really was good. But compared to Zhang He's treasure ship, it still fell a little short. Seeing not a trace of envy on my face, Wang Quan grew even more uncomfortable. Lin Yu, I hope you get a good result too when it's your turn. From your lips to God's ears. His brow furrowed. Something about how calm I was today felt off, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Tang Yuxuan. The chatter instantly died down. She stepped forward, tense in expression but steady in her stride. She came from a good family, had top grades, and kept a level head. Barring surprises, her talent shouldn't be bad. She placed her hand down. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal ball first glowed a faint blue. Wang Quan's eyes lit up a B grade too, but the next moment, the blue light abruptly deepened, swift. Turned purple. A bright purple glow spread out like a soft, mysterious sea mist, lighting up the entire testing platform. The staff member froze for a moment, then turned to look at the results. Grade A talent. Blessing of the Sea God. Effect. Reduces the chance of a ship catching fire at sea by 70%. When encountering extreme weather, there's a small chance of receiving the Sea God's protection, lowering disaster damage. Boom. Class 3 completely erupted. Grade A. Tang Yuxuan is Grade A. Fire and storms are what sailors fear most at sea. This is basically a life-saving skill. The smile on Wang Quan's face instantly froze. His Grade B was impressive enough, but compared to Grade A, it was still a whole tier lower. That was the gap between a genius and a priority cultivation candidate. Grade A. Tang Yuxuan, absolutely outstanding. Su Qian's eyes were full of delight. Classmates crowded around to congratulate her. Tang Yuxuan just nodded politely, then instinctively glanced my way. I smiled at her. Congrats. You're not surprised? She asked, unable to help herself as she watched how calm I was. I am surprised, but you don't look it at all. I'm the reserved type, I said seriously. Zhang rolled his eyes. Lin, buddy, you're so reserved, it's like you already know you're going to awaken an SSS grade talent. My heart skipped again. This Zhang, how is his mouth so on point today? Looks like the best talent in Class 3 this time is Tang Yuxuan, Su Qian said, unable to hide her smile. Everyone nodded in agreement. Grade A wasn't something you could pick up like cabbage at the market. Across all of Jiangxing No. 1 high school, it was hard to say whether another one would even show up this year. Wang Quan was unwilling to accept it, but he had no way to argue. Lin, feeling the pressure? Zhang leaned in. Not really. You're seriously chill. Right now you look more like a rich kid than Wang Quan does. I just smiled and said nothing, gently patting my backpack. The Zhenghe treasure ship blueprint lay quietly inside. Maybe it was my imagination, but I kept feeling like it was slightly warm, as if it couldn't wait either. The testing continued. One after another, students stepped forward. Some were happy, some were disappointed. Some were so thrilled to awaken a Grade D talent they nearly cried, while others only got Grade F and stood off to the side in silence. This was the Great Voyage test. Cruel and straight to the point. It wouldn't give you good results just because you worked hard, and it wouldn't cut you any slack just because your family was ordinary. But it would give everyone the same thing, a chance. Last one, Linyu. The surroundings suddenly went quiet. Many eyes fell on me. Something flickered in Wang Quan's gaze. Zhang clapped my shoulder. Good luck. Even if it's Grade F, no worries. From now on, Zhang weather the storm Zhang, will have your back. Thanks. But could you make your name a little more normal? Nope. This is my code name as a strong man. You've got this, Tang Yuxuan said softly. I nodded and stepped forward with my backpack, each stride steady. No nerves, no panic. If anything, I was almost unnervingly calm. Su Qian watched me walk away, an unreadable look on her face. She knew my family was ordinary, and she knew I'd always worked hard. But the test wasn't something hard work could guarantee. Awakening a C rank would be pretty good. A D rank would be tolerable, barely. Wang Quan stood among the crowd, a smirk on his lips. He wanted to see just what this perpetually unruffled Lin you could pull off. Place your starting item on the platform, then put your hand on the crystal orb, the staff member recited routinely. I opened my backpack and pulled a folded blueprint from the innermost pocket, tucked inside a plain document envelope, utterly unremarkable. What's that? A blueprint. Don't tell me he drew it himself. What good is a hand-drawn sketch? Once Wang Quan got a good look, he couldn't help but laugh. He'd thought I had some kind of trump card, and it turned out to be a hand-drawn blueprint? In the test, ordinary hand-drawn sketches were basically worthless. What actually mattered were the official blueprints recognized by the Age of Exploration world. Something you drew yourself was, at best, a souvenir. Zhang was stunned too. He knew I loved Zhenghe's treasure ships, but he never imagined I'd actually bring one. Tang Yuxuan didn't laugh. She stared at the blueprint in my hand, and a feeling she couldn't quite name rose up inside her. I ignored all the stares and laid the blueprint on the platform. The instant it touched the surface, the testing station trembled ever so slightly, barely perceptible, so faint that almost no one noticed. Only I heard that familiar prompt echo in my mind. Complete design blueprint of Zhenghe's treasure ship detected. Begin awakening. Not a muscle on my face moved. I silently answered, begin. Then I placed my right hand on the crystal orb. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The crystal orb showed no reaction at all. Low murmurs began to spread. Why isn't it lighting up? Don't tell me he failed. Maybe his talent's so low the machine won't even bother? The smirk on Wang Quan's lips grew even wider. Zhang Zhang panicked. Is the machine broken? It was working fine a second ago. Su Qian frowned too and was about to step forward to ask. And in that moment, deep inside the crystal orb, a tiny golden glow suddenly flickered to life. Very small, like a single star abruptly igniting at the deepest bottom of the ocean. The next instant, the golden light erupted violently. Boom! A staggeringly terrifying beam of golden light burst out from the crystal orb. In a heartbeat, the entire testing plaza fell silent. Not just Class 3, the nearby testing stations seemed to hit the pause button all at once. Countless students whipped their heads around in unison, staring toward this edge. Gold. That was gold. The light bursting from the crystal ball was so intense it nearly swallowed me whole. This was no ordinary light. It was like a sun had dropped onto the testing platform. Blinding. Overwhelming. Carrying an authority I couldn't quite put into words. Below the stage, Miss Su Qian's face changed in an instant. She reached up to adjust her thin-framed glasses, her eyes filled with shock she couldn't hide. What's going on here? She was genuinely stunned. The testing platform hadn't produced golden light in years. The last time Jiangxing saw an S-rank talent was 4 years ago. That student was recruited on the spot by the city's maritime bureau, and now his name appears in every high school textbook. But now, the golden light had returned, and it had appeared in a kid from an ordinary family like me. Su Qian instinctively looked my way. My hand rested on the crystal ball, my expression blank. I was even calmer than the students crowding around below, as if this golden light had nothing to do with me. If it had been Zhang Zhang instead, he'd probably be laughing his head off by now. Sure enough, when I turned my head, Zhang Zhang was completely dumbstruck, mouth hanging wide open, eyes bulging like brass bells. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! 3 times, each louder than the last. But nobody had the attention to spare for him right now. Everyone was frozen in place, nailed down by the scene in front of them. Golden light. It's really golden light. Lin Yu awakened S-rank. Isn't his family just ordinary? So what if his family's ordinary? A talent test doesn't check your bank balance. Just moments ago, they'd thought Tang Yuxuan testing at A rank was already off the charts. But I went even harder, straight to golden light, starting at S rank. While they were still getting excited over C ranks and B ranks, I'd already stepped into the ranks of the geniuses. Wang Quan stood in the crowd, his smile frozen solid. The corner of his eye twitched slightly, as if he'd just been slapped across the face. Only moments ago, he'd thought my hand-drawn blueprint was a joke. A student with no money, no resources, no background, showing up with some crappy sketch he'd drawn himself. And the next second, golden light erupted. His fingers clenched involuntarily, resentment surging in his chest. Why? His family had prepared so much for today. Rare blueprints, launch day gear, a specially hired consultant, and he'd only awakened to B rank. While I had nothing, Tang Yuxuan was the complete opposite. When she saw the golden light shining around me, her eyes lit up. She was even happier than when she'd awakened her own A rank. She clenched her little pink fists and cheered quietly in her heart. Lin Yu, you're amazing. I stood on the stage, feeling the gazes coming at me from every direction. Honestly, even I was startled by all the commotion. Even though the system had already told me last night that the Zhenghe treasure ship was an SSS tier reward, my heart still skipped a beat the moment I actually saw the golden light erupt. This light, wasn't it a little too bright? I'd wanted to keep a low profile, but that clearly wasn't going to happen now. Fine. Since I was already exposed, there was no point in hiding anything. In the age of exploration, strength was the only language that mattered. If an ordinary person wanted to change his fate, he had to seize every single opportunity. Just when everyone thought that golden light was the final result, something changed again. The golden glow inside the crystal ball flared, as if ignited by something. Boom. The light exploded outward, far more terrifying than before. The radiance that had only wrapped around the testing platform suddenly spread in all directions. The silver-white patterns on the ground lit up one by one. The runes along the platform's edge flashed wildly, and even the air overhead was dyed into a golden sea. The staff at several nearby testing platforms all looked up, their faces changing instantly. What's going on? The energy is still rising. No, this isn't a normal S tier. Quick, Notify the tower administration office. The students of Class 3 were blinded, unable to keep their eyes open. Damn, why is it still getting brighter? Is S tier not even the end of it? Zhang shielded his eyes with one hand as he backed away, but he still couldn't resist shouting, "Old Lin, awaken all you want, but don't take your brother out with you." This guy never missed a chance to goof around, no matter the situation. Su Qian had already dropped all pretense of being a composed teacher and hurried closer, only to be forced to stop by the golden light. This energy was too powerful, so powerful that even she, someone who had personally experienced the age of exploration, felt a sense of pressure. It was as if this wasn't a single student's talent, but a colossal ship sailing out of ancient history itself, cutting through the mists of time to announce its return to the world. The next moment, fine cracks began to spread across the surface of that transparent crystal ball. Crack, crack. The staff's expression turned grim. The crystal can't hold it. The words had barely left his mouth when a beam of 7-colored light burst forth from the top of the sphere, even more dazzling than the golden glow. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, violet. 7 colors interwoven, like a small rainbow, or like a miracle rising at the edge of sea and sky. The light hovered before me, slowly condensing into a hazy silhouette of a ship. Everyone saw it. It was a ship, an impossibly massive ancient vessel. 9 masts towered high, sails cast shadows like clouds, and its broad, sturdy hull was like a moving fortress upon the sea. Even as nothing more than light and shadow, it delivered an indescribable shock, as if, the moment it truly set sail, it could crush every wave and storm in its path. Wang Quan's pupils suddenly contracted. A ship? The talent Lin Yu awakened wasn't an ordinary one. It was a ship-type talent? A sense of foreboding rose in his heart. A combat talent could still, powerful as talent may be, without a ship you can't set sail, and no matter how gifted you are at trade, without a ship you can't move any goods. Starting out with a strong ship means you're already a step ahead of everyone else. The glow lasted a dozen or so seconds before finally, slowly fading. The crystal ball returned to stillness, leaving behind only a few fine cracks. The entire plaza fell dead silent. The next moment, a mechanical voice issued from the center of the platform, not loud, yet clearly reaching every single person's ears. Scan complete. Student, Lin Yu. Talent rank, SSS. Talent type, unique class hidden talent. Every mind went blank with a deafening buzz. SSS rank. Not S rank. Not SS rank. SSS rank. Silence. And then, instant chaos. SSS rank. Did I hear that right? Isn't that the kind of thing that only shows up in textbooks? Our class produced an SSS ranker. Insane. This is absolutely insane. Zhang grabbed the shoulder of the classmate next to him and shook it like a madman. Did you hear that? My bro's SSS rank. My bro. I heard. Now let go of me first. Su Qian hurried forward, her voice trembling. Lin Yu, what did you awaken? I looked at the teacher's stunned expression and paused. Teacher, you heard right. What I awakened is an SSS rank talent. HSSSS. Su Qian sucked in a sharp breath, instinctively covering her mouth. The gesture was completely unlike her usual calm, capable self. Truth be told, she'd only been teaching for a few years. She really wasn't that much older than us. Up on the podium, she always played the part of the mature, composed teacher, but right now, facing a living, breathing SSS ranker, she genuinely couldn't keep it together. Tang Yuxuan looked at me, her eyes full of delight, biting her lip gently to hold back the urge to come over and congratulate me. Wang Quan's face, on the other hand, had turned as ugly as it could get. His B rank, which everyone had been envying just moments ago, now looked like a complete joke next to an SSS. A rank, S rank, SS rank, SSS rank. There were 4 whole tiers between them. But he refused to accept it. He fixed his eyes on me, then suddenly said in a cold voice, "If you ask me, it doesn't count." The area went quiet. An SSS talent may be strong, but if it's not a ship talent, then I don't see what's so impressive about it. The words were grating, but they weren't entirely without merit. In the world of the great voyages, the ship mattered most. How many navigators had started with decent talents, only to be trapped and killed in the very first sea region because their ships were too poor, capsized by a storm before they'd even left port? Quite a few classmates instinctively glanced my way. It was true. My family was ordinary, and if my SSS talent wasn't ship-related and I had no sea coins to buy a ship, my early start might not be so promising. Zhang Zhang wasn't having it. Wang Quan, that's just sour grapes. The smell shot straight to the heavens. Did that lemon just become a spirit or something? I'm stating facts, Wang Quan said, shooting him a cold glance. Zhang Zhang wanted to say more, but I raised my hand to stop him. I looked at Wang Quan, my expression calm. You're not wrong. But Wang Quan froze. Never thought you'd actually guess it right. I spread my hands. What I awakened is exactly an SSS tier ship talent. The moment I finished speaking, the testing platform lit up again. The golden light that had just settled seemed to answer some call, rising once more. This time it didn't spread out. Instead, it condensed into a line of clear golden text right in front of me. The mechanical voice sounded again. Congratulations. Lin Yu has awakened a unique tier hidden talent. SSS tier Zheng He treasure ship. Talent effect. Upon entering the Age of Exploration world, gain an initial vessel, the Zheng He treasure ship. Ship classification, large ocean-going trade treasure ship. Core abilities, massive cargo hold, ocean-going endurance, superior storm resistance, enhanced defense, trade profit boost. Note, unique tier talent vessel. Cannot be copied, dropped, or transferred. As the voice faded, Class 3 fell dead silent. Everyone stared at me, dumbfounded. They'd thought SSS tier was already ridiculous enough, but it turned out I'd awakened a ship talent, and a unique tier hidden one at that. The Zheng He treasure ship. A large ocean-going trade treasure ship. Massive cargo hold, ocean-going endurance, superior storm resistance, enhanced defense, trade profit boost. Was this even a ship? This was practically laying an entire trade route right at my feet from the very start. Wang Quan stood frozen in place. His words, "You can't even afford a ship. You might not even make it out to sea," were still echoing in his ears. And the very next second, I'd awakened an SSS tier treasure ship. The slap came so fast it practically had an echo to it. Zhang Zhang stayed stunned for a couple of seconds, then slapped his thigh hard. Beautiful. Wang Quan, what was it you were saying just now? My buddy can't afford a ship? He just got handed an SSS tier treasure ship right out of the gate. That 20% speed boost of yours. Think you can keep up? Wang Quan's face went pitch black in an instant. Plenty of people around wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. After all, Wang Quan was usually the domineering type, and his family had money. But this situation was just too absurd. One moment he was throwing shade about me not affording a ship, and the next I'd awakened an SSS tier ship talent. This wasn't just a slap to the face. This was ramming his face with an entire ship. Tang Yuxuan pressed her lips together, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Massive cargo hold, ocean-going endurance, trade profit boost. For someone who wanted to do business at sea, this was an absolute dream start. Su Qian finally snapped out of it too, her chest rising and falling slightly. SSS tier, unique tier hidden ship talent. This was no longer something a homeroom teacher could handle. Even if the principal came, he'd have to immediately report to the Municipal Maritime Bureau. But for now, the testing wasn't over yet, and the most important thing was to get the students through the teleportation first. According to world government regulations, after awakening, one had to enter the Great Voyage world within a designated time frame to complete their first departure. Otherwise, the compatibility between their talent and the teleportation array would be affected. Su Qian took a deep breath, pushed up her glasses, and suppressed her excitement. Lin Yu, come down first. We'll deal with this once the teleportation's done. The school will register and report it right away. Got it. I nodded and stepped down from the testing platform. The moment I got down, Zhang Zhang rushed over and grabbed my arm. Old Lin, Godfather, whether your bro here gets to live the good life from now on, it's all on you. Weren't you just saying you were going to look out for me? You really don't have to humble yourself like that. I'm not humbling myself. This is called precision thigh hugging. A few other classmates gathered around too. Lin Yu, you're a beast. Don't forget Class 3 when you make it big. An SSS rank Zheng He treasure ship. That's insane. Your starting setup is more ridiculous than the resources the Wang family prepped. Wang Quan gave a cold snort, turned, and walked off to the side without another word. I ignored him. I never wanted to fight him over anything in the first place. He was the one who had to jump out and start something. So he had no one to blame but himself. Tang Yuxuan walked up to me and said softly, "Congratulations." "Thanks." She hesitated. "The Zhenghe treasure ship, it sounds really impressive. Won't know exactly how it is until I get in there. If we end up teleporting to the same departure port, we could stick together." I glanced at her. "Sure." Zhang immediately threw up his hand. "Me too. If the three of us get sent to the same port, that's the strongest lineup in Class 3. He rubbed his chin. An SSS rank treasure ship captain, an A rank Sea God's Blessing, and a C rank Storm Resistance. TSK, this setup. Why does it sound like I'm going to be the mascot? Have a little confidence. You can be the ballast." I patted his shoulder. "Bro, you've changed." Just then, the staff member finished registering the entire class. He looked at the roster, then over at Su Qian, still visibly stunned. Clearly, my result had rattled him pretty badly too. But he quickly pulled himself back together and continued the procedure. Jiangxing number 1 High School, Senior Year Class 3, all testing complete. Students who have finished testing, please enter the teleportation array one by one. At the far end of the plaza, a massive teleportation array slowly lit up. It was built at the base of the departure tower, circular, dozens of meters in diameter, its surface carved all over with silver-blue patterns. At its center hung a swirling gate of light. Inside the gate was what looked like a slowly flowing sea, blue, deep, stretching on with no end in sight. Everyone fell silent. The testing was only the first step, actually setting foot in the Great Voyage world. That was where destiny truly began to change. Su Qian stood at the head of the line. Once inside, you'll be randomly teleported to various beginner harbors. You might land in the same port, or you might end up far apart. After teleportation, the system will issue your first voyage mission. Complete it, and you'll secure your status as a navigator, earning your official qualification. If you run into danger, remember the survival handbook they taught you at school. Don't try to be a hero, and don't sail out recklessly, especially you newly awakened rookies. Her gaze swept across the crowd, lingering on me for a second longer. High talent doesn't mean you won't run into trouble. The Great Voyage world is more complicated than any of you can imagine. Understood. Understood. Everyone answered in unison. Wang Quan was the first to walk toward the teleportation array, his face still grim. Today was supposed to be his moment to shine. A B-rank speed vessel, along with the rare blueprints his family had prepared. But now, all the spotlight had been stolen by me. SSS rank Zheng, he treasure ship. Those words stuck in his chest like a thorn. As he passed by me, he stopped and lowered his voice. "Lin Yu, having strong talent doesn't mean you can actually make it. In the Great Voyage world, what matters is resources, connections, and tactics. Don't think that just because you awakened a ship, you've got nothing to fear." I looked at him, my expression calm. "So what are you afraid of?" His face stiffened. "If you're not scared, why do you keep warning me?" Beside us, Zhang nearly burst out laughing. Wang Quan's eyes darkened. "I hope you can still talk this tough once you get over there." With that, he lingered no longer and walked straight into the gate of light. A flash of blue, and his figure vanished. Zhang curled his lip. What a sore loser. Can't take a loss, so he throws out threats. Knock it off. Fine. 3 seconds later, he leaned in again. "But seriously, bro, that line. So what are you afraid of? That was smooth. Are you going in or not?" Zhang looked at the teleportation array, and his goofy grin suddenly faded, replaced by a hint of nervousness. "Honestly, I'm a little freaked out. I heard everyone ends up in totally different places after teleporting. This world is so huge. What if I get dumped in some remote little port all by myself? Aren't you the one who can weather any storm?" "I can handle storms, not loneliness." I laughed. Then he turned serious. "Lin, if we end up in the same port, you've got to have my back." I paused. After knowing him for so many years, I'd rarely seen him this earnest. But today was different. Once we entered the array, everyone would be scattered at random. The Great Voyage world was too vast. Some would arrive at bustling major ports. Others would land in remote little harbors, and the truly unlucky might even appear at a ruined port that had just been raided by pirates. No one knew where they'd end up, and there was no guarantee that classmates would ever see each other again. I patted his shoulder. Of course, if we really do end up in the port, I've got your back. Godfather, get lost. You got it. Zhang laughed, and some of his nerves melted away. He took a deep breath and walked toward the light gate. Halfway there, he turned around and waved. Old Lin, see you in the great voyage world. See you in the great voyage world. The blue light flashed, and he was gone. One by one, the students of Class 3 stepped into the teleportation array. Some were thrilled, some were terrified, and some glanced back at their teacher one last time before going in. Su Qian stood off to the side, watching them go, a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Just yesterday, these kids had been rowdy in the classroom, and today they were about to set out onto the ocean for Real. But this year was different. Her class had produced an SSS rank. She knew all too well that from this day forward, the name Lin Yu could never fade into the ordinary again. When it was Tang Yuxuan's turn, she didn't go in right away. Instead, she turned back and made a little gesture at me. Lin Yu, I'm kind of nervous. Me too. I smiled. You don't look like it at all. Maybe I'm just good at faking it. She let out a soft laugh, and some of her nerves seemed to ease. Lin Yu, yeah. Even if we don't end up at the same port, we've got to survive. We've got to make it to the day we meet again. I looked at her seriously. We will. Then, see you in the great voyage world. Yeah, see you in the great voyage world. She turned and walked into the light gate. A flash of blue, and she was completely gone. Soon, almost everyone ahead of me had teleported through. I was just about to step forward. Su Qian suddenly came up to me, her eyes far more complicated than usual. Lin Yu, wait a second. I want to say a few things to you in private. Sure, teacher. I stopped. She lowered her voice. Your talent is too special. Once you're inside, don't draw too much attention. Being SSS rank is an opportunity, but it's also a danger. Some people will want to win you over, and some will want to destroy you. I understand. She looked into my eyes. I really was calm. Not the fake maturity a kid puts on, but the genuine kind that comes from knowing exactly what you're facing. Su Qian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Good. I trust you. She paused, then remembered something else. Once you're inside, the first thing you do is get a feel for your home port. Don't rush out to sea. First, figure out the local prices, where the docks are, where the quest hall is, and the local factions. Then go stock up. You've got the treasure ship talent and a trade boost, so you have a bigger edge doing business than most. One last thing, not everyone is kind. You absolutely have to watch out for privateers and pirates. The teacher wanted to cram everything she knew into me. I listened carefully, and a bit of warmth rose in my chest. Thank you, teacher. She smiled and patted my shoulder. Go on. I hope you come back with a full haul. I took a deep breath and gave this city, so familiar yet so strange, one last look. Some roads, you're destined to walk alone from the very first step. And real courage was never about not being afraid. It's about knowing the unknown lies ahead and choosing to step forward anyway. I slung my backpack over my shoulder and headed toward the teleportation array. The closer I got, the more muffled the outside world became. The air around me turned damp, and I could almost hear the sound of waves. The next moment, I lifted my foot and stepped through the gate of light. A blue glow swallowed me whole, and my vision went blank in an instant. Then a cold voice sounded in my ears. Voyager Lin, you detected entering the age of sail world. Randomly assigning departure port. Assignment complete. Welcome to Blackstone Port. Your starting vessel, SSS Greizheng He Treasure Ship, is speeding toward Blackstone Port. Estimated arrival in 1 minute. The blue light faded. My feet landed on a hard stone path, and a salty sea breeze hit me square in the face. The air was full of noise, sailors shouting, merchants haggling, and in the distance, ship sails snapping in the wind. I opened my eyes. Before me stood a massive port city. A dock built from black rock stretched all the way out into the sea, with ships packed along both sides. Rough little fishing boats, sleek merchant vessels, armed sailing ships flying flags of every color. Far off, a gray-black castle towered over the harbor's highest point, a black flag with a silver anchor waving from its top. Blackstone Port. A system prompt surfaced in my mind. Welcome to Blackstone Port. Blackstone Port, one of the well-known major ports in the Western European seas. Port features thriving commerce, advanced shipbuilding, large transient population. Main specialties: classical furniture, gemstone jewelry. Note: this port's goods sell at average prices in nearby Western European ports. Shipping them to Atlantic coastal ports yields higher profits. My eyes lit up slightly. A major port. Not a bad start. Plenty of goods, plenty of news, plenty of quests, and, of course, plenty of people. And where there are lots of people, there's bound to be trouble. I was just about to take in my surroundings when a delighted voice suddenly came from beside me. "Lin Yu, you're here too." I turned my head. Tang Yuxuan stood not far away. She was still in her school uniform, her long hair lifting gently in the sea breeze, her face full of delight. Clearly, she hadn't expected to be assigned to the same port as me either. "Looks like luck's on our side," I said with a smile. She hurried over. "I was just worrying I'd get dumped alone in some strange port, and then I opened my eyes and there you are." Blackstone Port is a big one. The odds of classmates ending up here aren't low. The words had barely left my mouth when a head suddenly popped up behind me. "So you guys just forgot about me, huh?" Zhang Zhang popped out from behind a stack of cargo crates off to the side. "How'd you come out from over there?" He patted the dust off his clothes, looking utterly exasperated. "Don't even get me started. The second I teleported in, I ended up standing behind that pile of crates, and some fat sailor hauling a sack almost slammed it right into my face. Good thing I've got fast reflexes. Otherwise, my first moment in the Age of Sail world would have been getting first-blooded by a bag of potatoes." Tang Yuxuan couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Zhang glanced around. Then suddenly his eyes went wide. "Oh great, why is Wang Quan here too?" I followed his gaze. Sure enough, Wang Quan stood not far off, flanked by two students from our class. His expression was pretty grim at the moment, his jaw clenched tight. He'd clearly spotted us too, and when he saw Tang Yuxuan standing beside me, his face darkened even further. Zhang Zhang lowered his voice. "Lao Lin, the way this guy's looking at you, you'd think you owed him 5 million sea coins. Just ignore him." Blackstone Port was a famous major harbor in Western Europe. The departure tower probably routed a batch of students to a few large beginner ports to make it easier to complete their maiden voyage. So it wasn't strange to run into classmates here. We might even bump into more people from Jiangxing No. 1 High School down the line. "Come on," I said, looking toward the docks. "Let's go get the ship." "Yeah, let's go. Zhang Zhang immediately fell in behind me. "I want to see what an SSS rank Zhang He treasure ship actually looks like." Along the way, I sized up the port too. It was livelier than I'd imagined. Both sides of the street were lined with shops, places selling grain, blades and firearms, taverns recruiting sailors, stores dedicated to sea charts. The crowd was a mix of all kinds: mercenaries in leather armor, bearded sailors, richly dressed noble merchants, and some locals who clearly looked different from us Blue Star students. Everything gave off a sense of unreality. But the feel of the sea breeze on my face was very real, and so was the distant sound of ships pulling into dock. This was the Age of Sail world, a place where ordinary people could change their destiny. As I passed a trading company, I deliberately slowed my pace. Today's market prices for goods were posted by the entrance. Classical furniture, local specialty of this port. Low purchase price, typically sells for average prices at nearby Western European ports. Gemstone jewelry, local specialty of this port. Well suited for long-distance trade. Beef mutton, steady demand, low profit margin. Milk, perishable, best for short-range trading. Rum, beloved by sailors, steady demand across many ports. I read it carefully. Ever since binding the God-tier merchant system, I'd become especially sensitive to this kind of information. The most important thing at the start was making money. No matter how powerful the Zhanghe treasure ship was, you still needed goods to fill the cargo hold. Setting sail with an empty hold was just a waste. Blackstone Port's specialties were classical furniture and gemstone jewelry too, but neither of those came cheap, especially gemstones. High profit margins, sure, but a high barrier to entry. I only had 300 sea coins in starting capital. That wasn't nearly enough to get into gemstones. I made up my mind fast. Don't get greedy on the first run. Buy cheap goods first, earn that initial spread, then think about high-value cargo. The group cut through the commercial street and quickly reached the main pier. The sea suddenly spread out before us, gray-blue water rolling under the sunlight. Ships lined up along the docks. Tang Yuxuan stopped and smiled at us. "I'm heading out now. My family set up a sailboat for me." I followed her gaze. Not far off, a dainty little sailboat, maybe 3 or 4 meters long, was moored at the dock. The hull was painted a pale white, with soft pink patterns along the sides, and a little seashell wind chime hung from the bow, tinkling in the sea breeze. Zhang stared, wide-eyed. "That boat's way too fancy. Looks like a toy." Tang Yuxuan shot him a glare. "This is the beginner's sailboat my dad picked out. It's small, but it's very safe." "Suits you," I said with a smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and then she said earnestly, "Good luck." "You too." She waved and walked toward the little sailboat. A middle-aged sailor already waiting by the boat immediately bowed at the waist. The Tang family had clearly arranged for help ahead of time. Watching this, Zhang sighed. "Man, must be nice to be rich." Tang Yuxuan's got her own sailboat, and Wang Quan probably has a ship too. Me? I'm stuck working the docks just to scrape together my first bit of cash. "You didn't get a starter boat?" "My family could never afford a boat." He spread his hands. "The basic supplies the school hands out only include the most ordinary temporary raft. That thing wouldn't make it a mile out of the harbor before I'd be scared some fish would flip it over. So I'm planning to find work at the docks first, haul cargo for a few days, save up, and rent a boat." I thought about it. If the Zhenghe treasure ship had already been generated, Zhang could tag along with me for now. But the maiden voyage mission was usually calculated based on individual identity and ship independently. If he just hopped on my ship, he might not be able to complete his own beginner's mission. Zhang clearly understood that too. "Old Lin, don't worry about me. I'll go check out the dockworkers union first, figure out the mission, then get in touch. Hit me up if anything comes up." "You got it." He thumped his chest. Zhang, awakened C-grade storm resistance. I'll definitely outhaul everyone else against the wind. I don't think hauling cargo involves storm resistance. What if there's a draft blowing through the warehouse? I had nothing to say to that. Zhang waved and jogged off toward the dockworkers union. Before long, things started moving on Wang Quan's end too. A long, narrow sailboat slowly pulled up to shore. The hull wasn't especially large, but it carried far more presence than Tang Yuxuan's little sailboat. The bow had been shaped into a sharp point. The white sails were emblazoned with the royal family's silver wave pattern. 5 sailors stood aboard, all in matching brown uniforms, looking quite professional. Wang Quan stood at the edge of the dock, a smug look finally returning to his face. A few classmates immediately crowded around him. "Quan, is this your family's ship?" "So sick. And it comes with sailors, too. What a sweet way to start." The corners of Wang Quan's mouth curled up. He deliberately raised his voice and looked over at me. "My dad dropped 500,000 sea coins on it. It's a caravel. Sure, it's a starter ship, but the speed's pretty solid." Then he turned. "Impressive, right?" I glanced at the ship. Not bad. Honestly, the vessel, the crew, the family backing, all there. For an ordinary student, it was a dream start. But I stayed calm. "Nice." Not seeing the envy he was fishing for on my face, Wang Quan looked annoyed and let out a cold laugh. "So where's your treasure ship?" "That SSS rank Zhenghe treasure ship. It doesn't just exist in the test server announcements, does it?" Plenty of people around us turned to look at me too. To be fair, everyone was curious. Just what did that ship actually look like? I lifted my gaze toward the sea. Right on cue, the system prompt sounded. "The SSS rank Zhenghe treasure ship is arriving at Blackstone Port. Estimated docking in 10 seconds. I smiled. "Hold on. It's almost here." Wang Quan was about to throw out another jab. The next moment, a deep, rolling sound of breaking waves came from far out at sea. Boom, boom, like some massive beast drawing near. The sailors on the dock all turned their heads. At the far edge of the water, a huge black shadow slowly emerged. At first it was just an outline, but it sharpened fast. 9 towering masts pierced the sky. The heavy hull cleaved through the waves. Sail after enormous sail unfurled in the wind, like white clouds cascading down from the sea. The bow rose tall and imposing, carved with ancient Eastern patterns. The hull was staggeringly wide, its structure of black and vermilion wood glowing with a steady sheen in the sunlight. A faint golden light rippled along the sides of the ship, as if the entire vessel were shielded by some mysterious power. The moment this ship appeared, the whole surface of Blackstone Port seemed to shrink in comparison. The smaller boats around it rocked in the swells. Wang Quan's caravel got hit especially hard by the waves the treasure ship kicked up, its hull lurching violently to one side. The sailors on board went pale and scrambled to grab the ropes. Wang Quan jumped, startled too. Steady! Steady the ship! Several of the Wang family's sailors fumbled with the sails, and only after a huge struggle did they keep the ship from slamming into the dock. But after that one moment, the smugness on Wang Quan's face was completely gone. The entire port erupted. What kind of ship is that? It's massive. I've never seen anything at this level. This is a starter ship? You've got to be kidding. The biggest one in Blackstone Port. Even the merchant ships don't look this mighty. Those patterns on the bow, they almost look like they came from the east. The local sailors and merchants on the dock were all dumbstruck. Some even set down the cargo in their hands and craned their necks to stare up at it. In their eyes, this wasn't a ship. It was more like a moving fortress sailing in from the sea. Tang Yuxuan stood beside the little sailboat, staring blankly into the distance, her eyes full of awe. This is Zheng He's treasure ship? Zhang Zhang had almost made it to the guild, but the moment he heard the commotion, he came sprinting back and froze on the spot the second he laid eyes on that massive vessel. Old Lin, this ship is downright insane. Is it too late for me to sign on as your octopus? I stood at the harbor, the corner of my mouth curling up ever so slightly. Honestly, even I felt a jolt in that moment. Seeing it on a blueprint last night was one thing. Watching it sail into port with my own eyes was something else entirely. This ship was enormous. So enormous that even I, its owner, could hardly believe it. The treasure ship slowly pulled up to the shore, its massive hull casting a shadow that swallowed a huge stretch of the dock. The gangway lowered on its own. Under the gaze of countless eyes, I climbed aboard my ship, one step at a time. The instant my feet touched the deck, the system chimed. Congratulations, host, on boarding the SSS rank Zheng He treasure ship Da. Ship status, pristine Da. Condition, brand new Da. Cargo hold capacity, ultra-large Da. Current crew, none Da. Current cargo, none Da. Core functions, unlocked. Long-range voyaging, storm resistance, reinforced defense, trade revenue boost. More special abilities can be unlocked through upgrades Da. Special trait, I, long-range voyaging. The Zheng He treasure ship is equipped with ultra-large freshwater tanks, grain holds, spare sail storage, and an onboard repair bay. An ordinary ship must resupply after 7 days at sea, but the treasure ship, fully loaded, can sail the open ocean for over 30 days straight. The ship features a built-in basic water purification system that can slowly convert some seawater into fresh water, while its ventilated grain holds slow the rate of food spoilage. My eyes flickered. Over 30 days of open ocean voyaging. Did they even grasp what that meant? An ordinary starter ship had to head back to port after just one loop through the coastal waters. Hit a little rough weather, let the voyage drag on, and suddenly fresh water and food became life or death problems. But Zheng He's treasure ship was a whole different story. As long as I stocked up on supplies, I could cross vast stretches of ocean in one shot and reach far more distant ports. That meant I could run the deep-sea routes no one else dared to touch. The antique furniture and jeweled ornaments from Blackstone Port wouldn't fetch a high price at the nearby Western European ports, but ship them to the Atlantic coast, and the profits doubled instantly. It wouldn't do an ordinary rookie captain any good to know this, either. Small ship, little cargo, not enough supplies. They'd run into trouble halfway there. I was different. Long-range voyaging meant he'd just opened up a longer, more profitable trade route for me. I kept reading. Trait 2, Storm Resistance. The hull is thick and heavy, the keel is solid, and the ballast hold offers exceptional stability. Rocking is drastically reduced in normal swells. The ship can maintain basic navigation even through moderate storms. In severe storms, the probability of hull damage and cargo loss is reduced. The sails feature an automatic wind release mechanism that lowers the risk of capsizing in strong winds. I looked up at the broad deck beneath my feet. This ship was incredibly stable. There were still swells out on the water, yet docked here at the pier, I could barely feel any movement. In contrast, the smaller boats nearby kept bobbing up and down, some of them rocking side to side from the wake my treasure ship had kicked up. Just from this alone, the difference was already obvious. Trait 3: Superior Defensive Reinforcement. The hull walls are far thicker than those of an ordinary merchant vessel, capable of withstanding crossbow bolts, musket rounds, and small cannon impacts. Hidden reinforcement layers at key points disperse force upon impact. The deck, cargo hold, captain's quarters, and crew quarters all have independent compartments to slow the spread of fire. Hull durability recovery is improved, and repair material consumption is reduced. My eyes narrowed slightly. Defensive reinforcement. This ability was crucial. There were plenty of pirates in this age of exploration. Once an ordinary merchant ship got marked, it either paid up, dumped its cargo, or ended up wrecked with everyone dead. But my treasure ship had defensive reinforcement. At the very least, ordinary pirates wouldn't be able to punch through it easily. Thick walls, high durability, and hidden layers at the critical points. That meant I had a much greater margin for error than everyone else. Trait 4: Trade Revenue Boost. Final Profit receives a bonus during trade, currently 30%. The rarer the cargo, the longer the voyage, and the higher the port's demand, the more pronounced the gains. The treasure ship carries innate Eastern prestige, making it easier to earn respect when dealing with guilds, nobles, and port officials. Some special merchants will proactively offer hidden commissions. Reading this, my heartbeat quickened a little. A 30% profit bonus on ocean trade. For a merchant, that was almost absurdly powerful. An ordinary captain made 100 sea coins per run. I'd make 130 on the same trip. 30 more might not sound like much, but the terrifying thing about trade is that your capital keeps compounding. 30 extra on the first run means more inventory on the second, and the profits keep growing. By the time your capital snowballs to tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of sea coins, that 30% becomes downright monstrous. Even more important was that line. The rarer the cargo, the longer the voyage, and the higher the port's demand, the more pronounced the gains. This meant the Zheng-He treasure ship was born for ocean trade. The farther it sailed, the more money it made. The higher the value of the cargo it carried, the more outrageous the returns. An ordinary ship would have to reach level 20 before it could even. A single special trait is enough to treasure. My ship's only level 1, yet it already has 4 special traits, all top tier. And more can keep getting added down the line. The satisfaction in my heart couldn't be greater. I walked across the deck. It was as wide as a plaza. The cabins were neat and clean, and the cargo hold was astonishingly huge. I made a quick loop around. Every timber, every hatch, every sail looked freshly built. Wang Quan stood on the dock, his face terrifyingly grim. Just moments ago, he tried to lord his caravel over me. But the second my treasure ship appeared, his vessel became a little toy sitting beside it. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I heard him, but I didn't bother reacting. Impotent rage, no need to respond. After inspecting the ship, I disembarked again. The most important thing now was making money. Leaving such a massive cargo hold empty was a waste. I needed to buy a batch of goods as soon as possible, then find the right port to sell them. I followed the dock back to the harbor exchange. The exchange was crowded. Behind the counter sat a middle-aged man wearing glasses, dressed in a dark brown vest, flicking beads on an abacus with a shrewd look in his eyes. Various product samples were laid out on the counter. Little wood carvings of classical furniture, sample boxes of gemstone jewelry, price sheets for beef and mutton, order tags for milk barrels, bottles of rum. I glanced at my funds, 300 sea coins. Honestly, that's no small amount of purchasing power. 100 sea coins could support an ordinary harbor family for a whole year. But for someone in business, it was far too little. I couldn't afford gemstones, and I couldn't buy much classical furniture either. Shipping those two to distant places could turn a profit, but without enough capital, forcing a purchase would just waste the cargo hold. I looked around, weighing my options, and finally settled on some cheap goods: beef and mutton, milk, rum. Low profit, but steady demand. As long as I found the right port, the treasure ship's enormous storage should let me make some money on the first run. I did the math in my head. With a bit of luck, selling 300 C coins worth of goods could net 70 or 80 in profit. Add in the trade bonus, and the margin could go even higher. It didn't matter if the first run didn't earn much. The key was getting the money rolling. "Boss," I said, sliding the order sheet over. "Just these." The man in glasses gave it a glance, and his eyebrows rose slightly. "One batch of beef and mutton, 2 barrels of milk, 3 crates of rum. That comes to 275 C coins. You're sure, sir?" "I'm sure." He gave a little smile. "First time out to sea?" I didn't deny it. He took the C coins, his tone fairly polite. "Rookie captains do well choosing these goods. Low profit, but a low chance of loss. Our exchange can deliver them to your ship free of charge. Then I'll trouble you, boss. Have them carried over to that ship at the edge of the dock." "Of course." And this service is the very foundation of how the Blackstone Port Exchange keeps its customers. Any outfit that couldn't even manage delivery to your ship would have been squeezed out by competitors long ago. He waved a hand. "Rom, Barton, Ian, load this customer's goods onto his ship." 3 workers came over. Rum was the oldest, with dark skin and thick, muscular arms. Barton was tall, with a faint knife scar across his face. Ian was the youngest. He looked no more than 17 or 18. The 3 of them expertly loaded the goods onto a cart and followed me toward the docks. Just as we reached the edge of the pier, Rum stopped dead in his tracks. Barton nearly ran into him. "Rum, what are you doing?" Rum didn't answer. He just tilted his head back, staring blankly at something ahead. Barton and Ian followed his gaze, and in the next instant, all 3 of them froze. Zheng He's treasure ship sat at the edge of the dock. Its massive hull loomed like a city wall, blocking out the sunlight. 9 masts towered overhead, sails hanging down, gold patterns shimmering along the gunnels. The 3 workers stood beneath it, as tiny as 3 ants. Ian swallowed hard. What class of ship is this?" Barton's eyes went wide. "I've seen Ottoman warships before, but even those weren't this beautiful, and they never had this kind of commanding presence. This ship has to be worth hundreds of millions in C coins." "Hundreds of millions? You wouldn't know a treasure if it hit you." Rum drew in a deep breath. "Just look at those masts. I'd wager it's worth far more than that." The way he looked at me changed in an instant. A moment ago, he'd taken me for just another rookie captain. After all, I'd only bought cheap goods, a small order of a couple hundred C coins. But who could have guessed that this young captain owned such a terrifying, colossal ship? I gave a slight smile beside them. "This is Zheng He's treasure ship, a mysterious vessel from the east." "Zheng He treasure ship," Ian repeated under his breath, as if reciting the name of some legend. Barton was left stunned too. The 3 exchanged a glance, and the same thought popped into all their minds. The boss had to hear about this. Rum said at once, "One moment, please, sir." Then he spun around and dashed back toward the exchange. Before long, the bespectacled boss came hurrying over. He'd rushed so fast that his vest had gone crooked. The moment he reached the edge of the dock and saw the treasure ship, he stopped short, the shrewd smile on his face freezing in place. It took him a good while to snap out of it. Then he strode quickly up to me and gripped my arm. "Esteemed captain, I was terribly rude just now. You only bought a few cheap goods. I never dreamed you were a powerful captain in command of a colossal treasure ship." My brow twitched slightly. That was a fast change of attitude. But then again, he was a merchant. Shifting with the wind came naturally. I didn't pull my arm back. Calmly, I asked, "Is there something you need?" He took a deep breath, his eyes eager. "Captain, my name is Evan Black. I'm the owner of Black Trading Company here at Blackstone Port. I've decided to give you, free of charge, all the goods you just purchased. On top of that, I'd like to throw in a shipment of antique furniture as well." I looked at him. C coins don't just fall from the sky, least of all into a merchant's pocket. "What's the catch?" Evan let go of his grip and gave a slightly awkward smile. "You're a sharp one, Captain. There is, in fact, one thing I'd like your help with." I didn't rush to agree. "Let's hear it first." He glanced around and lowered his voice. 3 days ago, a shipment of mine got stuck at Silver Sail Port on the Atlantic coast. Gems and jewelry, high value. My own merchant ship was supposed to bring it back, but lately a gang of black shark pirates has been running wild between Blackstone Port and Silver Sail Port. Ordinary merchant ships don't dare take that route anymore. I need a ship powerful enough, intimidating enough, to bring the goods back safely. At that, he lifted his head and gazed up at the Zheng He treasure ship, his eyes full of hope. Young captain, with a vessel like the Zheng He treasure ship, you absolutely have what it takes to bring my cargo home. It was obvious. My Zheng He treasure ship was simply too powerful, and that alone had triggered this special commission. I looked at Evan Black standing before me, and I'd already made up my mind. An ordinary rookie captain, fresh into the world of the Great Voyage, could only take on jobs like hauling freight, delivering letters, or fishing along the coast. Meager rewards, minimal risk. But Black's job was different. Transporting gems and jewelry, destination Silver Sail port on the Atlantic coast, with black shark pirates lurking along the way. For anyone else, just hearing the words black shark pirates would probably be enough to send them looking for a detour. Not me. The Zheng He treasure ship had ocean crossing endurance, storm resistance, reinforced defenses, and boosted trade profits. For core capabilities stacked together, it was born for long-haul ocean trade. What's more, special commissions often hide rewards you can't see. As for the pirates, I glanced back at that floating fortress of a ship behind me. With a vessel that size, any ordinary pirate ship that rammed into it would be smashed to pieces. And even if they outnumbered me, my speed could easily leave them in the dust. Safe and profitable. I'll take it, I nodded. Of course I'll take it. Black's eyes lit up. Captain Linyu, you're willing to help me? I can help. I paused. But we'll need to renegotiate the terms. The smile on his face froze instantly. Beside him, his three men, Rom, Barton, and Ian, all turned to look at once, clearly not expecting this young captain to speak with such composure. What terms did you have in mind? Black asked carefully. I didn't rush to answer. In business, the worst thing you can do is wear your needs on your face. The truth was, I needed money badly. Zheng He's treasure ship had a massive cargo hold, and the bit of beef, mutton, milk, and rum I'd bought for 300 sea coins didn't even fill a corner of it. Setting sail with just that little cargo, even with a markup, wouldn't earn me more than a handful of sea coins. What I really needed was more goods, and pricier ones. After a moment, I spoke slowly. That last batch of cargo, don't bother sending it. What do you mean, sir? I glanced toward the exchange. The ordinary goods in your shop, sell them to me at 30% off. I'll use these 300 sea coins to stock up, then make the run to Silver Sail port for you. The words landed. Black's face went white in an instant. 30%, that wasn't haggling. That was driving a knife straight into a merchant's heart. Rom's mouth fell open, Barton sucked in a sharp breath, and Ian's eyes went wide. 30% off, that was below their own wholesale cost. Agreeing to it meant clearing out the whole batch at a loss. Black forced a smile. Captain, isn't that price a little too low? You're free to refuse, of course. My tone stayed even. But the Black Shark pirates are still prowling that route, and your gemstone jewelry is stuck sitting in Silver Sail port. Ordinary merchant ships don't dare go. The number of people you can actually trust to get it done, not many right now, are there. The smile froze completely on his face. This young man is far too shrewd. I could almost see the thought flash across his mind. That shipment of jewelry mattered to him a great deal. If it never made it back, he wouldn't just lose a fortune. He'd also lose a long-standing noble client, and the exchange's reputation in Blackstone-port would take a hit too. The loss went far beyond a single batch of goods. Beads of sweat formed on Black's forehead. He gritted his teeth. Fine, he finally said, his voice low. Ordinary goods, 30% off. But the antique furniture and gemstone jewelry are high-value items, and stock is limited. Furniture I can do at 30%, but the jewelry, 50% at most. I thought it over. The jewelry was too expensive. Even at half price, 300 sea coins wouldn't buy more than a few pieces. What suited me best right now was the ordinary goods. High volume, steady supply. Deal. Black let out a long breath. We headed back to the exchange, and Black brought out the order sheet himself. I put every last one of my 300 sea coins on the line. At 30% off, that money stretched to nearly 900 sea coins worth. 20 barrels of rum, 12 crates of beef and mutton, 6 barrels of milk, 4 crates of tobacco, 2 crates of cheese, plus a batch of cheap ironware and cloth. The order sheet filled an entire page. With every item Black wrote down, the corner of his eye twitched. Barton muttered under his breath, This captain's ruthless, all right. Ian added, but the boss actually agreed to it. Rum lowered his voice, turning toward. He jutted his chin toward the docks. If you had a ship like that, the boss would say yes to. Both of them fell silent for a moment. Zhang He's treasure ship sat at the edge of the dock, plainly visible from 2 miles away. That was the kind of leverage that shut people up. Loading cargo. It took the better part of a day. From morning to afternoon, the crowd at the docks turned over batch after batch, and goods were still being carried aboard the treasure ship. When Zhang passed by, he poked his head in for a look and froze completely. Lao Lin, did you clean out the whole exchange? Pretty much. I watched crate after crate go into the hold. Where'd you get all that money? Negotiated a discount. Zhang gave me a thumbs up. Impressive. I hauled sacks at the Union for 2 hours and made 6 cents in C-coin. You're buying by the barrel. Then he glanced toward the back of the cargo hold, and his expression slowly changed. All that rum, beef and mutton, cheese, tobacco, ironware, cloth, everything piled in there, and it only took up one tiny corner. Deep in the hold it was still open, vast, and quiet. Quiet enough that you could go for a run in there. Barton set down the last crate of cloth and couldn't help looking around. This hold is way too big. I thought we could fill at least half of it, Ian murmured. Rum shook his head. Half? Not even a tenth. I glanced at the system prompt. Current hold capacity used, 4.7%. The corner of my mouth twitched. 300 C-coins spent like 900, and it still filled less than 5%. That was the power of Zhang He's treasure ship. Its appetite far outstripped the coin purse I had right now. Zhang stared at the empty space, clicking his tongue in amazement. Lao Lin, this isn't a ship. It's a warehouse on the move. Ian's eyes were full of envy. Working on a ship like this, that's got to be something. Barton nodded. I was a sailor once, ran the route from Blackstone Port to Northwind Port. That captain bragged every day about being a big merchant, but his hold wasn't even as big as one corner of this. Rum ran his hand along the wooden hull, longing in his eyes. I'd love to be a deckhand on a ship like this. The eyes of the several dockhands lit up all at once. Getting aboard a ship like this, even just as an ordinary sailor, was the kind of thing you could brag about for years. Barton was the first to step up in front of me. Captain Linyu, I'd like to apply to be one of your sailors. Rum stepped forward right behind him. I'd like to give it a shot too. Ian hesitated, then worked up the courage as well. Captain, I can do it too. I opened the system, and streams of information surfaced before my eyes. ROM aptitude, white navigator skills, basic hauling, basic rowing loyalty, average. Barton aptitude, white navigator skills, basic repair, basic melee. Loyalty, average. Ian aptitude, green navigator, developing, skills, basic sailing, upwind sailing loyalty, high. Upwind sailing, rare skill. Boost ship speed by 5% when sailing against the wind. My gaze locked in place. A green aptitude, and with a rare skill on top of it. A pleasant surprise. A white navigator is basically an ordinary person, just a handful of basic abilities. Fine for a small boat. But Zhang He's treasure ship was different. This vessel was massive, and it would be sailing deep-sea routes down the line. I couldn't afford to be sloppy about who I hired. Besides, my purse was nearly empty. I couldn't afford to keep too many full-time navigators on the payroll. I looked at Rom and Barton. Sorry, I'm not hiring full-time navigators for now. Disappointment flickered across both their faces, but neither said much. With a treasure ship this powerful, it only made sense for the captain to be picky. I turned to the young man. What's your name? Captain Linyu, I'm Ian Hall. He straightened up immediately. You can handle sails? Yes. He nodded. My father used to be a sailor. I grew up around the docks and learned from him. He went out to sea one day and never came back, so I ended up working at the Black Exchange. At this, he grew a little nervous. I'm young, but I'm not afraid of hard work. If you'll take me on, I promise I'll give it everything I've got. I pondered for a moment. Zhang He's treasure ship would need a professional sail handler sooner or later. Upwind sailing only looked like a 5% boost, but out on the open ocean, headwinds were the norm. The time saved on a single voyage was often beyond imagination. Ian Hall, you're on board. You'll serve as an apprentice sail handler for now. Your pay will be settled after this voyage ends. I honestly couldn't scrape together any advance payment, and even after saying it, I wasn't sure how it'd land. The next moment, his face erupted with pure joy. "Thank you, Captain Linyu." Rum clapped him on the shoulder. "Good kid, you've made it." Barton laughed too. "Once you strike it rich, don't forget to buy me a round of rum." "I will." Ian nodded emphatically. I told him to go familiarize himself with the deck and the sails. Then I headed off the ship. The moment I stepped onto the dock, I ran into an interesting scene. Wang Quan was standing beside his caravel, the smug look from earlier long gone. In front of him stood a tall, thin man, pale-faced, dressed in an old sailor's uniform, looking rather down on his luck. Yet the man was wrapped in a faint gray glow. I saw through him at a glance, a gray navigator, over 40, with almost no potential left. Wang Quan was making his pitch with real effort. "Just join my crew, and I promise the pay won't disappoint. My family's loaded back on Blue Star. Once I get things off the ground, I'll take good care of you." The man glanced at the caravel, then glanced at the hatch, where 5 pieces of classical furniture had already filled the hold. Was packed to the brim. He shook his head. "Captain Wang Quan, sorry. Your ship's too small." Wang Quan's face stiffened. "This is a caravel. My father spent 500,000 sea coins to get it." "Nice ship," the man said, still shaking his head. "But the cargo hold's too small. I want to sign on with a big ship that can handle the open ocean." Being turned down by a mere gray-tier navigator, Wang Quan's expression grew uglier by the second. I understood his frustration. Back on Blue Star, how much money and how many connections had the Wang family pulled just to get their hands on this ship ahead of time? He'd thought he was starting out miles ahead of everyone his age, but the moment he stepped into Blackstone Port, reality slapped him hard across the face. Tang Yuxuan had a small sailboat prepped by her family, with a light and safe route, and she'd already set sail for the port of Genoa to find her relatives. And me? I was holding an SSS Grey Zheng, he treasure ship outright. And now even a gray-tier navigator thought his ship was too small. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted me, and he saw Ian Hall trailing behind me. The faint shimmer of his green aptitude wasn't dazzling, but in Wang Quan's eyes, it was blinding beyond words. A green-tier navigator. He was still wearing himself out begging a gray-tier one to join, while I'd already recruited a green-tier onto my ship. In that moment, I watched a flicker of deep realization pass through his eyes. The tall, lanky man also caught sight of the treasure ship behind me, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He even instinctively shuffled half a step in my direction, eager to come over and curry favor. Wang Quan's face went ashen. I didn't slow down. I walked right past him, as if I hadn't noticed the awkward scene at all. You can fight back against mockery. Being ignored cuts the deepest. The dock's recruitment area was crowded with sailors looking for work. Burly men, old sea dogs, young apprentices, and even port drifters carrying nothing but a simple pack. I glanced over the crowd and clapped my hands. At the crisp sound, plenty of heads turned my way. "The Zhenghe treasure ship is hiring temporary sailors," I announced. "Wages settled at the end of the voyage. I need 100 men." The moment the words left my mouth, the recruitment area fell silent for a beat. The next moment, the crowd exploded. "The Zhenghe treasure ship? You mean that giant eastern ship at the dock? That 9-masted behemoth is hiring. Sign me up. I'll take half the normal pay. A third. Just let me on board." A huge crowd of sailors surged over in an instant. When the treasure ship had sailed into Blackstone Port, the whole dock had watched. Getting to work aboard a ship of that caliber, even for a single trip, was an enormous draw for ordinary sailors. Experience, exposure, and reputation, all in one go. A grizzled old sailor with a full beard called out loudly, "Captain, the name's Bruno Kane. I've sailed the seas for 7 years. Half the normal rate is fine by me." The tall young man shouted along, "Name's Rex Donner. I'll take a quarter too." A short, stocky man pushed to the front. "Hankwood here. Forget the deposit. Pay me when we dock." Once one person broke the ice, the rest started clamoring too. I watched the whole scene unfold, quietly marveling at it. An ordinary captain hiring a crew had to pay a deposit and even promise hazard pay. But with me, the sailors were tripping over each other to lower their price, some willing to wait until we made port to get paid. For someone with empty pockets like me, those 4 words, Zhenghe's treasure ship, were worth more than gold. Sometimes a ship's reputation is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. In the end, I picked 100 men, strong, reasonably experienced, and with clean backgrounds. Among them were Kane, Donner, and Wood. 100 men, 30 C coins a month combined. Looking at that number, my heart actually clenched. It was a tenth of what my dad earned in over a decade of grinding away. But there was nothing I could do. Who told my treasure ship to be so enormous? It wasn't like that sovereignty tub, which 3 guys could sail. Without enough hands, my ship wasn't going anywhere. Seeing how much it pained me, Kane hesitated and asked again. Captain, these sea coins, you really can pay up once we dock, right? Absolutely, I said with a nod. He glanced at the treasure ship in the distance, then gritted his teeth hard. All right, I'll trust you this once. Donner laughed. A captain with a ship like that. You think he'd stiff us over this little bit of wages? Wood grinned wide. For a spot on Zheng He's treasure ship, I'd take a pay cut any day. Before long, all 100 sailors had their gear squared away. I led the crew in a grand procession toward the treasure ship. Pedestrians along the dock parted to make way. The sight was absolutely magnificent. At the front was me, followed by Ian and 100 sailors. Farther out, Zheng He's treasure ship towered over the water, like a colossal city rising from the sea. Tang Yuxuan stood beside the little sailboat, watching from a distance with surprise and a smile in her eyes. Zhang Zhang walked by with a sack over his shoulder and nearly dropped it on the ground. Holy crap! Old Lin already rounded up 100 sailors? That was fast. I'm still out here hauling sacks. The foreman beside him, Carl Duke, clapped him on the shoulder. Kid, your friend's really something. Zhang Zhang went quiet for 2 seconds. Uncle Carl, is it too late for me to hitch my wagon to him? Carl thought it over seriously. See how thick that mast is? You'd better climb high, or you won't get a grip. Zhang Zhang. On the other side, Sovereignty stood beside his caravel, 3 sailors inspecting the sails. That gray-clad navigator had long since left. He'd never accepted the invitation after all. Sovereignty stared at my back as I boarded with 100 sailors, his fists clenching tighter and tighter. His ship had only 3 sailors. 5 pieces of furniture were enough to fill the cargo hold. To recruit even one. A gray-tier navigator groveled and pleaded for what felt like forever, and the sailors still walked away. Me? I just uttered 4 words. Zheng He's treasure ship, and every elite sailor on the dock came flocking over on their own. Some waived the deposit. Some offered to cut their rates. The gap was so vast that even envy felt pointless. So this is what SSS tier talent looks like. His voice was barely audible. The gap between us is really that wide. Aboard the treasure ship, Ian had already taken his post at the sails. Kane led a crew checking the rigging. Donner counted the fresh water and provisions, and Wood took men to seal off the cargo hold. 100 sailors, each at their station. Zheng He's treasure ship finally had the true bearing of a vessel ready to set sail. I stood at the bow, gazing out at the wide-open sea in the distance. In my ears, a system prompt sounded. Crew count has reached 100, meeting the minimum departure requirement for Zheng He's treasure ship. Cargo loading complete. Special commission. Delivery of black exchange goods to Silver Sail Port. Accepted. Current objective. Sail to Silver Sail Port, sell the goods, and retrieve the jewelry and gemstones held in trust by Evan Blacked. Warning. Suspected black shark pirate activity near the route. I looked at that last line, and the corner of my mouth curled up slightly. The sea is wide, and the fish are free to leap. My very first ocean voyage was finally about to begin. I raised my hand and swept it forward. Sailors, hoist the sails, set off. The moment Zheng He's treasure ship left port, the entire Blackstone harbor fell silent for an instant. 9 masts held up layer upon layer of massive sails. The sea wind poured in, letting out a deep, powerful roar. I stood at the bow, both hands on the wheel. Boom. The bow split the water, sending snow-white waves surging out to either side. By the dock, Wang Quan stood aboard his caravel, his expression dark. That ship was considered high-end for a beginner, but next to my treasure ship, it looked pitifully small. Beside him, the sailor Kane Lawrence murmured, "Captain, that eastern giant, it's fast." Wang Quan shot him a cold glare, and Kane fell silent. But he could see it plainly himself. We weren't even in the same league. The sea stretched wide and open, sunlight scattering across the wave crests like broken gold rolling toward the horizon. The system panel kept refreshing. Current speed, 21 knots. Wind direction, southwest. Hull status, intact. Cargo hold usage, 4.7%. Crew status, stable. 21 knots. Even I felt a slight jolt. The textbooks spelled it out clearly. Beginner sailing ships usually managed 7 or 8 knots, the better ones a little over 10. Even with his B-tier speed talent, Wang Quan would top out at 13 or 14. And my ship had just left port and already broken 20. And that was with an inexperienced crew and no professional navigator's bonus. What does long-haul ocean trade fear most? Time. While others, a 12-day route, and I'd make it in 3. While others managed 2 trips a month, I could run 7 or 8. That time gap alone was enough to carve out an unbridgeable divide. Not to mention the treasure ship itself came with a trade profit boost. The sea breeze kicked up the loose strands of hair on my forehead. Behind me, 100 sailors worked their stations across the deck. Bruno Kane directed the coiling of the ropes. Rex Turner led a crew checking the sails. Hank Wood tallied and sealed cargo at the hold's mouth, and Ian Hall stood by the mizzenmast, glancing up at the wind now and then. Ian was young, but he was the real deal, especially that rare, streamlined sail handling skill of his, worth its weight in gold when sailing against the wind. Mine wasn't the only rookie ship out on the water. Near Blackstone Harbor, a group of students who'd just stepped into the world of the Great Voyage were crawling along in small sailboats, wooden merchant vessels, and even a few wobbly makeshift dinghies. I cut through the waves right past them. I wasn't even that close, yet the wake my treasure ship threw off rocked those little boats till they pitched and rolled. On one small sailboat, Lu Jingtao from Jiangxing No. 2 High School gripped the railing for dear life. Holy crap, what kind of ship is that? How's it so fast? Beside him, Zhao Mingyuan's eyes nearly popped out of his head. That's gotta be 20 knots, easy. My junk heap barely does 7. Talk about a gut punch. Not far off, on a pale blue little boat, a girl named Shun Li poked her head out. When she got a clear look at me manning the helm, her eyes lit up. So cool. Su Yu leaned in next to her. What class is he from? I'd love to meet him. Shun Li stared at the giant ship growing smaller in the distance and murmured, I wish I had a ship like that. Su Yu sighed. Dream on. Right now the two of us don't even have enough to buy 10 buckets of milk. A while later, the treasure ship brushed past a gray little merchant vessel. On board stood a boy named Sun Bowen, who'd awakened a D-rank cargo preservation talent and had figured he was born to make it in trade. The moment he saw me blow past, he fell completely silent. He looked down at his hold, 3 crates of cheese. Then he looked back up at the treasure ship, towering like a castle on the sea. How am I even supposed to compete? He mumbled. I make a dozen or so sea coins a trip. How much is one shipload like that worth? Beside him, the sailor Abel Miller shook his head. That captain's ship can hold at least a few thousand crates. A few thousand crates. Suddenly, those 3 crates of cheese didn't smell so sweet anymore. The treasure ship sailed on, and the little boats were quickly left far behind. While plenty of people were still wrestling with their rocking decks, I'd already settled into the true rhythm of the open ocean. Half an hour later, Ian hurried up to the bow, sea chart in hand. Captain Linyu, I've run the numbers. At our current speed, we should reach Silver Sail in about 3 days. Port. 3 days. I was a little surprised. The textbook made it clear, from Blackstone Port to Silver Sail Port, a rookie ship normally took 12 days. Longer if you hit bad weather. Yes. Ian nodded. First, we're fast. Second, we handle rough seas well, so we don't have to keep detouring like an ordinary ship. Third, the hull's stable enough to hold high speed for long stretches. I was even more pleased. Ordinary ships had to steer clear of storm zones well in advance, and every detour stretched out the trip. But a treasure ship could power straight through some of the worst conditions, so its route stayed naturally more direct. That was the hidden advantage of a strong ship. The real gap usually lay where others couldn't see it. That said, Ian paused. Tomorrow evening, we might run into a storm belt. On our current course, it'll be hard to skirt completely. Keep an eye on the weather, I said. The second that storm gets close, report to me. Understood, Captain Linyu. After steering for most of the day, I felt a trace of fatigue too. No matter how good the treasure ship was, manning the wheel myself still took a toll. Once I confirmed the course was steady, I handed the helm off to Bruno for now. Hold this heading. You got it, Captain. He straightened up at once. I headed for the captain's quarters. I pushed open the heavy wooden door, and a faint scent of wood drifted out to greet me. The room was even more spacious than I'd imagined. A large dark wood table sat in the center, its edges carved with fine, intricate patterns. To the left was a soft bed made up with clean bedding. To the right, of all things, a private bathroom, complete with a shower and hot water. At sea, this was pure luxury. The captain of an ordinary small ship counted himself lucky just to have a hammock that didn't let the wind through, and plenty of rookies still had to cram into a damp cabin with the crew. My setup here was like moving into a mobile mansion. There was even a plate of freshly cut fruit on the table. I picked up a slice of apple, crisp and sweet. I sat down at the table and let my fingertips brush lightly across its surface. A white screen of light shimmered into view. Blue Star Student Sailing Channel is now open. Current region, Western European waters and surrounding areas. Users online, 38,427. Messages flooded the screen instantly. Lu Jingtao, help. Why won't this ship stop rocking? I'm about to puke my guts out. Shenli, a massive eastern ship just cruised right past me. Anybody know which pro that was? Zhao Mingyuan. I saw it too. My little sailboat might as well have been parked and placed. Sun Bowen, don't even get me started. After getting blown past like that, my resolve nearly cracked. Wang Quan, a big ship doesn't mean you can make it across the open ocean safely. Zhang Zhang. Somebody upstairs is sounding a little soured. I chuckled. That Zhang Zhang. Always drawn to wherever the action is. The channel kept scrolling, and most people weren't having an easy time of it. Chunli Hong. I got assigned to Genoa, a huge port. Mouth is not wrong. The exchange prices are insane. 300 C coins can't buy squat. Feng Jianing. I'm in London. Even hiring a single sailor requires a deposit. I'm about to go wait tables at a tavern. Gao Kitchen. I'm near the Cape of Good Hope. Legitimate goods are pathetically scarce, and the black market is all dangerous deals. I don't dare touch it. Lu Xiaobei. I'm on a deserted island. There are cannibals here. I've been hiding up a tree for 6 hours. Luo Tianyu. Hauling cargo at the docks. Only 0.2 C coins a day. I'm completely wrecked. Jiang Tingting. Anyone got a cheap supplier? I bought 5 barrels of milk, but the ship's so slow that 1 barrel spoiled before we even reached port. Reading through all this, I felt calmer and calmer. The contrast was stark. Some started off in a glittering megaport, only to get crushed by prices and labor costs until all they could do was work odd jobs. Others were stuck in barren waters, unable to even find the right goods. And some were straight up fighting to survive on a deserted island. Same starting line, yet wildly different fates. Meanwhile, on my end, special commission in hand, 300 C coins spending like 900, and my treasure ship racing towards Silver Sail port at 21 knots. The gap had already opened up, and this was only day 1. I pulled up the cargo hold's profit estimate. Rum, 20 barrels/beef mutton, 12 crates/milk, 6 barrels/tobacco, 4 crates/cheese, 2 crates/assorted ironware and textiles. Total purchase cost, 300 C coins. Post-discount market value, approximate 900 C coins. Estimated Silver Sail port sale price, 1,280 to 1,450 C coins. Projected income after trade bonus, 1,664 to 1,885 C coins. Estimated net profit, 1,364 to 1,585 C coins. My eyes lit up. 300 in capital, 1 round trip, and it could turn into over 1,600. And that wasn't even counting the reward from Evan Black's special commission. For an ordinary student, running a short haul with 300 C coins and earning 50 would be considered decent. If Sun Bowen sold every last one of his 3 crates of cheese, he'd clear 20 at most. Zhang Zhang, hauling sacks all day, might make 20 or 30 points. Me? I was projected to net over 1,000. Still, an estimate was just an estimate. Only when the goods actually sold and the money hit my pocket would it count as real C coins. I kept scrolling and quickly found the market conditions at Silver Sail Port. Current demand: rum, tobacco, ironware. Oversupply: fish, low-grade lumbered. Recent developments: port under repair, demand for ironware rising. Influx of sailors, demand for rum increasing. The corner of my mouth curled up slightly. Both rum and ironware hit the demand sweet spot. This trip's profit should come close to the ceiling. Now there was only one thing left, arriving safely. I flicked my finger and searched. Black Shark Pirates. The file popped up. Black Shark Pirate Crew. Area of Operation, Blackstone. The gray mist route between the harbor and Silver Sail Port. Leader, Buck Landon, nicknamed Captain Black Shark. Threat level, high risk for beginners. Main vessel, the Black Shark, a medium-sized armed clipper. Tactics, uses the edges of storms to conceal his movements, then closes in on merchant ships for rapid boarding. Crew, roughly 80 to 120 men. Weapons, 6 light cannons, 2 ballistae, and a number of muskets. Weakness, weak hull defenses, not suited for head-on confrontations. Notes, prefers to target small merchant ships and tends to be cautious around large armed fleets. I narrowed my eyes. 80 to 120 men, 6 light cannons. For an average beginner, this really was a nightmare. A small sailboat running into the Black Shark had virtually no chance of escape. But for a treasure ship, things were different. Reinforced defenses could withstand the impact of small cannons, and the massive hull had extremely high durability. If the Black Shark wanted to win by boarding, it would have to pull in close. But with my gunnels this high, ordinary pirates would struggle just to climb up. As long as I set up defenses ahead of time, they wouldn't necessarily come out ahead. Below that was a recent entry. Most recent sighting. 2 days ago, southwest side of the Gray Mist route. Victim vessel, the merchant ship Silver Gull. Captain Eddie Watson was gravely injured, and the cargo was looted. Survivors reported that the Black Shark used a rainstorm to close in, first shattering the mainmast with cannon fire, then boarding. I tapped the table. There would be a storm tomorrow evening. The Black Shark loved to hide in storms. The two threads lined up. In other words, there was a good chance I'd run into them tomorrow. I wasn't rattled. If anything, a flicker of anticipation stirred in me. Since a special commission had appeared, there was likely to be an event along the way. If I could drive off the Black Shark, I might even earn extra reputation and rewards. Real opportunities are always hidden in the risks that others scramble to avoid. There was a knock at the door. Captain Linyu. It was Ian. Come in. He pushed the door open, a nautical chart in his hand. I recalculated the storm belt's position. At our current speed, we'll pass through the outer edge of the Gray Mist route tomorrow evening, which is exactly where the Black Shark pirates like to hunt. I just dug up some information, I said. Ian's expression shifted slightly. Then, should we take a detour? I stared at the chart. A detour would cost at least 2 extra days. Those 2 days meant more food consumed and cargo losing its freshness. Even though the treasure ship's hold had preservation features, something like milk was best delivered as quickly as possible. Even worse, once we detoured, the market conditions at Silver Sail Port might change. The window for high prices on rum and ironware wouldn't stay open forever. I made my decision quickly. No detour. Ian was taken aback. Maintain. Set our course. I rose, my tone leaving no room for argument. Have Bruno organize the night watch. Rex, check the sails. Hank, take some men and reinforce the cargo hold. And one more thing. Pick 30 sailors and get them ready to defend the deck. Hearing all this, Ian actually felt more at ease. The captain wasn't reckless. He'd already started preparing. Understood. Over the 3-day voyage, only 2 dangers truly weighed on my mind. One was the Black Shark pirates along the Gray Mist route. The other was the storm belt Ian Hall had calculated in advance. I dug up everything about the Black Shark pirates from the captain's cabin. Their leader, Buck Landon, went by Captain Black Shark. His flagship, the Black Shark, was a mid-sized armed clipper, 6 light cannons, 2 ballistae, and a crew of desperate cutthroats armed with muskets. For your average greenhorn, that arsenal was more than enough to be deadly. Once a small sailboat got caught in their jaws, there was almost no way out. But what really worried me wasn't the Black Shark's firepower. It was this. My Zhenghe treasure ship didn't have a single cannon mounted right now. The hull was massive, the defenses were tough, and it cut an intimidating figure. But if we actually got targeted, all we could do was tough it out with a hard shell. I didn't like being that passive. So as we passed through the Gray Mist route, I stood at the bow myself and took the helm. A pale gray mist hung over the water. In the distance, sea and sky blurred together. Stare too long, and you'd lose all sense of direction. Strange, moaning sounds threaded through the wind, as if something were hidden behind the mist, watching. On deck, Bruno Kane stood guard along both sides with 30 sailors. Rex Donner crouched beneath the mast, ready to trim the sails at a moment's notice. Hankwood kept watch over the cargo hatch. Ian Hall clutched his charts, glancing up into the mist again and again. Everyone was on edge. A young sailor lowered his voice. "Mr. Bruno, will the black shark really come?" Bruno shot him a glare. "Cut the chatter. Keep your eyes on the water." I didn't turn around. I just held the helm steady. The treasure ship tore through the mist at 20 knots. Half an hour. An hour. There was still no sign of the black shark in the mist. Only when the sunlight came crashing back down onto the deck did I let out a slow breath. We're through. Safe. A wave of loosened breaths swept across the deck. Bruno grinned. Maybe they spotted us, but didn't dare come close. Our ship's too big. Even the black shark would have to think twice before taking us on. I didn't disagree. The treasure ship's sheer presence had done us a real favor. But I made a mental note of it. No matter how big a ship is, it can't stay barehanded forever. Once this trade run is done, I'm going to arm it with cannons and ballistae. At the very least, give it the means to fight back. This was only the first run. From here on, the routes would stretch farther, the cargo would be worth more, and the sea. The thieves were even more ruthless. Fear alone wouldn't hold them for long. The next evening, the sea suddenly darkened. One moment, a streak of golden-red sunset still lingered on the horizon. The next, the distant sky looked as if it had been drenched in ink, with massive black clouds bearing down on the water. The air turned heavy and oppressive, and the wind carried a damp, cold, briny stench. Ian Hall's face changed. "Captain, a storm's coming." I looked up. In the distance, black clouds churned and rolled, like a wall of darkness grinding toward us. The sea began to heave violently. The gentle swells transformed in an instant into row after row of vicious, jagged ridges of water. Boom. A crack of thunder. A blade of silver-white lightning tore open the sky, washing the entire sea a ghastly pale. Whoosh. A savage wind came roaring in like a wild beast, slamming hard against the hull. The sailors' clothes snapped and cracked in the gale, and barrels and ropes clattered and clanged as they were tossed about. Even Ian Hall's voice had changed. "It's bigger than we thought. Force 13 or higher. This is a mid-grade storm." The moment those words, "mid-grade storm," left his mouth, several faces went white. For an ordinary rookie ship, running into a storm at this level meant capsizing was all but certain. Even seasoned merchant vessels would steer clear of it well in advance. Bruno bellowed, "Everyone hold on." Rex rushed toward the mainmast. "Strike the sails. Cut down the wind resistance." By the old rules of the sea, a wind this fierce meant you had to reduce sail immediately. Otherwise, the sails would catch the full force of it, and the ship would spin out of control. But just as Ian Hall was about to give the order, what he saw next stopped him dead. The massive sails on all 9 masts were actually adjusting their own angles to match the wind. They weren't being ripped apart or spinning out of control. Instead, like living things, they swayed, contracted, and shed the force amid the wind and waves. When the gale struck them, most of its power was cleverly dispersed. The hull only rocked lightly a few times before quickly steadying itself. Ian Hall's eyes went wide. This automatic wind shedding." Rex gripped the rigging, his mouth hanging open. "I've been a sailor all these years, and I've never seen sails like these." I stood at the bow, watching line after line of system prompts flash before my eyes. Storm resistance triggered. Automatic wind shedding structure activated. Hull stability increased. Cargo hold loss probability reduced. The corner of my mouth curved up slightly. This was the storm resistance of Zheng He's treasure ship. On paper it already looked impressive, but only now, in the middle of an actual storm, did I realize just how absurd it really was. Crash. The sea ahead suddenly rose up, and a wave several meters high came surging in, like a gray-white wall of water, slamming toward the bow with enough force to flip over a small boat. A few of the sailors instinctively shut their eyes. Splash. The wave crashed hard against the front of the ship, water exploding into spray, seawater cascading wildly off both sides. Yet this wave, several meters tall, couldn't even reach the treasure ships. It hadn't even risen past the waterline. For a vessel towering dozens of meters high, this was nothing more than a slightly rougher swell on the ocean's surface. The hull held steady. The deck held steady. Even the bowl of fruit on the captain's table hadn't been shaken loose. The panic on the sailors' faces turned first to shock, then to elation. Our ship's fine. A wave that big, and it didn't even reach the deck. Hank Wood poked his head out from the cargo hold, shouting excitedly. The cargo's all intact. Bruno burst out laughing. This isn't riding out a storm. This is taking a stroll through one. I shot him a look, and he immediately fell silent, though he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Ian Hall stood off to the side, his eyes shining. He finally understood just what kind of ship he'd signed on to. Crew morale increased. Temporary sailors' loyalty slightly increased. Ian Hall's loyalty increased. Bruno Kane's loyalty increased. I looked at the notifications, feeling pretty good. One storm, and it had actually made this crew truly accept the ship. For men who made their living at sea, nothing mattered more than the ship. A vessel that could carry everyone alive through a storm was more convincing than any promise. The storm lasted 3 hours. On an ordinary small boat, those 3 hours would have been enough to turn into a nightmare. The treasure ship powered straight through it. The dark clouds parted, and the rain gradually let up. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in the clouds. The sea shimmered with light, and a rainbow arched across the sky. The sailors on deck tilted their heads back to gaze at that rainbow, each of them wearing the smile of men who cheated death. Bruno took off his hat and wiped the rain from his face. "Captain, we really made it through." I nodded. "Check the hull." Before long, Rex reported back. "Sails are intact." Hank came up on deck too. "Cargo's intact." Ian Hall stared at the chart, his voice bright. "At our current speed, we'll reach Silver Sail Harbor soon." I walked to the bow and looked out into the distance. The air after the rain was much fresher. At the far edge of the sea, a point of white light was flickering. That was the harbor lighthouse. Silver Sail Harbor. We'd arrived. Prepare to make port. An hour later, the Zhenghe treasure ship appeared in the waters off Silver Sail Harbor. It was only a mid-sized port, nowhere near the scale of Blackstone Harbor. The docks were narrow, mostly lined with small and mid-sized merchant vessels. A few dockhands were chatting idly when suddenly one young man looked up and froze in place. What is that?" The old sailor Jonah Pierce followed his gaze, and his expression changed abruptly. In the distance, a massive eastern treasure ship was slowly approaching. 9 masts soared high. Its sails like clouds, its hull as thick and heavy as a stretch of city wall, crimson and deep black interwoven against the. An ancient dignity gleamed beneath the sunlight. The entire dock erupted. "What a massive ship! Someone alert the harbor authorities. The regular berths won't hold her. Clear out docks 3 and 4. Adrian Cole, the harbor master, hurried over. He was in his 40s, with a neatly trimmed beard. The moment he laid eyes on the treasure ship, he froze for a long moment. An Eastern giant. Silver Sail Harbor hasn't seen a vessel of this class in years. He gave the order at once. "All small craft, make way. Send out the pilot boat. Guide her to the deepest berth." Countless people crowded in. Merchants, sailors, craftsmen, dockhands. Every one of them craning their necks up at the Colossus. The treasure ship's shadow fell over half the docks. Only when the gangway lowered and I stepped down did the clamor finally begin to quiet. Adrian Cole came forward to greet me. "Honored Captain, welcome to Silver Sail Harbor. I'm the harbor master, Adrian Cole." "Linyu." He studied my young face, a flicker of shock in his eyes. "Captain Linyu, how old are you exactly?" 18. He was stunned. Beside him, several officials couldn't help exchanging glances. An 18-year-old captain, commanding an Eastern giant like this. Just how powerful were the people backing him? His manner grew a shade more respectful. "Captain, if you run into any trouble in Silver Sail Harbor, come find me at the harbor office." I smiled. "Much appreciated." I understood it perfectly. Out here on the open sea, your ship is your credibility. If I'd pulled in on some beat-up wooden dinghy, he'd have sent a lowly clerk at most to sign me in. But with the treasure ship docked here, even the harbor master came out to greet me in person. This was the treatment that real power bought. Once the registration was done, I headed for the exchange with Ian Hall and Bruno. The exchange sat at the center of the port, a low building, but packed with people. The Black Shark pirates had been raiding hard lately, and many merchant ships were too afraid to come, leaving the harbor short on goods. Rum, ironware, tobacco, prices had all shot up. Behind the counter, the owner, Martin Grant, was fretting. More sailors kept pouring in, but his rum stock was nearly dry, and the ironware he needed for harbor repairs still hadn't arrived. I walked in and slapped my goods manifest down on the counter. Selling. He picked it up casually, then his eyes shot wide. 20 barrels of rum? 12 crates of beef and mutton? 4 crates of tobacco? Plus ironware and cloth. His breathing quickened. These were exactly the goods Silver Sail Harbor was most desperate for right now. Captain Lin Yu, this much cargo must have filled your hold to the brim, I'd wager. I shook my head. Not at all. Just a small batch. He blinked. A small batch? This was already plenty for an ordinary merchant ship, 20 barrels of rum alone. That most rookie ships simply can't hold that much. He quickly recalled the news that had just reached the port. A massive eastern ship had arrived. This young man before him was the owner of that ship? His demeanor instantly warmed. Captain, pirates have been running rampant lately, and things have been rough here at Silver Sail Port. A lot of merchant ships won't dare take this route anymore. Thank goodness for bold traders like you, bringing in the goods we desperately need. I heard him out, but I didn't let the flattery go to my head. In business, what it all comes down to in the end is price. The bargaining began. He tried to lowball me, so I laid it all out. The latest market conditions at Silver Sail Port. Rum was in short supply, ironware prices were climbing, and tobacco was worth its weight in gold among the sailors. With every item I quoted, his smile stiffened a little more. After half an hour of back and forth, the deal was struck. Rum, 20 barrels, 760 C coins. Beef and mutton, 12 crates, 310 C coins. Milk, 6 barrels, 126 C coins. Tobacco, 4 crates, 280 C coins. Cheese, 2 crates, 74 C coins. Ironware and cloth, 290 C coins. Base total revenue, 1,840 C coins. Zheng He treasure ship trade bonus triggered. Bonus revenue, 552 C coins. Final revenue, 2,392 C coins. Deducting purchase costs, 300 C coins. Net profit this trip, 2,092 C coins. The moment the notification appeared, my heartbeat quickened just a little. 2,092 C coins. My first trade run, and I'd cleared a net profit of over 2,000. But the real kicker was this. These goods took up less than 5% of the treasure ship's cargo space. What if it were fully loaded? What if I hauled high-value goods like antique furniture or jeweled ornaments? What if the routes were longer, the ports even more desperate for supplies? I could almost see it, every future ocean voyage turning into a staggering fortune. Martin had his men bring over sacks of sea coins, stacking them heavily on the table until they clinked against each other. Ian Hall stood behind me, unable to tear his eyes away. Bruno swallowed hard. Captain, this run, that's an insane amount of money. I gathered up the sea coins, my tone calm. This is just the first run. Inside the exchange, several ordinary merchants watched me, their eyes full of envy. A small-time trader named Oliver Reed murmured, I run from Blackstone Port to Silver Sail Port, work myself half to death for 2 weeks, and only make 100-some sea coins. Beside him, Norman White gave a bitter smile. Last month I hit a storm and ended up 200 in the hole. Felix Green, a young merchant, stared at my back, his expression complicated. And the thing is, that's just a small batch of his goods. A cargo hold that big has to be more than half empty still. The moment those words were out, the whole group fell silent. Silent. Even if they packed their ships to the brim, they couldn't earn a fraction of what I just made on this single run. A gap like this doesn't even leave room for envy. I also knew exactly what everyone from my batch was doing right now. Zhang Zhang was still hauling cargo at the Blackstone Port docks, making 2 or 3 sea coins a day. Sun Bowen was running short routes with 3 crates of cheese. On a good day, he'd clear maybe a dozen sea coins. Feng Jianing was stuck in London, boxed in by the prices, unable to even afford her first shipment. Chen Lihong was working odd jobs in Genoa, probably still scraping together enough to hire a crew. Wang Quan's caravel filled up after just 5 pieces of furniture, and even with a great sale, his net profit would barely crack a few hundred. Me? My very first run brought in 2,092 C coins, and that's before the special commission bonus. A start like this had already blown the competition wide open. The moment I'd stowed away the C coins, the system chimed again. Congratulations, host, on completing your first deep-sea trade run. Sailing experience gained, 300 points. Trade experience gained, 500 points. Zhenghe treasure ship reputation increased. Trade relations with Silverfleet port improved. Current, friendly. Bonus reputation awarded for delivering urgently needed goods to a scarce port. Current reputation, minor renowned. Zhenghe treasure ship has gained growth experience. Level up. My eyes lit up. Leveled up. A brand new panel appeared before me. Ship, Zhenghe treasure ship. Level 2. Hull condition, pristine. Core abilities, deep sea endurance, storm resistance, reinforced defense, trade profit boost. New ability, treasure ship's aura of dominance. Treasure ship's aura of dominance. While the treasure ship sails the seas, it exerts psychological pressure on low-level pirate ships, small enemy vessels, and ordinary merchant ships. Effect 1. Reduces the chance of low-level pirates launching an attack. Effect 2. Small enemy vessels suffer a morale drop when they draw near. Effect 3. Increases how highly port factions regard the host. Note: a true treasure ship doesn't need to fire a single shot to make many bow their heads. The moment I saw this new ability, my whole face lit up. The aura of dominance. It couldn't have come at a better time. Right now, the treasure ship's biggest weakness was that it carried no weapons. If I ran into a real threat, I had no way to go on the offensive, at least not yet. But now, I had sea coins in hand. It was time to give her some real fangs. Time to turn her into the ultimate treasure ship, master of the open seas. Outside the Silverfleet port exchange, I tucked away the last bag of sea coins. 2,392 of them. It sounded like a lot, but for the Zhenghe treasure ship, it was nowhere near enough. A basic beginner's boat could level up for just a few hundred sea coins. But the Zhenghe treasure ship was massive. A bigger hull, a bigger cargo hold, and the capacity to mount far larger caliber weapons. To truly arming this great Eastern treasure ship came at a staggering cost. I walked along the street, my gaze settling on a stone building in the distance. A flag hung over its doorway. A hammer and cannon crossed over each other. The Silver Sail Harbor Armory. This trip to Silver Sail Harbor was about more than trade and reclaiming Evan Black's gemstone. There was one more big thing on my agenda: arming Zhenghe's treasure ship with cannons. Last time we crossed the Gray Mist route, we hadn't run into the Black Shark pirates, but the feeling of having nothing but the hull to absorb a hit? I never wanted to taste that again. The treasure ship was big enough, tough enough, but without cannons, it had no teeth. From here on out, the cargo would only get more valuable and the routes more dangerous. I couldn't count on pirates scaring themselves off every single time. Still, I didn't head straight into the armory. You don't just buy cannons blindly. I had to measure exactly what caliber the ship could handle first. Zhenghe's treasure ship was docked at the deepest berth in Silver Sail Harbor. The ship was so massive that a crowd of curious sailors and merchants had gathered around it the entire time. The moment I boarded, I called for Ian Hall, Bruno Kane, Rex Turner, and Hank Wood. Check the broadside gun ports. I want to know the largest main guns and secondary guns the treasure ship can carry. Bruno's eyes lit up. Captain, you're finally arming her? That's right. About damn time. Bruno rubbed his hands together, buzzing with excitement. A ship this big, fitted with cannons. The Black Shark boys will piss themselves the second they lay eyes on us. Rex grinned. Anybody comes close, we blow him out of the water. Ian, the steadiest of the bunch, said nothing and simply grabbed the measuring tools. The four of them worked their way down the sides. One reserved gun position after another was opened up, and inside the thick hull, incredibly wide gun rooms, mounting space, and ammunition bays had already been built in. It was as if this ship had been prepared for war from the very day it was built. More than an hour later, Ian came back to me, took a deep breath, and couldn't keep the shock out of his voice. Captain, I've got the numbers. The main gun positions can take 900mm class guns, 8 of them total. The secondary positions can take 740mm class, 24 in all. The stern can support two 15-meter defensive castles, and the bow can carry a ram up to 18 meters long. Even as he finished, he could hardly believe it himself. 900mm main guns, 740mm secondaries. On any ordinary ship, those numbers would be pure fantasy. Bruno's scalp prickled. 900mm? Silver Sail Harbor probably doesn't even carry those. Rex clicked his tongue. Biggest I ever saw in Northwind Harbor was barely over 300. Hank ran his hand along the hull and murmured, "This ship of ours, what kind of monster is it?" I stared at the figures, my heart skipping half a beat. 8 900mm guns, 24 740mm guns. Fully loaded, Zheng He's treasure ship would be. Not a merchant ship, a fortress on the sea. But I calmed down quickly. I had only 2,392 sea coins in my pocket. Forget 900mm. I couldn't even afford a handful of ordinary cannons. I put away my measurements. Come on, let's go to the weapons shop. The weapons shop was quiet but packed with gear. Muskets, cutlasses, and crossbows hung on the walls. Cannonballs and powder kegs were piled on the floor, and a row of ship cannon samples lined the backyard. The owner, Howard Blythe, was short and stout, with a gray beard and a pipe clamped between his teeth. When I walked in, he barely lifted an eyelid. I was too young. With an 18-year-old's face, no one would ever peg me for big business at first glance. "Young captain, what are you buying?" he said absently. "A musket? A cutlass? Or a light cannon for a small boat?" "Ship cannons." "Oh, ship cannons." He yawned. 90mm or 135. If you want something bigger, I've got 160s too. 135 is plenty for a beginner. Any bigger, and your ship won't be able to take it. 160mm. On Zheng He's treasure ship, that wouldn't even amount to a fraction of a secondary gun mount. Seeing me stay silent, he assumed I'd been scared off. "The 90mm is cheap. You're just starting out, kid. Don't get greedy. Powder and cannonballs all cost money down the line." I spoke calmly. "I want a 900mm main gun." The pipe nearly fell out of his mouth. "What did you say? A 900mm main gun? If you don't have one, then give me your largest. And I'll also need 740mm secondary guns." The shop went dead silent. The sailor picking out a musket froze. The apprentice hauling cannonballs stopped in his tracks. Howard stared at me for a long moment. "Young captain, you're not joking with me, are you?" "I never joke." He shot to his feet, barely able to keep a grip on his pipe. "A 900mm main gun, 740mm secondary guns? What ship is big enough to mount those? Just how big is this ship of yours supposed to be?" I didn't explain. "Come outside with me." He frowned, but followed me out anyway. The shop's entrance faced straight toward the harbor. Even from several kilometers away, the masts of Zheng He's treasure ship were still crystal clear, 9 masts piercing the sky. The massive hull moored at the deepest berth, nearly dwarfing every other ship beside it. I raised my hand and pointed. That's my ship." Howard followed my gaze. The next instant, he went completely rigid, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The sailor at the door sucked in a sharp breath. "That giant eastern ship, that belongs to this young captain?" The apprentice's eyes went wide. No wonder he wanted 900mm. Howard finally realized he'd just made a complete fool of himself. 135? 160? Those so-called big guns were nothing but toys next to that colossal ship. He immediately dropped his lazy air and forced an eager smile onto his face. "Captain Lin, my apologies. I had no idea you had such a powerful ship. 900mm main guns. You got any of those?" His face went stiff. I really don't. Not just here at Silver Sail Port. You'd be hard-pressed to find them at any of the nearby ports either. The biggest I've got is a 450mm heavy naval cannon. That's top tier for a mid-sized port, but it's only half the size of what you're after." I wasn't surprised. Silver Sail Port was just a mid-sized harbor. Expecting to buy fully spec'd weapons here was never realistic. "I'm not looking to get everything in one shot. Let's start with the 450s. He led me straight into the back courtyard. At the very back sat several black heavy cannons. The barrels were thick and heavy, the muzzles deep and dark, their surfaces etched with stabilizing runes crafted by Silver Sail smiths. 450mm heavy naval cannon," he said, giving one a pat. "Each one's incredibly heavy. Takes a big ship to bear the weight." Effective range of 800 meters, and at close range, it'll punch clean through a merchant vessel's hull. Load it with explosive rounds, and it's devastating against pirate ships. I stepped closer, and the system prompt appeared. 450mm heavy naval cannon. Quality, green. Type, ship-mounted main gun. Damage, medium-high range. Medium durability, good. Note, suited for medium to large vessels. Highly intimidating against small pirate ships. Green quality, not bad. Nowhere near a treasure ship's ceiling, but more than enough as a stopgap weapon. Price, 400 C coins each. With the mounts, basic shells, and gunpowder, 4 of them comes to 1,600 total. I shot him a look. It made him nervous. Captain, that's already the real price. 1,500 plus help with installation. His face twitched. For heavy cannons, mounts, shells, gunpowder, and manpower included, knocked down to 1,500. That was brutal. But thinking of that massive ship, he couldn't bring himself to let me walk. A captain like this was bound to be a big customer down the line. He gritted his teeth. Deal. 1,500 C coins gone in the blink of an eye. My freshly fattened coin purse instantly deflated by more than half. Damn expensive. 2,000 C coins was enough for 20 ordinary households to live on for a year. And here I was buying 4 stopgap cannons for the treasure ship without so much as batting an eye. Money's a funny thing. You save it 1 coin at a time, but you spend it by the stack. Anything else you need, Captain? Howard's smile grew even warmer. You got any stern castles? He led me to the other side, where several component sets were laid out. Wooden watchtowers, reinforced defensive towers, musketeer platforms. But one look around and my interest cooled. The best quality was only green, and the sizes ran small. Zheng He's treasure ship could handle 15-meter class fittings, so bolting on these 8 and 10-meter pieces would offer limited improvement while eating up modification slots. It'd be even more of a hassle to tear it apart. The specs are too low. I shook my head. Howard opened his mouth, but couldn't argue. That ship was sitting right there, and an ordinary stern castle really wasn't up to par. I turned to leave, but my gaze suddenly locked onto the doorway. Standing there was a massive metal ram, a full 15 meters long, deep teal in color, its surface carved with old-fashioned patterns, the tip as sharp as the fang of some great beast. It was so huge it took up nearly half the doorway, and passers-by instinctively steered clear of it. My eyes lit up. Is that ram for sale? Howard was taken aback, then broke into a strange smile. Captain, you've taken a fancy to it. Tell me about it. He walked over and patted the cold metal. This was stripped off an Ottoman galleon many years ago, a fine piece, originally. But it's too big, too heavy. Plenty of captains have eyed it over the years, but not a single ship could mount it. Someone tried forcing it on once. The bow sank straight down, and they barely made it out of port. After that, it's just been sitting here. It's practically become my storefront sign by now. I reached out and touched it. A prompt instantly appeared. Wavebreaker bronze ram. Quality, blue. Type, bow ram length, 15 meters. Wave breaking, reduces wave resistance when sailing head-on, improving surfing stability. Heavy edge, when ramming an enemy ship, ramming damage increased by 20%. Solid prow, increases bow defense, reduces hull damage when struck head-on. Note, once belonged to an Ottoman ocean-going galleon. Suited for installation on extra-large vessels. Blue quality. My expression shifted. This ram was useless dead weight for an ordinary ship, but for Zheng He's treasure ship, it was tailor-made. The hull was enormous, the tonnage terrifying. Mount this thing, and I could just plow straight through any small pirate ship I came across. Especially with that 20% heavy edge bonus. Just picturing it was enough to send a thrill through me. How much? His eyes darted around. I paid a pretty penny for it back in the day, and the quality really is top-notch. If you want it, 1,000 C coins. I turned to walk away. Hey, Captain, the price is negotiable. I stopped. 500. Too low. This thing's been sitting in your doorway for years and hasn't earned you a single C coin. Keep it there, and it's just taking up space. I take it off your hands, you free up your doorway, and you owe me a favor on top of it. Win-win. Howard's mouth twitched. The words hit a little too close to home. Plenty of people wanted to buy it, but too few ships could actually use it. Only something on the level of Zheng He's treasure ship was worthy of it. He hesitated for a long while, then gritted his teeth hard. Fine, 500 it is. But this thing's insanely heavy. Hauling and installing it will take your sailors lending a hand too. Deal. 500 sea coins for a blue quality ram. A steal. Put it in front of a genuine giant ship owner who actually needed it, and the price would never dip below 2 or 3,000. But Silver Sail Harbor didn't have that many massive ships, and Howard had been sitting on it for years. He had no choice but to dump it cheap. I just happened to snag the bargain. Next up, arming the treasure ship. Howard summoned the head craftsman, Eric Morrison. The moment Eric laid eyes on Zheng He's treasure ship, he froze in place for a long while. A ship this big? No wonder it can carry that ram. Bruno directed his men in hauling the cargo. The 4 heavy cannons were hoisted aboard one by one, each terrifyingly heavy. On an ordinary small vessel, just the lifting alone would have tipped it sideways. But the treasure ship sat perfectly still, didn't so much as sway. The more Eric loaded, the more astonished he became. Captain, the structural strength of this hull is absurd. Cannons like these, even a big merchant ship would need to be reinforced. Yet this treasure ship just takes them, no problem. Bruno's face beamed with pride. This is Zheng He's treasure ship, after all. The 4 heavy cannons were mounted in the forward gun positions, split between port and starboard. Still far from a full loadout, but at last, the treasure ship had real firepower. Then came the ram. 15 meters long, it was drawn up bit by the hoisting cables. Sunlight fell across the bronze, throwing off a cold gleam. When it locked into place at the bow, clank, a dull, heavy clicking sound rang out. The golden patterns along the hull seemed to flicker faintly. Wavebreaker bronze ram installed successfully. 450 mm heavy naval cannons installed successfully. Zheng He's treasure ship has acquired basic ranged attack capability. Current armament level, basic. I stood on the dock, lifting my gaze toward this magnificently transformed vessel. A 15-meter bronze ram now jutted from the bow, like the fang of some great beast. The gun ports on both sides yawned open, dark cannon muzzles poking out from the hull. The vermilion and deep black body, paired with the bronze and heavy artillery, radiated a wave of sheer intimidation. If Zheng He's treasure ship had looked like a floating vault before, then now it had the makings of a fortress at sea. Ian said excitedly. Captain, even if the black shark shows up, we won't just have to sit here and take a beating. Bruno grinned. 4 heavy cannons plus a ram. If it dares come close, I'll be the first to request permission to open fire. Rex's eyes lit up. Back when I ran ships, pirates were what I feared most. Now, I'm almost curious to see what it looks like when they come at us. Hank slapped the hull. Once they get close, they'll probably regret ever being born on these seas. I was pleased. It wasn't just the ship that had been armed, it was the crew's hearts, too. After weathering that storm, the men had already come to accept this ship. Now, with the cannons and ram installed, morale climbed another notch. Crew morale increased. Temporary sailors' willingness to renew contracts increased. Ian Hull loyalty increased. Bruno Kane loyalty increased. I opened the funds panel. Current sea coins, 0. I stared at that 0, my lip twitching. For heavy, 1,500 for the cannons, 500 for the ram, and 392 for the shells, gunpowder, mounting brackets, and labor. 2,392 sea coins total. Not even enough loose change left to grab a rum at the tavern. Easy to spend, hard to earn. Beside me, Bruno had a strange look on his face. He probably wanted to say, Captain, you made over 2,000 in 3 days, and you're still talking like that. Plenty of small boats in Silver Sail Harbor couldn't scrape together that much running cargo for a whole year. But I wasn't like them. I earned fast, and I spent just as hard. That kind of decisiveness, that's what makes a true captain of the open seas. By the time the ship was fully armed, evening was closing in. I didn't rest. I headed straight for the Silver Sail Harbor Depository, where the gemstone jewelry commissioned by Evan Black was being held. The depository was heavily guarded, 2 armed sentries at the door, and behind the counter sat a white-haired old man, Samuel Hart. I produced my voucher. I'm here to collect the goods held under the Black Exchange. Samuel checked the seal carefully, then looked up at me. Captain Linyu? So you're the owner of that great Eastern vessel. a good deal younger than I imagined. One moment, please. Before long, several guards hauled out 3 exquisite iron chests, each stamped with the mark of the Black Exchange and wrapped in a faint gray glow of chains. Commission chains. Commission goods. Gemstone jewelry. Owner. Black Exchange status. Quest locked. Current value. Approximate. 12,000 C coins. Notice. While locked, the goods cannot be sold, transferred, or opened without authorization. 12,000 C coins. Higher than I'd expected. No wonder Black was so anxious. If this shipment were lost, his exchange would take a serious hit. If I could sell it freely, I could add another dozen heavy cannons on the spot. But the chains were on it. Until the mission was complete, I couldn't touch a single coin of it. Wealth in hand isn't always wealth you can spend. Keeping your word is sometimes worth more than making money. Samuel gave me a word of caution. This shipment is extremely valuable. The seas haven't been safe lately. Be careful on your return voyage. I know. He glanced toward the harbor. Still, with a ship like yours, you're safer than anyone. These past few days, plenty of captains haven't dared leave port. They'd rather pay extra storage fees than risk the Black Shark's shipping lanes. Now I understood the gap between us even better. Other men's cargo sat piled up in warehouses, bleeding money the longer it stayed. But me? I'd finished my trade, upgraded my treasure ship, mounted my heavy cannons, fitted the ram, and I could still set sail carrying 12,000 C coins worth of commissioned goods. The dead-end route everyone else feared was, for me, a living road to building reputation and fortune. That was the confidence of an armed Zheng He treasure ship. I had Bruno and Hank carry the 3 iron chests into the deepest reinforced cargo hold. The commission chains automatically linked with the hold seal. Commissioned goods loaded. User. Current mission. Safely deliver the jeweled ornaments back to the Blake Exchange at Blackstone Harbor. Mission reward. Unknown. Warning. Increased probability of encountering the Black Shark pirates on the return voyage. Reading that last line, a spark of fighting spirit lit up in my eyes instead. Perfect timing. Before, without cannons, I'd had to steer clear of them. But now 4 450mm heavy cannons were in place. A wave-splitting bronze ram was mounted on the bow, and the treasure ship's intimidating presence was already in full effect. If the Black Sharks really dared to come, they'd make perfect targets to test the guns on. I walked up to the bow. Night was falling. The lights of Silver Sail Harbor were slowly coming to life, while the sea in the distance was a pitch-black expanse. Bruno asked in a low voice, "Captain, when do we set sail for home?" I glanced at the status panel. Hull intact, armaments basic, cargo loaded, morale high, supplies plentiful. I closed the panel. We depart at dawn. Destination, Blackstone Harbor. Understood. Bruno straightened up. Ian stood beneath the sails, his eyes bright. Rex had already begun inspecting the newly installed heavy cannons, while Hank led a crew to reinforce the cargo hold's locks. The entire Zheng He treasure ship was gearing up for the return voyage. I looked down at this brand-new Eastern treasure ship beneath my feet, filled with deep satisfaction. Brothers, raise the sails, we're heading home. Morning. The sea fog off Silver Sail Harbor hadn't yet lifted. The 9 masts of the Zheng He treasure ship unfurled their sails one after another. The sea breeze filled the canvas, letting out a deep, powerful roar. The massive hull slowly pulled away from the dock, setting course for Blackstone Harbor. On the dock, merchants watched from afar. Silver Sail Harbor hasn't seen a ship of that class in years. One boss sighed, shaking his head while holding a cup of hot tea. A smaller merchant beside him chimed in. What's even crazier is that the ship's owner is only 18. I've spent 7 years sailing, and everything I've saved doesn't even come close to what he makes in a single trip. That's the gap between people, another said with a bitter smile. In my whole life, I'll probably never even get to touch the side of that ship. I didn't look back. I'd heard other people's envy far too many times. Aboard the treasure ship, I stood at the bow gripping a telescope. Ian Hall walked over with a nautical chart. Captain Linyu, at our current speed, we'll be back at the Gray Mist route in a day at most. That area is Black Shark pirate territory. Get ready for battle, I said. Cannon rotations, ammunition order. Run through all of it one more time. Understood. Bruno Kane already had 30 sailors drilling defensive maneuvers on the deck. Rex Donner crouched beside a gun emplacement, repeatedly wiping down the barrel of that 450mm heavy naval cannon. Hankwood guarded the ammunition hold's hatch, checking the gunpowder seals. Those 100 temporary sailors didn't yet know. On this return voyage, they were about to witness firsthand a sea battle that shook the entire shipping route. One day later, the treasure ship sailed back into the gray mist route. The sea wind turned cold, and the fog grew thick. In the distance, a few dark shapes drifted faintly across the water. I raised my telescope. Target identified. Black Shark Pirate Cruise Galley. Count. 13. Flagship, the Black Shark. Captain, Buck Landon. Status, Zheng He's treasure ship locked on. The corner of my mouth twitched. Here they come. Word had spread all through the port. A young captain had picked up a shipment of extremely valuable jeweled ornaments from Silver Sail Harbor. No pirate could resist a fat sheep like that. Deep in the fog, 13 black galleys fanned out. The one in front, the Black Shark, had the largest hull, with a black shark's head carving mounted on its bow. On the deck stood a towering man gripping a blood-stained scimitar, a scar running from his left eye down to his chin. Buck Landon raised a brass megaphone and roared with laughter at me. Ha ha ha, didn't think you'd actually dare to cross through here. Young captain, you've got the jewels on you, don't you? Hand them over nice and easy, and I'll spare your life. His voice drifted over on the sea wind. On my deck, the faces of many hired sailors changed in an instant. 13 ships. Every man on them looked like a demon, dried crimson blood still clinging to their scimitars. Some had skulls hanging from their belts, visible even from a distance. The pirate profiles in the textbooks and these living, breathing men in front of me were two completely different things. Ian Hall's expression was grim. Captain, what do we do? I'd already run the numbers in my head. The treasure ship was armed now for heavy naval cannons, a blue-quality wavebreaker bronze ram, and the treasure ship's intimidation effect was active. Against galleys, this was overwhelming firepower. More importantly, I had to establish my reputation right here. Avoid the fight today, and every future ocean voyage would draw pirates like flies. Only by wiping out the Black Shark crew completely could this route ever truly be safe. I put away my telescope and said just one word. Fight. Ian Hall flinched, then spun around and shouted, Captain's orders. All hands, prepare for battle. As his words fell, the deck sank into an eerie silence. The hired sailors exchanged glances, their faces growing paler and paler. We're really going to fight? 13 ships. One young sailor's voice trembled. We've only got one ship, another said, his fingers shaking. These pirates have killed people. The rest of us have only ever hauled sacks on the docks. Someone quietly loosened a mooring line, eyes drifting toward the stern. Another simply crouched down, making a gesture of surrender. I swept my gaze over them and sneered inwardly. People who'd boarded for the money. Unreliable, just as I'd expected. But I wasn't panicking. Put any ordinary student captain in this situation, and it would have fallen apart long ago. I reached out my hand. Han. Rick would immediately handed me a sailor's knife. I drew it. A flash of cold light, the blade slicing through the air. I walked to the center of the deck, my eyes sweeping across every face. My voice was low but cold. This ship is carrying jewelry and gemstones worth 12,000 sea coins. You think those pirates will let you live once they've taken it? They kill without blinking. To them, survivors are nothing but a nuisance. A few of the sailors who'd been thinking about surrender went pale. And for anyone thinking about jumping overboard, I paused. I'll throw you to the fish myself. If anyone's going over the side, it'll be by my hand. The deck fell dead silent. No one had expected this young-looking captain to be so ruthless. Bruno Kane had already drawn his blade. Rex Donner gripped the short axe at his waist. Hank Wood and Ian Hall wore fierce expressions. One word from me, and these men would strike in an instant. The temporary crew glanced at one another, each reading the fear in the other's eyes. Compared to the pirates' blades, my threat was clearly the more immediate one. Bruno Kane, his face buried in a thick beard, let out a roar. Don't just stand there gawking. Get your asses to the guns. The captain's got cannons ready for you. Blow those bastards out of the water. The gun positions are set, I continued. Load, fire, eject the casing, do it in order. The moment a cannon roars, a pirate dies. The sailors finally moved. The fear hadn't faded, but the will to survive had been fully ignited. Better to gamble on the treasure ship's cannons than to wait for the pirates to board and slaughter them. The deck sprang back to life. Bruno took command of the starboard side. Rex held the port, Hank guarded the magazine, and Ian handled the sails and heading. I walked over to the first heavy cannon myself. Out on the sea across from us, Buck Landon saw that I still hadn't responded, and a murderous rage flared in his eyes. They dare to resist? Kill them all. His first mate, Roy Benson, swung his blade and howled, "Surround them." Ships 3, 5, and 7 hug the left. 2 and 4 flank the right. Everyone else, follow up. Don't let that eastern piece of junk get away. 3 galleys accelerated first. The pirates rowed like madmen, their wooden oars slapping the water in a thunderous, steady rhythm. They'd used this tactic for years. Close in, lock onto the merchant ship with grappling hooks, then overwhelm the crew by sheer numbers and butcher them on board. But they'd forgotten one thing. Zheng He's treasure ship was no ordinary merchant vessel. This was a super treasure ship, 20 meters tall. I adjusted the cannon's muzzle. A targeting line appeared. Target, Black Shark pirate galley. Distance, 480 meters. Wind correction, 2 degrees left. Hit probability, 78%. The muzzle locked onto the lead ship. Fire. Boom. The heavy cannon let out a deafening roar, and the entire gun room shuddered violently. A massive cannonball, wrapped in flame, tore through the sea mist and slammed straight toward that. The galley sailor. Boom. The bow exploded on the spot. Planks, mast, severed limbs, and seawater all shot into the air at once. The ship snapped in half at the middle, the 2 sections slowly toppling as pirates plunged screaming into the sea. One shot. 1 pirate ship. Scrapped. On the deck, every sailor's eyes went wide. The few who'd been ready to surrender just moments ago now stood frozen. Some forgot to breathe. Bruno was the first to snap out of it, screaming until his voice cracked. The captain hit it. Flipped it with 1 shot. Rex's face flushed crimson. "What are you all standing around for? Load up. Blast these dogs into the sea, every last one of them." In an instant, fear gave way to wild euphoria. So it turned out pirate ships were this fragile in the face of heavy cannons. The second cannon finished loading, and Bruno personally yanked the fuse cord. Boom. The cannonball punched clean through the second ship's flank. Seawater surged in like mad, and the hull tilted and sank at a speed visible to the naked eye. The third cannon roared, with Rex aiming at himself. Boom. The mast snapped clean in the middle and came crashing down, crushing several pirates on the deck to death. The fourth cannon fired. Boom. Another ship took a hit and caught fire, its black sails swallowed by flames in an instant. The gun ports on both sides spat fire in relentless succession. Across the sea, pirate ships were shattered, blown apart, and capsized one after another. The Black Shark crew began to fight back. Bang, bang, bang. A few light cannons opened fire on the treasure ship. The small caliber shells slammed into the heavy hull, leaving only a few faint white scratches. Musket rounds couldn't even pierce the paint. The crossbow bolts that came flying felt more like a light scratch. The treasure ship's reinforced defenses were fully revealed in this moment. One pirate captain screamed himself hoarse. "Why can't we punch through? Is this ship's hull made of iron?" On another ship, the pirates tried to hook grappling lines onto the treasure ship's side, but the ship was too tall. Most of the hooks couldn't even reach the deck. The occasional few that caught hold were immediately cut loose by Bruno and his men. Bruno stood at the ship's rail, swinging his blade and laughing. "You lot think you can climb aboard? Get back down there." The sailors aboard the treasure ship had completely regained their confidence. One temporary crewman who'd been trembling just moments before now loaded gunpowder with bloodshot eyes, shouting, "Load another round. Blast them all into the sea." The encirclement of 13 ships had been torn wide open by sheer force. 1 ship, 3 ships, 7 ships. In less than an hour, only the last 2 were still struggling, one of them being Buck Landon's Black Shark. Buck Landon stood on the deck, his face ghostly pale, nothing left in his eyes but fear. Is this a merchant ship or a warship? This bizarre Eastern vessel. How could it possibly be this powerful? Roy Benson was in a complete panic. "Captain, we can't keep fighting. If we do, we're all dead. Retreat. Retreat now. Buck Landon gritted his teeth and looked toward that nearly unscathed behemoth. The cannon muzzles on both sides were still smoking. Trailing white smoke, the bronze ram at the bow gleaming with a cold, eerie light. He finally broke. Full retreat. Everyone, row for your lives. The black shark whipped around instantly. The last ship hadn't even finished turning before Bruno sank it with a single heavy cannon blast. Now only the black shark was left, fleeing alone across the sea. The pirates rowed like madmen, rows of oars slapping the water in a frenzy, kicking up white spray. Against an ordinary merchant vessel, the ship really was nimble. But watching it, I only gave a faint smile. Run? You think you can outrun a Zheng He treasure ship that's practically sailing empty? I raised my hand. Full sail. After them. Ian barked out orders at once. Adjust the sail angles. Catch the full southwest wind. Rex shouted. Ease off on the starboard side. Hold our pursuit angle. All 9 masts unfurled their sails, the sea wind filling them, and the massive hull began to accelerate. Current speed, 23 knots. Wave-breaking bronze ram effect triggered. Wave-breaking stability increased. Treasure ship intimidation active. Enemy morale falling. 200 meters. 150. 150. Buck Landon glanced back, and his whole body collapsed onto the deck. The treasure ship's enormous bow loomed over them like a moving city wall. The 15-meter bronze ram was aimed dead center at the black shark's stern. Turn, damn it. Too late. I stood at the bow and spoke in a cold voice. Ram it. Boom. Crack. The ram tore through the black shark's stern like the fang of some ancient beast. The hull shuddered violently, planks shattering apart like paper as seawater came flooding in. The black shark was shoved forward for a stretch, then the entire hull split clean apart at the midsection. Buck Landon slammed hard onto the deck, and Roy Benson was knocked into the sea by a flying plank. The pirate flagship that had terrorized the gray mist route for years was cleaved in two by a single ram. Only wreckage and struggling pirates were left on the water. On deck, after a brief dead silence, an earth-shaking cheer erupted. We won. 13 ships, all sunk. Long live Captain Linyu. Long live the Zheng He treasure ship. Ian's eyes had gone red. Bruno waved his blade, screaming himself hoarse. Hank muttered to himself, 1 ship against 13, and not a scratch on us. So this is the Zheng He treasure ship? The system notifications appeared one after another. Battle concluded. Enemy ships, 13 sunk, 13. Treasure ship damage, 0.3% cargo lost, 0. Crew deaths, 0 minor injuries, 5. Battle rating, total victory. Combat experience gained, massive. Treasure ship renown greatly increased. Core crew loyalty greatly increased. Achievement unlocked. Child's play. I looked at the panel, and my heart finally settled. 1 ship against 13, a total victory. Ship damage under 1%, cargo intact, 0 casualties. This was the true combat power of a Zheng He treasure ship, upgraded with heavy cannons and a blue ram. While the other students in my cohort were still dodging pirates and treading carefully, I'd already crushed the entire Black Shark pirate gang head-on. The most vicious force on the gray mist route, wiped out by a single ship, just like that. Bruno walked up beside me, his voice buzzing with excitement. Captain, these pirate ships looted a lot of merchant vessels. Want to go pick through the wreckage? There's still plenty of cargo that hasn't sunk. I looked into the distance. A few ships that hadn't fully gone under were still drifting on the surface, crates of goods scattered across their decks. Some of the boxes were even floating on the water. Of course, I nodded. Grab everything we can carry. Don't leave a single valuable thing behind. Got it. The dinghies were lowered right away. I took Bruno, Hank, and a dozen or so sailors, and we boarded the largest piece of wreckage, the front half of the Black Shark itself. The deck was littered with splintered wood, bloodstains, and scattered cutlasses. A few pirates who were still alive had been tied up. Buck Landon lay slumped beside a wooden crate, knocked out cold, soaked through, his face white as paper. Bruno walked over and gave him a hard kick. Weren't you all high and mighty back there? What was it? Hand over the jewels and gems like a good little boy? Can't say a word now, huh? Buck Landon let out a muffled groan, but didn't dare fight back. I ignored him and had Hank start counting the cargo. The crates were pried open one by one. Rum, tobacco, silverware, cloth, spices, even a few boxes of jewelry. Hank grinned as he tallied it up. Captain, there's a ton of goods here. Rough estimate, at least 3 to 4,000 sea coins. Bruno's eyes lit up. 3 or 4,000. These pirates were loaded. The corner of my mouth curved up. This return trip had only been meant to fulfill a contract. I never expected the Black Shark gang to come knocking on their own. This haul was more than enough to cover the 2,000 sea coins I'd spent on weapons at Silver Sail Port. With plenty to spare, I headed toward the captain's quarters. The wooden door had been knocked askew, hanging half open. I kicked it the rest of the way in. Inside was a total mess. The table overturned, charts scattered across the floor, liquor bottles shattered. A few cutlasses hung on the wall, along with a rating map of the gray mist route, marked with dense clusters of little dots in red ink. Every dot was a merchant ship that had been attacked. A rough count put it at over 100. Whatever these pirates had plundered over the years was surely far more than the cargo out here on the surface. Detected, you have obtained the pirate rating map. Can be used in conjunction with special items. I kept moving deeper inside, and soon my eyes fell on a black treasure chest in the corner, tightly sealed, iron banded at all 4 corners, with a shark shaped. The latch was engraved with the Black Shark crew's insignia. Black Shark Captain's hidden treasure chest. Quality, unknown status, locked. Note, a personal stash long guarded by the pirate leader. Requires the matching key to open. Something the pirate leader chose to seal away himself was definitely no ordinary cargo. It seemed the spoils of this battle were far from over. I walked out of the captain's quarters. Buck Landon was already awake, and when he saw me approaching, his body flinched instinctively. What do you want? The key to the chest, I said calmly. What chest? I don't know anything about that. I glanced at Bruno. He drew his sailor's knife and stepped forward with a cold sneer. Buck Landon, you'd better think this through. Your fleet's at the bottom of the sea, and the Black Shark crew is finished. The only value you've got left is handing over that key. Buck Landon's face twitched. He looked at the massive, untouched ship and shuddered again. Cannons couldn't pierce it. Grappling hooks couldn't scale it. There was no escaping it. Hell, even the Black Shark itself had been torn apart in a single collision. For the first time, he realized he'd crossed someone he never should have. It's in my boot. Bruno reached into his right boot and pulled out a black key. I took it, returned to the captain's quarters, and slid the key into the shark-shaped latch. Click. The chest opened, and a faint blue glow slowly rose from inside. My expression shifted. Blue, another blue quality item. 3 things lay quietly inside. A yellowed sea chart, a black emblem, and a leather-bound navigation log. Gray Mist Reef Treasure Map. Quality, blue type, special sea chart. Effect, marks a hidden reef cavern near the Gray Mist route, believed to hold years of plunder amassed by the Black Shark pirates. Note, treasure is often hidden in the most dangerous places. Black Shark Pirate Emblem. Quality, green type, reputation item. Effect, present to the port authorities to prove you crushed the Black Shark pirates. Expected rewards, reputation, bounty, improved port relations. Buck Landon's navigation log. Quality, green type, intelligence item. Effect, records the Black Shark crew's recent raids and several black market connections. Certain trading guilds may pay handsomely for it. I looked at the 3 items, my heartbeat quickening. 3,000 sea coins in loot. An emblem that could be traded for a bounty and reputation, and a log I could sell to a guild or the authorities. But the real prize was this blue treasure map. Years of plunder amassed. Those words carried an incredible amount of weight. The Black Shark crew had prowled this route for years, raiding countless merchant ships. If that cavern truly held everything they'd accumulated, its value would be anything but small. I tucked away the 3 items, a hint of a smile flickering in my eyes. Didn't expect a nice little bonus. Bruno walked to the doorway. Captain, we've started moving the cargo. What do we do with Buck Landon? I glanced at the bound Black Shark captain. Take him back to Blackstone Port. A living pirate leader should be worth more than a corpse. Bruno grinned. Got it. I headed back to the treasure ship as crate after crate of loot was carried aboard. The interface kept refreshing. Seized 8 barrels of rum, 5 crates of tobacco, 3 crates of silverware, 2 crates of spices, 1 chest of jewels, and various miscellaneous goods. Estimated total value, 3,200 to 3,600 C coins. Special loot, Gray Mist Reef treasure map, Black Shark pirate emblem, ship's log. Captive, Buck Landon. Bounty, unknown. The C coins I'd just spent were now showing every sign of coming back. Only one day into the return voyage, and a single sea battle had netted me over 3,000 C coins worth of cargo, plus a treasure map and a pirate leader. Other rookie students were still calculating how many C coins they could earn from a single barrel of milk. Meanwhile, I'd already wiped out an entire pirate crew and walked away with loot worth thousands. The gap was only going to keep widening. Ian stood beside me, his eyes full of admiration. "Captain, are we heading to the treasure map location next?" I glanced at the mission panel. Current main mission: safely deliver the jewelry back to the Black Exchange at Blackstone Port. 12,000 C coins worth of commission cargo was still aboard. That had to come first. The treasure map wasn't going anywhere. The commission was more urgent. Back to Blackstone Port first. I decided quickly. We deliver the jewelry, then deal with the treasure map. Understood. Bruno shouted across the deck. Everyone to your stations. We're heading back to Blackstone Port. The treasure ship raised its sails once more and cut through the waves toward Blackstone Port. I'd just wiped out the Black Shark pirate crew. There wouldn't be any large-scale pirate activity on the Gray Mist route for a while. As for the sea monster in the Whaling Trench, I was actually kind of looking forward to it. If I really ran into it, it might just trigger a new reward. I put away the communicator and stood up. Tomorrow we set sail for Lisbon. Tonight, it was time to unwind. The world of seafaring was never just about storms, pirates, and life-or-death battles. There was also gold, strong liquor, beautiful women, and pleasure. Grinding yourself to the bone for money, but never enjoying it. What was the point of earning it at all? I pushed open the door to the captain's quarters. Bruno Kane was standing guard outside. "Captain, most of the crew have gone to the tavern at the port. Ian and Rex are still inspecting the hull, and Hank is checking the ammunition. Have them rest once they're done," I said. "Before we set sail tomorrow, we need to recruit a fresh batch of sailors." His eyes flickered. "You mean those temporary hires who lost their nerve yesterday? On my ship, I have no use for people who fold when it matters most." Bruno grinned. "Understood. Now that our Zhenghe treasure ship has made a name for itself, the one thing Blackstone Harbor isn't short on is tough guys fighting to sign on." He wasn't wrong. Word of how a single ship wiped out 13 had spread far and wide. Before, I was the one recruiting sailors, picking and choosing. Now, the sailors were begging to get on my ship. As night fell, the busiest street in Blackstone Harbor lit up completely. Gold Liquor Street. Kerosene lamps and mana crystal lanterns hung along both sides. Waiters stood outside the taverns hustling for customers. Dice clattered non-stop in the casinos. And now and then a woman's laughter drifted down from the second floor of an inn. When sailors got their bonus pay, this was where they loved to spend it. And at the very end of Gold Liquor Street stood a luxurious 3-story tavern with a golden sign hanging above the door. The Golden Rose Tavern, the most expensive place in Blackstone Harbor. An ordinary sailor could blow half a month's wages on a single night's drinking here. But money was no object for me. With Bruno at my side, I pushed open the door, and a wave of heat, the aroma of liquor and music rushed over us. In the center of the hall, a group of dancing girls swayed to the sound of a lute. Their skirts spun, flashing pale calves and glittering anklets. Sailors pounded the tables and cheered, some raising their cups high, others tossing sea coins onto the stage. Waiters wove through the crowd carrying silver trays laden with roasted meat, lobster, cheese, and cups of amber liquor. I took the best seat on the second floor, one that overlooked the entire hall. A blonde waitress hurried over, glanced at my clothes and Bruno's imposing presence, and instantly broke into a warm smile. "Honored Captain, what can I get for you?" I casually tossed out 10 C coins. "The finest liquor, the finest dishes, and call over a few dancing girls to liven things up." Her eyes lit up. "Of course, sir." Before long, the table was covered with delicacies: pan-seared silver cod, charcoal-grilled beef ribs, cream-baked lobster, black pepper venison, along with 2 bottles of gold-label wine from Frank Harbor. The wine was poured into crystal glasses, shimmering with an amber glow. Several dancing girls came up to the second floor too, gathering around us with cheerful chatter. A red-headed dancer leaned in close, her voice soft. "Are you Captain Lin Yu, the one who wiped out the Black Shark pirates today?" I raised my glass. News travels that fast. The whole of Blackstone Harbor is talking about it. Her eyes were full of admiration. "They say you're a legendary captain from the East." A silver-haired dancer beside her laughed softly. "Some even say the main cannon on that Zheng-He treasure ship of yours is more terrifying than the harbor's shore batteries." Bruno took a big gulp of his drink and roared with laughter. "You got that right. Those Black Shark pirates, he won't last half an hour against our captain." The moment those words left his mouth, plenty of heads turned in the tavern. Soon enough, someone recognized me. "It's Captain Lin Yu, the captain of the Zheng-He treasure ship." The entire Golden Rose Tavern erupted in an instant. Someone raised a glass and shouted, "To Captain Lin Yu, to the Zheng-He treasure ship. Thanks to the captain for sending the Black Shark pirates to the bottom of the sea. We've got business again." Glasses shot up all across the room. I wasn't about to be a killjoy. I lifted my cup and returned the toast. The liquor slid down my throat, warm and crisp. The dancers' laughter, the musicians' tunes, the clink of sea coins, the aroma of roasted meat, all of it blended together. In that moment, I suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Before I entered this world, my teachers at school preached it day in and day out. There are storms at sea, pirates on the trade routes, sirens in the open ocean. One careless move as a newcomer, and you'd lose everything, dying without so much as a grave. Danger, danger everywhere. But once I actually charged in, I discovered something. Facing the very same wind and waves, some men wound up dead, while others turned them into spoils, reputation, and treasure maps. So it turned out this so-called danger always depended on the person. I leaned back in my chair, swirling my cup, watching the lively crowd fill the hall. Everyone says coming to the age of exploration means suffering. I gave a slight smile. I'd say not necessarily. Bruno immediately burst out laughing. Following the captain, of course there's no suffering. From now on, we'll only earn more sea coins, drink finer wine, and sail bigger ships. I raised my cup. A night passed, and nearly all of Blackstone Port was talking about one name. The Zheng-He treasure ship had made its name in a single battle. The Black Shark pirate crew wiped out, the gray mist route safe once more. The dock merchants wrote my name into their trade lists overnight, and sailors came to see the Zheng-He treasure ship as the birth of their dreams. Early the next morning, just as the sky was beginning to lighten, I returned to the ship. On the deck, Ian Hall was already waiting. The moment he saw me, he snapped a salute. "Captain, hull inspection complete. Damage repaired. Ammunition, fresh water, and provisions all fully restocked." Hankwood stepped forward. "The gunpowder's been resealed, and we've got plenty of cannonballs. If we run into an enemy the size of the Black Sharks again, we can fight at least 3 straight rounds." Rex Donner patted the cannon barrel behind him. "All 4 heavy cannons are in good shape. After yesterday's battle, the bores don't have a scratch on them." Bruno walked over holding a list. "Captain, there were 12 temporary sailors who clearly lost their nerve during yesterday's fight and wanted to surrender or flee. I've discharged every one of them." I glanced over the list. "Pay them their wages, but put them on the blacklist. From now on, none of these men set foot on my ship again." "Understood." Those 12 stood at the edge of the dock, every one of them wearing a grim expression. They regretted it. Yesterday, after a decisive victory, the reputation of Zheng-He's treasure ship skyrocketed. Plenty of people wanted a spot on board. Everyone knew that following me meant a guaranteed future. But these particular men had shown their cowardice the moment the pirates appeared, and now they'd been kicked off the ship, missing out on this golden opportunity completely. One sailor couldn't help but shout, "Captain, we were just scared yesterday. Give us one more chance." I didn't even turn my head. Bruno shot them a cold glance. There are no second chances at sea. If the captain hadn't kept his cool and held the line yesterday, you would have gotten the whole crew killed. The sea doesn't wait for those who hesitate. Take one step back, and the waves swallow you whole. Heads down, the men shuffled off in dejection. Soon, the new sailors began boarding one by one. This bunch was completely different from the last. Many were well-known veterans of Blackstone Port, and a few had served as escort gunners in the Royal Fleet. Dark-skinned, thick-armed, with fierce eyes. A burly man with a knife scar across his face saluted me first. Captain, the name's Grayson. I spent 5 years with the port guard. I'm not afraid of pirates. I'm only afraid of having no ship to sail on. Another old sailor grinned. I hear Zheng He's treasure ship wiped out 13 pirate ships single-handedly yesterday. It'd be an honor to serve on a ship like this. I looked them over, and a pale golden panel appeared before my eyes. New recruits, 32. Average combat will, high. Average sailing experience, above average. Gunnery proficiency, some excellent. Overall assessment, experienced veteran sailors, strong fighting spirit, excellent capabilities. I nodded, satisfied. Get aboard. The rules are simple. Follow orders, and you'll make money. Disobey, and you go overboard. Understood, they answered in unison. Bruno smiled. With these tough men on board, we'd be heading into the upcoming Lisbon voyage with a lot more confidence. By now, a large crowd had gathered at the dock. Merchants, workers, sailors, students, all of them staring at Zheng He's treasure ship at the deepwater berth. Just returned to port yesterday, and setting sail again today, with a destination no less than the legendary superport of Lisbon. The moment the news broke, all of Blackstone Port was in an uproar. Zhang was squeezed into the crowd too, clutching the ship loan contract he'd just finalized the night before, staring at Zheng He's treasure ship, burning with envy. This guy Lin Yu is really heading to Lisbon. Here I am, still fretting over one second-hand little boat, and he's already running deep-sea voyages halfway across the world. Beside him, Wang Quan looked pale, still reeking of fish. At the mere mention of Lisbon, he shrank his neck down. That route is way too dangerous. I got robbed that badly just going to Bruges, and he actually dares to sail the Atlantic coast? That's over 1,000 nautical miles of open water. Zhang shot him a sidelong look. Don't even compare yourself to Lin Yu. The only reason you got to keep your life is because you were poor enough. Wang Quan's mouth twitched, but he couldn't get out a single word. On the other side of the dock, Evan Black, the owner of the exchange, had come in person to see them off, a row of clerks standing behind him with grave expressions. Black gazed at the treasure ship and murmured, "Sea monsters have been stirring up trouble in these waters lately. If the captain can really get this cargo to Lisbon, he might just reopen direct trade between Blackstone Port and Lisbon. And when that happens, the whole of Blackstone Port stands to benefit." Harbor Governor Leonard Hodge was standing up high as well. Today, he wanted to do me a favor. Open the Deepwater Channel for Zheng He's treasure ship. Clear the way, fast, he ordered the dock officials. No small boat is to get in its path. The signal flag went up, and the smaller vessels on both sides pulled aside. Zheng He's treasure ship began to raise its sails. 1, 3. The massive sails on all 9 masts unfurled one after another. The sea wind rushed in, and the sails swelled taut in an instant. The entire ship was like an ancient beast waking from a deep slumber. I stood at the bow. Behind me were Ian, Bruno, Rex, Hank, and the crew of tough, seasoned sailors we'd just brought aboard. In the hold sat high-proof rum, top-grade cheese, fine-spun linen, mithril, ore, and that batch of stunningly valuable master-crafted jewelry. Deeper still, the treasure map of the Black Shark pirates lay hidden. This voyage had a clear objective. First claim the treasure at the Grey Mist Reef, then cut through the Whaling Trench to hunt sea monsters, and finally reach Lisbon to sell the goods for a fortune. A pale gold panel appeared before my eyes. Zheng He's treasure ship. Level 2. Hull status, intact. Armament status, basic reinforcement. Equipment, 450mm heavy naval cannons ×4, wave-breaking bronze ram ×1. Total cargo value, 18,000 plus C coins. Special cargo, master-crafted jewelry. Special item, Grey Mist Reef treasure map. Voyage destination, Lisbon. Risk rating, high. Projected return, extremely high. I looked at the panel, my voice calm. Set sail. The sailors sprang into action. The capstan spun, iron chains rattled and clanked, and the heavy anchor was hauled up out of the sea. The mainsail caught the wind completely, and the enormous hull began to inch forward. The next moment, the massive hull carved the water apart, sending waves rippling outward in rings. The nearby small boats were instantly rocked violently by the swells, and several dock workers nearly lost their footing. Back up. Wave incoming. Crash. The great wave from the departing ship slammed against the stone wall of the dock, throwing up a huge spray of white water. The onlookers cried out in shock. What a massive wave! How is this even a merch? That ship, it's a floating fortress. He's only run one trade route, and now he's heading to Lisbon. This guy's got real guts. Wang Quan watched the treasure ship shrink into the distance, then looked down at his own caravel, so battered it was beyond repair. His spirit completely shattered. They were both new captains, but one got cleaned out by pirates and had to spear fish just to make it back to port. The other wiped out 13 ships in a single voyage and was now sailing straight for Lisbon with tens of thousands of sea coins worth of cargo. The gap was so vast it drove a man to despair. And at that very moment, I stood at the bow on the deck of Zheng He's treasure ship. Behind me lay the roaring harbor and countless stunned stares. Before me stretched the boundless expanse of the Atlantic. The corner of my mouth curled up. The legendary Golden Port, Lisbon, here I come. Zheng He's treasure ship pulled out of Blackstone Harbor and officially set course for the open sea route to Lisbon. At dawn, the sea glowed a golden crimson in the sunlight. All 9 massive sails were unfurled, the ocean wind filling their bellies with a thunderous flapping. I stood at the bow, telescope pressed to my eye. The colossal hull sliced through the waves, dragging 2 broad white trails behind it. From a distance, it looked nothing like a merchant vessel. It was an eastern metropolis on the move across the sea. Ian Hall stood beside me, correcting the sea charts. Bruno Kane led the new sailors on a deck inspection. Rex Donner and Hank Wood moved back and forth between the gun positions and the ammunition hold, double-checking everything. This wasn't a short round trip like the run from Blackstone Harbor to Silver Sail Harbor. This was the first real ocean voyage. The profits were staggering. So were the dangers. I raised my telescope and scanned the horizon. Up ahead, ship after ship began to appear on the water. 3-masted warships, escort gunboats, light patrol vessels, even a few privateers flying noble banners. They advanced along fixed shipping lanes, keeping safe distances from one another. Now and then, a ship would spot Zheng He's treasure ship and instinctively slow down, giving it a wide berth. Our ship was simply too big. A standard 3-masted warship parked beside, it looked like it had been shrunk a full size down. One of the new sailors gripped the railing and couldn't help but marvel. I never expected this route to be so busy. I thought the open sea would be deserted. The old sailor Grayson shook his head. Busy, sure, but take a closer look. What kind of ships travel this route? The new sailor squinted, and his expression shifted. They are all warships? That's right. Grayson lowered his voice. The profits in Lisbon are sky high, and so are the risks. Ordinary merchant ships would never dare make the run alone. Either they tag along with a big trading guild's fleet, or they hire escort ships. A single ship charging straight for Lisbon like us? You won't find another one in all of Blackstone Harbor. The new sailors swallowed hard, glanced down at the deck beneath their feet, then looked out again. For gaping heavy naval cannons lined the ship's flank. His expression steadied, just a little. Ordinary merchant ships didn't dare take this route. But ours had never been an ordinary merchant ship. I lowered my telescope. Deep-sea voyaging had never been simple trading. Behind every sea coin out here lurked storms, pirates, blood, and death. Without real strength. Even if you knew exactly where the gold was piled, all you could do was watch someone else feast. In the hold sat high-proof rum, top-grade cheese, fine-spun linen, mithril ore, and that batch of stunningly valuable master-crafted jewelry. Once we reached Lisbon, the profits would multiply several times over, provided we made it there alive. Ian, Captain, hold our speed. Don't stray from the main shipping lane recklessly. We'll adjust course once we near the boundary of the gray mist reef and the Whaling Trench. Ian glanced at the sea chart, his face tightening. At our current speed, we'll reach the outer edge of the Whaling Trench in a day. That place, most ships steer clear of it. I know, I said flatly. The Whaling Trench, where the sirens roamed, and the gray mist reef marked on the Black Shark Pirate Cruise treasure map happened to lie right near those waters. Going around would waste a great deal of time and might mean missing the treasure site altogether. So from the very start, I'd never planned to go around. The treasure ship pressed on westward. That day was unusually calm. No storms, no pirates, Even the waves were so gentle they hardly seemed like open ocean. All 9 sails were full of wind, our speed holding steady at 24 knots, driving us forward smoothly the whole way. The new sailors kept their nerves taut at first, but after half a day of dead calm, they gradually loosened up. Some wiped down the cannons, some climbed the masts to adjust the rigging, and a few old hands huddled together, murmuring in low voices about the dancing girls back at the Blackstone Port Tavern. Bruno made his rounds and grinned. "Captain, this weather's really something. At this pace, we might even reach Lisbon ahead of schedule." "Don't get careless," I said. "The truly dangerous stretch is still ahead." His expression turned serious. "Understood." Just then, a system prompt suddenly appeared before my eyes. Voyage duration requirement met. Zheng He treasure ship, level up. Current level, level 3. My eyes flickered. Leveled up? Sinking the Black Shark pirate cruise 13 ships earlier had earned a heap of combat experience, and combined with this stretch of continuous open-sea voyaging, the experience had finally crossed the threshold. The panel continued to surface. Hull durability increased. Base speed increased. Cargo hold stability increased. Crew adaptability increased. New trait added. China's Grand Voyage. The 4 barbarians submit. I arched an eyebrow slightly and opened the details. Trait. The Middle Kingdom sails forth. The barbarians of all quarters submit. Quality. Special. Effect 1. Harmony and balance. The ship generates a stabilizing aura that greatly soothes the crew's minds, reducing the anxiety, panic, auditory hallucinations, and infighting caused by long ocean voyages. Effect 2. Majesty of the Four Seas. Against low-tier eerie waters, fog, siren songs, and illusion-type disasters, the crew's resistance is boosted. Effect 3. Tributary dominance. When facing small-time pirates, low-level sea monsters, and savage tribes, the enemy naturally feels awe or the urge to retreat. My heart skipped a beat. This trait added no firepower and boosted no speed, but its practicality was terrifyingly strong. What's the greatest fear on the open ocean? It's not just storms and pirates. It's the collapse of the human mind. Drifting for dozens of days across an endless sea, surrounded by nothing but water and sky. How many sailors end up sleepless, hearing voices, turning suspicious of one another? Once the chaos starts from within, even the sturdiest fortress will crumble on its own. A fleet that truly makes it to the end has never relied on cannon fire alone. It also depends on order and a heart that doesn't panic. And this trait filled exactly that gap. The corner of my mouth curled up. The Middle Kingdom sails forth. The barbarians of all quarters submit. The name was commanding, and the logic held up. The real treasure ships of Zheng He had sailed the western seas in mighty procession, crossing countless oceans, visiting ports and kingdoms beyond number, a mobile honor guard upon the waves. For a ship like this to gain the majesty to steady hearts and ward off disaster made perfect sense. Ian suddenly sensed something, and his tightly knitted brow slowly relaxed. "Captain, I don't know why, but the mood on the ship, it feels like it just settled. A moment ago I was still worried about the whaling trench, and now I'm somehow not so on edge anymore." Bruno touched his chest. "It's true. Those few new sailors were just muttering about sea monsters, and now they've all gone quiet." I gave a faint smile. The Zheng He treasure ship leveled up. Leveled up. Ian looked startled. Rex poked his head out from the gun position. "Captain, now that it's upgraded, can we fit a few more cannons on board?" I shot him a glance. "Maybe down the road." He grinned wide. "That works. For heavy cannons just isn't enough to really cut loose." Bruno burst out laughing. "You little devil, do you want to turn the whole ship into one giant gun battery?" "If it were possible, that'd be ideal, of course," Rex said with a completely straight face. The tension on the deck was eased quite a bit by the exchange of jokes. The next evening, the sky suddenly turned overcast. The azure sea faded, bit by bit, into a deep, murky gray-black. The wind changed too. It wasn't the ordinary coolness of a sea breeze, but a kind of cold laced with damp, rot, and dread, like someone had pressed an icy palm against the back of your neck. On the deck, every single person couldn't help but. Zero fell silent. Ian stood at the bow, gripping the compass. The needle trembled faintly, and inch by inch, His face darkened. "Captain, we've reached the outer edge of the whaling trench." I stepped forward. Somewhere ahead, a thin mist had risen over the sea. It wasn't thick, but it was wrong. It didn't drift with the wind. Instead, it crept along the surface in thin, separate strands. From a distance, it looked like countless white fingers slithering silently across the water. Every other ship had vanished. The warships, the patrol boats, the privateers, all clearly visible just hours ago in daylight, were gone now, not a single one left. The entire stretch of sea was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of our treasure ship cutting through the waves remained. Splash, splash, splash. Every wave breaking against the hull rang out, sharp and piercing. A young sailor swallowed hard. Where are the other ships? Weren't there a bunch of them just a minute ago? Grayson's expression turned grim. They all took the long way around. Nobody sails into the whaling trench on purpose. Not unless they've got a death wish. The faces of several sailors went white in an instant. They'd all heard the stories about the whaling trench. Countless ships had gone down here. Merchant vessels, warships, even a small noble fleet. They say that before disaster struck, everyone aboard heard a woman singing. Gentle, lingering, sweet, like the call of a lover back home, like a mother softly humming you to sleep. Anyone who heard the song slowly lost their mind. They'd set down their weapons, climb over the railing, and throw themselves into the pitch-black, freezing sea of their own free will. By the time the others snapped out of it, half the crew was already gone. No one knew what the sirens looked like, because almost no one who'd seen their true faces had ever made it back alive. I stood at the bow, my gaze calm. All hands to battle stations. No one approaches the railing without permission. Gun crews on standby. Sailmen, hold our course. If anyone starts acting strange, pin them down immediately. Bruno drew his blade at once. You all hear that? Anybody tries to run, I'll knock him out myself. Aye. The sailors answered in unison. Hank brought over several burly men hauling thick hemp rope to keep anyone who lost control from jumping overboard. Rex personally took position beside the heavy cannon, eyes locked on the depths of the mist. But there was nothing in the mist. No ships, no reefs, no birdsong, not even the sound of a fish breaking the surface. Too quiet. Quiet enough to make your skin crawl. The treasure ship pressed on. The mist grew thicker, the water deeper, until finally the sea beneath us looked almost like one solid sheet of flowing ink. I looked down, and in that instant, I could have sworn a massive shadow flickered past in the depths. But when I focused again, there was nothing. Beside me, Ian's breathing had quickened, his knuckles white against the compass. What is it? The compass is going haywire. Here, he said through gritted teeth. The magnetic field here, it's not right. I looked. The needle was swaying slowly back and forth, as if nudged by an invisible hand. But the ship's heading hadn't drifted much. Centered and steady, it was working. Though the ship had entered these cursed waters, it held firm. The sailors were tense, but they hadn't panicked. I was about to speak. My ears twitched, ever so slightly. A faint, barely there sound drifted in from the fog in the distance. Soft, faint, like someone humming an ancient tune across a vast stretch of sea. Impossibly gentle. No words, just a long, drawn-out melody. Oh, oh. The sound slipped into my ears, not harsh, but so tender it loosened something in the soul. Like someone lulling you to sleep, whispering in your ear when you're bone-tired late at night. I narrowed my eyes. Singing? I didn't say a word, just tilted my head and listened. The sound was real, but there was clearly no ship anywhere around, not a single soul in sight. So where was this singing coming from? Ian's face suddenly twisted with dread. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his lips went pale. Captain, do you hear it too? A kind of singing? The moment those words left his mouth, the air on deck froze solid. Singing. Out here in the whaling trench, that word was practically a synonym for death. The smile vanished from Bruno's face. He gripped his blade. What's singing? Rex stopped scrubbing the cannon. Hank's head snapped up, scanning the thick fog around them. But in every direction, there was nothing but fog and more fog. I listened another moment. The singing was clearer now than before. Soft, ethereal, carrying an irresistible warmth, like it was calling voyagers home, like it was inviting the weary to lie down in a tender embrace. I hear it, I said slowly. Those 3 words drained the color from every face on deck. A young sailor's voice trembled. But there's no ship anywhere near here. No island either. Where could singing come from? No one answered, because everyone already knew. Out in the fog, the singing still drifted. Oh, oh, closer and closer, clearer and clearer. A few of the weaker-willed sailors began to get a glazed look in their eyes. One murmured, "It sounds like my mother's calling me." Another's eyes reddened. "No, it's Lena. She says she's waiting for me to come home." That sailor instinctively started toward the ship's rail. He'd taken barely 2 steps when Grayson lunged at him, driving a fist into his gut. The sailor grunted and dropped to his knees. "Hold him down," Grayson roared, sweat pouring down his face. 2 sailors rushed over and pinned him hard. But right after that, several more went slack-faced, some giggling foolishly, some weeping, some muttering the names of their loved ones. Sirens. The singing had begun its harvest. Bruno gritted his teeth. "Damn it. This thing's picking us off before it even shows its face." My eyes went cold. I could feel it. That eerie song was like fine thread, wrapping itself around the entire treasure ship, strand by strand. But at the same time, the treasure ship itself was giving off an aura of steady, weighty presence. That aura wasn't fierce, but it was absolutely unshakable. Like towering city walls. Like the honor guard of an ancient dynasty. Like a great eastern vessel that had crossed 10,000 miles of ocean and never once capsized. The fleet of China sails forth. The 4 barbarians submit, balance, and harmony triggered. Crew mental corruption resistance increased. Siren song interference weakened. Current loss of control probability sharply reduced. Within moments, the sailors' eyes cleared again, their minds sharpening. Some had been affected, but not one of them completely lost control. This was the weight of a Tier 3 trait. Sometimes, what breaks a fleet isn't the enemy's blade. It's the frayed thread inside a man's own heart. Hold the crew's spirit steady, and you hold the ship. I lifted my head and looked toward the deepest part of the fog. The source of the singing seemed to be right there. Everyone, plug your ears. Tie down anyone who's been affected. My voice stayed calm. Turn the guns 30 degrees to starboard. Rex blinked. "Captain, you've spotted the target?" "Not yet," I said, staring into the thick fog. "But she's luring us in." "In that case." A flicker of cold crossed my eyes. "Let's find out who's really hunting who." I don't believe in monsters and spirits. Whatever sings in the fog isn't necessarily a demon. And whatever harms people isn't necessarily not human. The fog grew thicker. The song came closer. The treasure ship's bronze ram cleaved through the black water. And ahead, deep in the fog, a slender, pale, half-glimpsed figure floated silently on the surface of the sea. Her head hung low. Her long hair spread out across the water. The mist grew thicker and thicker. The sea around the whaling trench looked as if it had been completely draped in gray-white gauze. The massive hull of Zheng He's treasure ship pushed through it, its bow splitting the black water with a low, rhythmic sound. That sound should have been reassuring. But now, paired with the faint, drifting song deep in the fog, it felt utterly eerie. The singing came closer, clearer. At first it was only a hazy hum in the distance, like a woman softly murmuring from far across the sea. But as the treasure ship pressed forward, the sound gradually took on dimension. It was no longer just singing. Woven through it was a low, distant sound of a conch horn, as if rising from the very bottom of the deep sea. Ethereal, damp, cold to the bone, yet carrying an indescribable allure. Confusion. The sound bored into their ears, yet it wasn't tearing at their sanity by force. On the contrary, it was gentle, almost terrifyingly so. On deck, the sailors had already stuffed cloth into their ears. But that conch song didn't seem to come through the ears at all. It seeped in through the cracks in their bones, through their blood, from the very depths of their souls. "Mother!" A young sailor's eyes suddenly went vacant. He stared blankly into the depths of the fog, a childlike look of hurt crossing his face. "I'm home." And with that, he actually lifted his foot and started walking toward the ship's rail. The old sailor Grayson beside him blanched and reached out to grab him. But before he could move, 2 more sailors on the other side lost their minds at the same time. "Lena's calling me. She says the sea isn't cold. She says if I just jump in, I can go home." Those men looked possessed, bodies rigid, eyes glazed over, yet wearing an eerie sense of bliss. Bruno Kane let out a roar. Hold them down. Several sailors who were still clear-headed immediately lunged forward. But the bewitched sailors had somehow become incredibly strong. One scrawny topman gave a sudden violent wrench and flung two burly men back half a step. In an instant, chaos broke out across the ship. Ian Hall's face went pale. As a green-rank navigator, his mental fortitude was stronger than the average sailor's. But even so, cold sweat had already beaded across his forehead. He gripped the compass with white-knuckled hands and gritted out. "Captain, that sound is getting stronger. This isn't ordinary singing. It's affecting our minds directly." Linyu said nothing. He stood at the bow, his gaze piercing through the fog, fixed on the figure gradually emerging up ahead. Within the mist, the woman's silhouette grew clearer and clearer. She floated upon the black surface of the sea. Her long hair hung loose, nearly covering her entire face. Her pale arms cradled a massive, grayish-white conch shell. She held the conch to her lips, blowing into it note by note. Woo, woo. Each time the conch sounded, a few more sailors on deck slipped into a daze. What was even stranger, the woman never once lifted her head. Yet Linyu had a feeling. She was smiling. She knew the men aboard the ship were slowly losing control. Because to her, as long as she kept playing, this enormous eastern vessel would eventually collapse from within. Once the sailors leaped into the sea one by one, even the mightiest treasure ship would be nothing more than an empty husk. "Captain!" Bruno Kane kicked over a sailor trying to climb over the rail, then whipped his head around and shouted, "We can't keep going like this. They're about to break." Linyu. His eyes went cold. The next instant, he strode forward. Smack! A loud slap landed square across the face of one entranced sailor. The blow snapped the sailor's head sideways, leaving him stunned. "You awake yet?" Linyu said coldly. The sailor's lips trembled. "See, Captain." Linyu didn't waste words. He turned and dealt out another slap. Smack! Another sailor, who'd been murmuring his lover's name, spun halfway around from the force of it. "Lena." Linyu grabbed him by the collar and hauled him away from the railing. "You came out to sea to make money, not to drown yourself over some woman. Snap the hell out of it." Smack! The third one. Smack! The fourth. Linyu worked his way down the line. Anyone with a glazed look got a slap. Sharp cracks rang out across the deck one after another. "You're out here to make money. Damn it. Quit thinking about jumping overboard. You haven't earned a single sea coin, and you're already handing your life to a siren? You're sailors, not siren snacks." The slapped-awake sailors clutched their faces one by one, their eyes slowly regaining focus. Their cheeks stung like fire, but that eerie, drunken haze in the back of their minds really had been shattered, at least for a moment. Bruno Kane watched the captain's whole routine, his eyelid twitching. It was the first time he'd ever seen someone break a siren's song with slaps. But he had to admit, it worked. A few sailors on the verge of losing control had been slapped into stunned confusion, and it actually snapped them back to their senses for the time being. But this was only a stopgap. The siren in the fog seemed to sense the change aboard the ship. The next moment, the conch note she blew climbed sharply higher. Woo! The sound turned more piercing. No longer just gentle temptation. Now it carried a powerful pull, as if countless icy hands were reaching up from the water's surface, trying to drag everyone's consciousness down into the deep. The few sailors who'd just come to on the deck began to lose focus in their eyes again. Ian Hall let out a muffled grunt and dropped to one knee. His compass hit the deck with a clatter. Even Bruno Kane's expression shifted, veins bulging at his temples. "Damn it, this sound. It's like it's boring straight into my skull." Linyu knew he couldn't drag this out any longer. The Tier 3 Zhenghe treasure ships, China's grand voyage, the barbarians submit, could weaken a siren's song on its own. But right now, this siren had clearly cranked up her power. The ordinary passive effect was no longer enough to fully block the influence. So he'd activate it directly. Linyu turned and strode quickly toward the core cabin of the Zhenghe treasure ship. The core cabin sat beneath the mainmast, the single most important location on the entire treasure ship. There, not only was the ship's keel connected, but it also carried the special vessel spirit power that had crystallized after Zhenghe's treasure ship was upgraded. Linyu pushed open the heavy wooden door. The moment he stepped into the core chamber, He saw the amber-yellow orb of light hovering above the array patterns at the center. That was the heart of Zheng He's treasure ship. Its glow had originally been gentle and restrained, like a sun veiled behind clouds and mist. Lin Yu walked forward and pressed his palm against the core. A cold system prompt appeared before him. Do you wish to actively enhance and activate the trait? China on patrol, the 4 barbarians subdued. Once activated, mental stability, hallucination resistance, and resistance to a siren's song will be greatly boosted for a short period. Cost: ship's reserve energy. Lin Yu didn't hesitate. Activate. The next instant, the amber-yellow orb in the core chamber shuddered violently. Boom. A thick, majestic, and stately presence instantly radiated out from the core chamber across the entire treasure ship. It was no ordinary light. It was a radiance of imperial amber, carrying the sense of order from the ancient East. Like an emperor's procession setting out on patrol. Like 10,000 nations bearing tribute across the sea. Like a massive dynastic warship, upright, serene, and awe-inspiring, sailing out of the east into these eerie waters. The amber-yellow light spread along the ship's keel. Soon, every corner was swiftly bathed in this radiance. From the outside, the entire treasure ship appeared draped in a faint amber-yellow shield of light. The shield wasn't blinding, yet it was extraordinarily solid, like an enormous golden glass bell that sealed the treasure ship completely within its protection. On the deck, the sailors who had nearly lost control all shuddered at once. The conch song that had been boring into their minds suddenly seemed shut out, far away in the distance. The singing that had been right beside their ears just moments ago, whispering as if pressed against their very hearts, abruptly grew faint, distant, powerless. Several sailors snapped back to their senses, slumping onto the deck and gasping for breath. What just happened to me? I thought I saw my wife standing in the sea. I thought I'd gone home. Cold sweat covered Grayson's forehead as he looked up at the amber-yellow shield enveloping the entire ship, his voice trembling. What kind of power is this? Ian Hall braced himself against the mast and rose to his feet, his eyes full of awe. The captain activated the treasure ship's trait. This ship is protecting us. Bruno Kane felt his mind clear once more and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Ha! I knew it. Some damn siren. It's nothing before Zheng He's treasure ship. The instant the amber-yellow shield appeared, the conch song in the mist was immediately suppressed. That siren seemed stunned as well. She stopped. She kept blowing the conch. Woo, woo woo. But the sound crashed against the barrier of light, like a tide breaking against a city wall. It could only stir up the faintest ripple. It could no longer pierce through. It was only now that the people on the ship finally saw clearly where the singing had come from. The fog thinned out a little. On the black surface of the sea, a woman with disheveled hair floated half submerged in the water. Her skin was so pale it was almost translucent. Her long, wet hair clung to her cheeks and shoulders. Both hands clutched that large, grayish-white conch shell. Unwilling to give up, she puffed out her cheeks and blew with everything she had. But no matter how hard she blew, no one aboard Zheng He's treasure ship so much as flinched. A few of the sailors had even come back to their senses, and they glared at her with fury written all over their faces. So this damn thing is what almost made me jump overboard. Son of a bitch. Looks like a woman, but she's more vicious than any pirate. A second ago, I really thought that was my mother calling for me. Lin Yu made his way back onto the deck. He looked at the sea monster out on the water, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. Keep blowing. Let's see what else you've got. The sea monster seemed to understand his words. She slowly lifted her head. From between the strands of her hair, a pair of deep blue eyes emerged. Those eyes were cold, venomous, and carried a trace of disbelief. She couldn't seem to comprehend why the sound of her conch had failed. In these whaling trenches, she had devoured countless sailors using this very method. Merchant ships, warships, noble fleets. As long as they entered the fog, as long as they heard the sound of the conch, almost no one could resist. But this massive eastern treasure ship before her was like an imperial city upon the sea. Her seduction, her phantom song, her mental corruption, all of it lost its power against that layer of golden light. The sea monster stared at Zheng He's treasure ship for a few breaths. Then, It seemed she finally realized something was wrong. Her grip on the conch loosened. Her whole body suddenly jerked backward. Splash! She actually dove headfirst in a leaping arc, trying to burrow back into the deep sea. Lin Yu's gaze turned cold. Trying to run? He had anticipated all along that once this thing discovered its seduction was useless, it would surely flee. After all, a sea monster's most terrifying weapons were its song and its uncanny abilities. The moment it lost those advantages, going head-to-head with Zheng He's treasure ship would be nothing short of suicide. Lin Yu suddenly raised his hand. 30 degrees off the starboard bow. Aim 3 inches below the waterline. Don't kill it. Fire. Rex Donner had been itching for action beside the gun station for a while now. The moment he heard the command, his eyes lit up. Fire. Boom. A 450mm heavy naval cannon roared to life in an instant. Fire burst from the muzzle. The tremendous recoil sent the entire gun mount. Everyone felt a violent jolt. The cannonball didn't slam directly into the siren's body. Instead, following the exact position Lin Yu had specified beforehand, it crashed into the sea's surface not far from her side. Boom. The black seawater erupted in an instant. A column of water several meters high shot straight up into the sky. A terrifying shockwave spread out beneath the surface. The siren, who had just been about to dive into the deep, suddenly went rigid. She seemed to have taken the underwater shockwave head-on, her leaping motion halting abruptly. The next moment, her entire body was flung out by the churning waves. Ah! A sharp but short-lived scream rang out. Then just as quickly, it cut off. The siren's body floated limply to the surface, bobbing with the waves. She hadn't been hit directly by the cannonball. Otherwise, forget a siren. Even half a whale would have been blown to pieces. Lin Yu wanted her alive. So Rex Donner's shot had been aimed at the water's surface. Using the shockwave from the heavy cannon exploding underwater, he'd knocked the siren out cold. Rex Donner's face flushed red with excitement. Beautiful. Captain, that angle was insane. Bruno Kane also broke into a grin. Now we're talking. We finally get to see what the legendary siren actually looks like. But Lin Yu didn't let his guard down. He stood at the bow, his gaze sweeping across the surrounding mist. The sea remained pitch dark. The fog still hadn't lifted. No one knew whether this was the only siren lurking in the whaling trench. Don't get careless, Lin Yu said in a low voice. Hank, get some men and prepare the harpoons and nets. Bruno, keep watch on all sides. Rex, don't move that cannon off her. Ian, take some men and haul her up. Ian Hall's expression shifted slightly. Me? Lin Yu glanced at him. You're the navigator. You've got the sharpest eye for marine life. A living siren. Not everyone gets the chance to observe one up close. The corner of Ian Hall's mouth twitched. Honestly, he wasn't too keen on this particular opportunity. But Lin Yu had already given the order, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Understood. Soon, several sailors lowered a small hoisting net. To prevent the siren from lashing out if she woke up, Hank Wood had deliberately ordered barbed harpoons to be readied as well. 2 sailors stood at the ship's rail, so tense their palms were sweating. She won't suddenly wake up, will she? Cut the chatter and move faster. The net slowly descended into the water. The siren still floated on the surface. Her long hair fanned out, her body rising and falling gently with the waves. From a distance, her upper half looked almost no different from a human woman. Pale skin, slender arms. The lines of her shoulders and neck as delicate as those of a noble young lady. But the more she stayed like this, the colder the chill running down everyone's spines. Just moments ago, this seemingly fragile creature had nearly driven an entire crew of sailors to leap into the sea themselves. The net closed around her. The winch began to turn. Amid the rushing sound of water, the siren was dragged inch by inch away from the ocean's surface. Lin Yu stood on the deck, his gaze fixed on her the entire time, until she was hoisted onto the deck and dropped with a heavy thud onto the coarse burlap that had been laid out beforehand. Every sailor crowded around, but none dared get too close. Bruno Kane stood at the very front, blade in hand. Grayson gripped his harpoon. Rex Donner even kept the cannon angled to cover the sea's surface, ready at any moment for a new enemy to appear. Lin Yu approached with slow, measured steps. The siren lay sprawled on the deck, still unconscious. Her wet, tangled hair covered most of her face. Her chest rose and fell faintly, proof she was still alive. Beside her hand, the grayish-white conch shell had already been flicked aside by one of the sailors with an iron hook. Hank Wood immediately wrapped it in thick cloth, placed it inside an iron box, and sealed it shut. "Captain, this thing is probably what she uses to bewitch people." Lin Yu nodded. "Seal it up first." Then he lowered his gaze toward the siren's lower body. At this, Lin Yu's eyes paused for a moment. The sailors on the deck all widened their eyes too. Because this woman actually did have a fish tail. Not the dreamy, beautiful tail from those pretty fairy tales, but a long, slender tail covered in deep blue scales. The scales were fine and densely packed. Under the glow of the bright yellow light shield, they reflected a cold, gleaming light. The tail fin was semi-transparent, like the thin wings of a deep-sea jellyfish. From the waist down, where human legs should have been, they had vanished completely, replaced by a sleek, fish-like body. It's really a siren." One sailor's voice trembled. "And here I thought all those legends were just made up. She nearly lured every last one of us into the sea just now. Can we sell this thing for money?" The moment those words came out, the tense atmosphere instantly turned strange. And at that very moment, Lin Yu's eyes lit up as well, because golden text had appeared before him. "You have discovered a Tier 1 extraordinary creature, the conch-blowing siren. An extraordinary creature. This thing was worth a fortune." Lin Yu felt a surge of delight. Now, as the siren was hauled aboard, the sea fog gradually began to dissipate. The unconscious female siren was bound tightly with coarse rope and set down in the center of the deck. Her hands were tied behind her back, and the deep blue fishtail below her waist still twitched faintly. Seawater clung to the scales, refracting a layer of cold, striking luster under the glow of the bright yellow ship protection light shield. The sailors formed a circle around her. No one dared get close. Too close. After all, just moments ago, this seemingly fragile siren had nearly used her conch song to make half the crew leap into the sea. If Zheng He's treasure ship hadn't just leveled up to Tier 3 and awakened the trait, "China sets sail, the barbarians submit," the deck would probably be missing half its men by now. Ian Hall's face was still a little pale. He glanced at the bound siren, then looked over at Lin Yu. "Captain, what do we do now?" Bruno Kane gripped his blade and let out a cold snort. "What else can we do? This thing nearly got us all killed. If you ask me, tie a rock to her and sink her straight to the bottom of the sea." A few sailors nearby nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Sirens are the best liars. Keep her around, and she'll be trouble sooner or later." That conch song of hers was downright wicked. What if she wakes up and blows it again? Hank Wood stood off to the side, his expression cautious. "Captain, I've already sealed that conch inside an iron box. But whether she can still sing and bewitch people on her own, that we don't know yet. Better to gag her mouth first." Lin Yu didn't answer right away. He lowered his head and looked at the unconscious siren. This siren really was unusual, not because of how bizarre she looked, and not because she could blow a conch song that clouded the mind. It was because, just now, Lin Yu had spotted something on her that had no business existing in this age of exploration world. Hidden beneath the seawater and scales, it was easy to overlook if you didn't look carefully. But Lin Yu saw it clearly. Lin Yu's gaze settled on the siren and lingered for a few seconds. The corner of his mouth slowly curved upward, and a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. He set the nautical chart in his hand down on the table, turned around, and spoke in an unhurried tone. "This siren is far too special." He lifted his chin and pointed at her. "That's enough out of you. Take her to my captain's quarters. I'll interrogate her myself, nice and thorough. And another thing, no matter what you hear later, don't any of you come in, understood?" "Understood." Hearing this, a cold light flashed in the siren's eyes, and her fishtail slapped against the wooden barrel with a dull thud. The few sailors at the door exchanged glances, grins instantly spreading across their faces as they muttered among themselves. "The captain's going to interrogate her personally. Haha, this ought to be quite a show. We'll crack the secret wide open. This siren's definitely hiding some kind of treasure intel. Keep it down, everyone. Don't disturb the captain." The sailors rubbed their hands together excitedly and backed off to either side of the doorway, leaving the captain's quarters door open just a crack, too afraid to go in, yet dying to hear what was happening inside. Lin Yu walked over, shut the door tight from the inside, and when he turned around, the smile on his face had grown even deeper. The mermaid's face was tense, her body pressed back as far as it would go, trying to put some distance between herself and Linyu. But she was bound tight with ropes. She could barely move at all. Linyu walked over and crouched down in front of her. His gaze traveled slowly up along her fish tail, finally coming to rest where her waist met the tail. There the scales were finer than elsewhere, the color a shade paler, taking on a soft silver blue under the light. Linyu reached out his hand. The mermaid's pupils shrank, her body jerking backward as the chair legs scraped against the floor with a piercing screech. "What are you doing?" Her voice was hoarse, laced with obvious unease. Linyu said nothing. The pad of his index finger pressed lightly against her tail, against that patch of skin covered in fine scales, and with a bit of pressure, it came away with a faint, slightly sticky film that carried a mild, salty, briny scent. Then he drew his finger back and brought it to his lips. He gave it a light lick. The mermaid froze completely. Her blue eyes went wide, her cheeks first draining pale. Then a flush of crimson crept up from her neck to the tips of her ears. Even the ridges hidden beneath her golden hair had turned bright red. Linyu smacked his lips and nodded thoughtfully. He reached out again. This time the mermaid thrashed desperately, the ropes cutting into the sides of her waist and her arms, her scales rasping against the armrests of the chair with a harsh scratching sound. "Let go. Don't touch." Linyu paid no attention to her resistance. His finger landed again at the base of the tail, this time closer to the inner side, where the scales were thinner and the skin softer, and the sticky film that came away was a little more than before. He drew his finger back and once again brought it to his lips. He tasted it carefully. Then he frowned. A bit salty. The mermaid's face had flushed all the way down to her collarbone. Shamed and furious, the ferocity in her eyes was diluted by a shimmer of tears, and even her voice had changed pitch. "How could you there? That's so dirty." She practically ground out the words through her teeth, the last syllable trembling slightly. Linyu stood up and looked down at her, a faint, ambiguous curve at the corner of his mouth. "Dirty." He slowly shook his head, his tone as casual as if he were chatting about the weather. "I'm just getting to know my prisoner." The mermaid was about to say something more, but Linyu had already spoken. His voice wasn't loud, but every word landed with perfect clarity. "If I'm not mistaken, you're not exactly a native of this age of great voyages, are you?" The cabin fell silent in an instant. The anger and blush on the mermaid's face receded rapidly, as if doused with cold water. In their place came astonishment. The kind of astonishment rooted deep in the soul, the shock of having every secret laid bare. Her lips parted slightly, then closed again. A dry, cracked syllable escaped her throat. "You? How do you know?" Not a challenge. Not mockery. Genuine disbelief. Linyu smiled faintly. He stepped forward. His movement was quick, but not the least bit rough. His right hand closed around her left wrist, fingers tightening, gripping that slender, pale wrist as he lifted her arm up between them. On the sea siren's wrist, a silvery white metal bracelet caught the lamplight, throwing off a familiar sheen. Cartier's signature screw motif, far too refined to belong in the age of sail. Linyu glanced at the inside of the bracelet, then raised his eyes, his gaze settling directly on the siren's face. "This thing here, it only exists on Earth." His thumb gently brushed the edge of the bracelet, his tone carrying a certainty that made her skin crawl. "And your family must be pretty rich." The siren's jaw tightened, her throat bobbing slightly. She said nothing, but her darting, evasive eyes gave everything away. Linyu took another look at the small letters engraved on the inside of the bracelet, corroded by seawater, but still faintly legible, and read them out slowly. "Sophia." He released her wrist, turned, and walked over to the desk off to the side, sitting down and crossing his legs. He leaned back into the chair, folding his hands over his knee, looking utterly at ease. His gaze traveled across the desktop and landed on the blonde, blue-eyed siren, her fishtail curled beneath her. Something unreadable crept into his smile. "Sophia." Linyu paused. "I'm guessing you'd rather your family not find out you're playing siren in the age of sail." Color flooded the siren's face, then drained away in an instant. Her lips trembled, and a few broken words forced their way out of her throat. "You shameless." Linyu didn't get angry. If anything, His smile widened, and he leaned forward slightly. He gently touched Sophia's cheek. His voice dropped low, very low, as if meant for her ears alone. "Sophia, I'm only looking out for you," he went on. "If I'm not mistaken, you're not here by choice. Someone's controlling you. Or rather, something turned you into this." The siren fell silent. This time, she didn't curse again, nor did she threaten him. Inside the captain's quarters, only the faint crackle of the burning oil lamp remained. After a moment, she finally spoke, with difficulty. "I don't know you, and I won't trust you," Lin Yu replied, unbothered. "You don't have to trust me. But you should understand. Right now, I'm the only one who can get you out of the whaling trench." The mermaid's eyes flickered. Lin Yu leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. "If you keep this silence up, I could always sell you to the Magic Research Society in Lisbon. A living mermaid. Maybe even one that mutated from an Earth arrival. I think they'd be very interested." Ian Hall felt his scalp prickle. The Magic Research Society was no charity house. Any rare creature that fell into their hands basically never met a good end. The mermaid's face went a shade paler. "You wouldn't dare?" Lin Yu smiled. "Why wouldn't I? You nearly killed my entire crew just now. Not killing you on the spot is already plenty merciful." The mermaid bit down on her lip. She stared at Lin Yu, anger in her eyes, and fear, too. Lin Yu was in no hurry. When it came to interrogation, rhythm was everything. He slowly picked up a logbook from the table and flipped to a blank page. "Now, I ask you answer. First question, your name." The mermaid stayed silent for several breaths. Finally, she murmured, "Sophia." Lin Yu's gaze shifted slightly. "And your last name?" Sophia turned her face away. "It doesn't matter." Lin Yu's eyes dropped to the inside of her bracelet. There, engraved in faint English, was a line of small text. Though the seawater had worn it down some, part of the letters were still legible. "Sophia Loran." Lin Yu read it out slowly. "Sophia Loran." The mermaid's head snapped around, her face full of shock. "You." Lin Yu tapped the tabletop lightly. "Looks like I got it right. Loran. French. Or should I say, you come from a wealthy European family back on Earth. Maybe even nobility?" Sophia's expression kept shifting. She never imagined that her most deeply hidden identity would be seen through in a single glance by this young captain in front of her. This man seemed to have some kind of soul-stirring power. Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Sophia, work with me. Or become my slave girl." Sophia's face flushed red in an instant. Not from shyness, from anger and humiliation. "You're shameless." Lin Yu's expression stayed calm. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not threatening you. I'm reminding you. If you want to return to a normal life, you'll have to work with me." Sophia sneered. "You can help me?" Lin Yu pointed out the window. "See this ship? This is the Zheng He treasure ship. It just blocked your siren's call. It can cross the whaling trench, and it can carry you all the way to Lisbon. There, you'll find merchant guilds, mages, a navigation society, and a lot more intel about this world. But stuck out here alone in this trench, all you can do is stay under her control and keep turning into a monster." Those words struck Sophia's heart like a needle. The cold sneer slowly faded from her face. In its place came a pain she'd buried deep for a long time. Lin Yu caught the change. He pressed on. "Who's controlling you? Where did that mark on your neck come from? And what exactly is down in the depths of the whaling trench?" Sophia didn't answer right away. She looked down at her deep blue mermaid's tail, her eyes conflicted. A long moment passed. Finally, in the faintest voice, she said, "I'm not the first." Lin Yu's eyes narrowed. Ian Hall snapped upright in an instant. Sophia slowly lifted her head. "Down in the depths of the whaling trench, there are a lot of people just like me. Just yesterday, they captured another batch." Inside the captain's quarters, the air turned suddenly heavy. A cold glint flashed through Lin Yu's eyes. So it seemed someone had already run into trouble in the whaling trench. Sophia went on. "The one controlling us is the Siren Queen at the very bottom of the whaling trench. She's the apex supernatural being in these waters, and she wields incredible magic. She holds a black royal conch. The moment you hear the sound of that conch, you're marked by her. The mark on my neck, that's the slave brand." Lin Yu looked at the black mark on her neck. "So that was it." Sophia said quietly. "I never wanted to hurt you. But whenever the royal conch sounds, I have to come out and hunt sailors. to feed her magic and make her stronger. Otherwise, she didn't finish. But Lin Yu already understood. Otherwise, she'd be punished. Maybe even have her consciousness wiped out completely. Lin Yu patted Sophia on the shoulder. You've had it rough. Sophia turned her gaze to the bracelet on her wrist. Honestly, the only reason I've kept my sanity is because of this bracelet. A lot of my companions have already forgotten they came from Earth. Every time I'm about to forget who I am, I look at it. So I still remember. My name is Sophia. I'm not a monster. By the last words, her voice had gone a little hoarse. Lin Yu was silent for a moment. Then he stood up. Sophia watched him warily. What are you doing? Lin Yu didn't answer. Instead, he walked over to her, raised his hand, and pressed it against, near the black slave brand on the side of her neck. He wasn't applying any force, just studying the pattern of that mark. A system prompt surfaced. Low-tier deep-sea enslavement brand detected. Source, tier, 2 extraordinary being, Siren Queen, Serena. Effects, mental binding, force summoning, song controlled. Slay the Siren Queen to obtain an extraordinary elixir and become an extraordinary. Lin Yu's eyes lit up. An extraordinary. That was power enough to dominate the entire age of exploration world. Normally, such a chance only came after sailing out of the old world and entering the sea routes of the new world. The corner of Lin Yu's mouth slowly curled upward. Originally, he'd only meant to pass through the Whaling Trench and grab the Black Shark Pirate's treasure along the way. But now it seemed the value hidden within this trench was far greater than he'd ever imagined. The Siren Queen. The Black Conch King. The next moment, another system prompt appeared. Congratulations. You have solved the key riddle. Age of Exploration Hidden Quest. The Siren Queen of the Whaling Trench. Quest objective. Investigate the truth in the depths of the Whaling Trench. Optional Objective 1. Remove Sophia's slave brand. Optional Objective 2. Defeat or subjugate the Siren Queen, Serena. Optional Objective 3. Rescue the enslaved survivors. Quest Reward. Extraordinary Elixir. Massive Experience. Lin Yu looked at the quest prompt and smiled. Sophia keenly noticed the change in his expression. What are you smiling at? Lin Yu withdrew his hand and said flatly, I'm thinking. This trip to Lisbon might just earn me a little extra. Sophia was stunned. The door to the captain's quarters slowly opened, and I stepped out. On either side of the corridor stood Bruno Kane, Ian Hall, Grayson, and Hank Wood, all of them keeping watch. Hearing the movement, the group all turned to look at once. My clothes were neat, my expression calm, and there was even a trace of satisfaction between my brows. Not the ease of a man who'd just finished interrogating a prisoner, but the composure of someone who'd extracted tremendous value from the other party. Bruno's eyes lit up. Captain, did you get it out of her? More or less. I said only those 2 words. But those 2 words were enough to send everyone's imaginations running wild. In the distance, a few sailors exchanged glances and murmured in low voices. Look at the captain. He must have completely tamed that siren. No kidding. How fierce was that siren earlier? And now she's sitting nice and quiet in the captain's quarters. A siren? Huh. A siren straight out of legend. You think he's got her locked away as his private treasure now? Shut up. Talk about the captain like that, and Mr. Bruno will have you strung up on the mast. While their mouths were saying this, he spoke, but the excitement in his eyes couldn't be hidden. In their eyes, the sirens were disaster, an eerie mystery, monsters that could lure men to leap into the sea with their song. In my eyes, the sirens were intel, leads, a fortune that hadn't been cashed out yet. That was the difference. Same crisis. Some people saw death. I saw profit. Ian stepped forward quickly, lowering his voice. Captain, what do we do next? His expression was grave. Clearly, he'd already braced himself for the worst. According to what Sophia had told us, deep within the Whaling Trench lurked the Siren Queen, Serena, who wielded the Black Conch and could enslave both humans and sirens dragged into the depths. If I wanted to strike while the iron was hot and charge straight into her lair, Ian would be nervous, but he'd never back down. After all, we had the bright yellow shield and 4 heavy cannons. Bruno grinned, resting his hand on the cutlass at his waist. Captain, are we fighting? Just say the word, and I'll have Rex point the gun straight at that trench. Hank added in a low voice. Ammunition's ready. After that last shot, the barrels are stable. All 4 cannons can fire at a moment's notice. Everyone was looking at me, waiting for me to give the signal and storm the Queen's den. But I just smiled. Full speed ahead. We're leaving these waters. First stop, Lisbon. I will prepare for battle right. Bruno stopped mid-sentence, freezing in place. Ian jerked his head up. Captain, we're not going after the Siren Queen. I shot him a glance. Why would we do that? But the danger's confirmed. If we turn around now, maybe we can catch her off guard and wipe out the whole nest. I shook my head. Ian, remember one thing. We're merchants, profit-driven maritime trade merchants. The #1 goal of this voyage is to make money in Lisbon. We don't do charity, and we're not here to clean up the whaling trench. He froze. Right now, we've captured a siren, we've got intel, and we even know there might be a bounty behind Sophia. That's all free money. Push deeper, and the payoff's unknown while the risk is near certain death. But go to Lisbon, and the cargo appreciates for sure, the profit's certain, and the reputation's certain too. The corner of my mouth curved up. What's some Siren Queen compared to making money? As for her, I turned to look at the mist deep beyond the window, my tone calm, but leaving no room for argument. If she doesn't want to die, she'll pretend none of this ever happened. If she dares to come after us, we'll blow her out of the water while we're at it. The corridor fell silent for a moment. Bruno was stunned at first, then burst out laughing. Ha ha, makes sense. I almost got carried away back there. We've got over 10,000 sea coins worth of cargo in the hold, holding up Lisbon for some queen hiding in a trench. Now that would be. What a massive loss. Hank nodded. Diving headfirst into an unknown lair and holding your course through dangerous waters are two completely different things. The first is called recklessness. The second is called sailing. Ian stood frozen in place, his eyes slowly changing. Suddenly, he understood. The average person hears hidden quest or deep-sea treasure, and the blood rushes straight to their head. They can't wait to throw everything on the line. But me? I run the numbers. What returns are guaranteed, what risks spiral out of control, which enemies have to be fought, and which ones can be set aside for now. It's not that I'm afraid to fight. It's that I won't throw away a guaranteed fortune already in hand for some vague, imaginary payoff. This is what a real captain is. Not some brute driven by bloodlust, but someone who can make the optimal choice between storms, riches, and danger. I turned and headed back to my cabin, leaving him with nothing but the sight of my back. I knew all about him. A green-tier navigator, not bad by Blackstone port standards, but nowhere near the top tier. His greatest dream was to leave the coastal waters of the old world behind and break into the vast sea routes of the new world, where the ports were bigger, the charts wider, and the islands more mysterious. He'd always believed that dream was impossible in this lifetime. Without a strong enough captain, a reliable enough ship, or staggering enough capital, an ordinary navigator would never make it that far. But in me, he saw hope. One ship wiping out 13, enduring the siren's song head-on, capturing a living siren alive, and even in the face of the Queen's temptation, staying calm enough to choose the optimal course. Following me, he was certain he'd reach places he'd once never even dared to imagine. And the instant I stepped into the captain's quarters, a system prompt sounded in my ear. Due to your extraordinary bearing, steady decision-making, and clear-headed reason, the green-tier navigator Ian Hall has developed profound admiration for you. Ian Hall's loyalty plus 20. Current loyalty, 80. My steps paused. A pleasant surprise like this too? I glanced back. At the end of the corridor, Ian stood with his back straight and his eyes resolute, as if he'd completely settled on the target he would follow. I curled the corner of my mouth into a smile. A loyalty of 80, that was already very high. At this level, he basically wouldn't betray me. What's more, a navigator isn't just an ordinary sailor. Sailors can be recruited anytime, but a skilled navigator, one tied to routes, weather, sea charts, port intelligence, and fleet coordination, a navigator with high enough loyalty was worth dozens of ordinary sailors. Not bad. This trip to the whaling trench, and we hadn't even reached Lisbon yet, but the gains were already astonishing. The treasure ship had risen to level 3 and gained a new trait, Cathay's Grand Tour, the 4 barbarians submit. I'd captured the siren Sophia alive, triggering the hidden quest the Siren Queen of the Whaling Trench, and I'd also discovered that she seemed to come from the noble families of Earth. But the real fortune still lay in Lisbon. The cargo hold was packed with jeweled ornaments, fine-spun linen, high-proof rum, premium cheese, and raw mithril. Once sold, the profits were bound to skyrocket. I stepped into the cabin. Sophia was still bound in the corner, though now she was wrapped in a faint amber glow, the treasure ship's properties temporarily suppressing the slave brand on her neck. She looked up at me, her eyes complicated. "You're not going after the Siren Queen?" I sat back down at the table. "No. Why not? Haven't you already triggered the quest involving her?" I glanced at her. "You know about quests?" She fell silent for a moment. "I used to be a student too. I've been in this world for 3 years. A lot of the rules have changed, but I still remember." I nodded and didn't press further. This only confirmed her identity even more. "The quest will be there. It's not going anywhere," I said flatly. "But prices shift. Show up late, and the market for jeweled ornaments in Lisbon won't be nearly this good. Besides, diving headfirst into that trench means betting my ship, my crew, on a queen whose terrain is unknown, whose powers are unknown, whose numbers are unknown. Win, and the payoff's uncertain. Lose, and it's a total wipeout. That's a bad deal." A flicker of something crossed her eyes. She'd assumed I was the kind of man reckless to the point of madness. After all, I'd dared to cross the Wailing Trench and capture a live siren. But now it was clear I wasn't crazy. I was clear-headed. Terrifyingly clear-headed. I opened the messaging app on the table, and a blue light screen materialized. Might as well use the downtime during the voyage to see how the other students were faring. The moment I opened it, messages came flooding in, one after another. Jiangxing No. 1 High School, Sailing Exchange Group. Li Howren, I give up. Rented a little sailboat for 20 sea coins. Hit a reef the first time out of port. Cracked the hull. And now I still owe the dockyard 12 sea coins. Zhao Mingjia, somebody tell me. Dried fish is 5 sea coins a barrel at Blackstone Port, and only sells for 5.3 at Silversail Port? After port taxes and shipping fees, I'm actually in the red. Chen Siyu, the exchange boss, is such a crook. I brought in a batch of premium spices, and he insisted they'd gotten damp and slashed the price by 30%. Wang Quan, don't even get me started. Nobody's got it worse than me. I'm still out here spearfishing to pay off my debt. Zhang Zhang, anyone have a reliable short-haul route to recommend? Just took out a loan for a used ship, and I don't want to sink on the very first trip to Lu Zihong. This is brutal. The ship my dad bought capsized yesterday, and now my family wants me to go work at the docks first. Sun Kursen, at least you all still have ships. I'm washing dishes at an inda. My brow arched slightly. Before I knew it, half a month had passed since we entered this world. At first, everyone thought it was an opportunity. Those from well-off families. They figured they'd just have their families buy them a ship, rent a vessel, front them the capital. But half a month in, reality slapped everyone across the face. This world was never as simple as buy low, sell high. Ships break down. The sea churns. Cargo gets waterlogged. Exchanges lowball your prices. Ports skim their taxes. Sailors want their wages. Voyages need supplies. And one run-in with pirates can wipe you out overnight. A lot of people weren't just failing to turn a profit. They couldn't even break even. That was when a system-wide notification rang out in my ears. You have spent half a month in the age of sail. The National Rookie Captain Trade Profit Leaderboard is now live. Tracked metrics, profit from completed trades, net earnings from commissioned trades, legal port trade settlements. Pirate plunder, bounties, and unsold cargo are not counted for now. View now? My eyes flickered. The leaderboard? Finally. I was curious, honestly. Where did I rank right now? View. Blue light refreshed, and the local board came up first. Jiangxing Rookie Captain Trade Profit Leaderboard. Number 1. Linyu Jiangxing No. 1 High School Total Trade Profit this month, 4,820 sea coins. Primary sources, gem and jewelry commissions, Blackstone Port Exchange compensation settlements, high-value short turnaround cargo flips. Number 2. Shun Qianfan, Jiangxing Noble Academy, 436 sea coins. Number 3. Zhou Yuanheng, Jiangxing No. 2 High School, 311 sea coins. Number 4. Lu Qingxua, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, 185 sea coins. Number 5. Tang Yushuan, Jiangxing No. 1 High School, 73 sea coins. I stared at the rankings, slightly stunned. Number 1 in all of Jiangxing. And not by a little. It was a landslide. For 1,820 C coins in a single month, more than 10 times anyone else. Shen Qianfan in second place only had 436. And that was just the profit that had already been settled. If you counted that shipment sitting in my hold, bound for Lisbon, my actual assets and potential earnings would leave every student in Jiangxing so far behind they couldn't even see my shadow. I kept scrolling and soon spotted Zhang Zhang's name. School, Jiangxing number 1 High School. Trade profit, 0 C coins. Status, working odd jobs, no trades completed yet. The corner of my mouth twitched. This guy Zhang, 0 profit, spent the whole month hauling cargo down at the docks, and somehow he still landed around 6,000th in the entire city. There were over 12,000 graduating seniors in the city this year, which meant at least half of Jiangxing was losing money. In the age of sale, just breaking even already put you ahead of a huge crowd. Further down was Wang Quan. Number 9234, Wang Quan. Trade profit, minus 28 C coins. Status, ship damaged in transit, cargo plundered clean by pirates, debt unpaid. I fell silent for a moment. Sure, we had some bad blood between us, but this guy really got dealt a rough hand. Getting cleaned out by pirates and still making it back alive. He was lucky to be breathing. Below the leaderboard, the comment section was packed. Anonymous 031, who's Lin Yu? For 1,820 C coins? He's gotta be cheating, duh. Anonymous 112, second place only has 436. How the hell does he have over 4,000? Anonymous 540, I heard he's the mayor's love child. Anonymous 788, it gets crazier. Someone said the mayor's using him to launder money, funneling dirty cash through trade profits. Anonymous 665, my dad works at the Port Authority. He says there really was some guy named Lin Yu who made a huge splash at Blackstone Port recently. Anonymous 903, what kind of splash? Anonymous 665, can't say. Let's just say it was ridiculous. Off the charts. Anonymous 301, I hereby declare that Lin Yu is Jiangxing's new sailing legend. Anonymous 452, legend my ass. He's definitely got connections. No way a regular guy gets this far. I looked at these comments and laughed. The mayor's love child? Money laundering? These people really had some imagination. But it made sense. When someone's achievements go way beyond what others can wrap their heads around, most people's first instinct isn't to believe, it's to doubt. They'd rather believe I had backing, that something shady was going on, than admit an ordinary student could pull off these returns on his own. Didn't matter. No matter what they thought, I wasn't going to lose a single C coin over it, and my Zhenghe treasure ship was only going to get stronger. That name sitting at number 1 on the national leaderboard. Sooner or later, it would be mine. I switched over to the national rankings. The blue holographic screen refreshed again. National Trade Profit Leaderboard. First, Qin Tianheng Kyoto Royal Naval Academy, 14,680 C coins heir to the Qin Maritime Kingdom. Father is Lord of the South Archipelago Maritime Kingdom. Second, Lu Jingyao Kyoto Royal Naval Academy, 11,890 C coins young master of the Lu Ocean Trading Company. Received family fleet escort from the start. Third, Yi Mingche Moda Maritime Nobility Academy, 9,320 C coins. The Yi family holds shares in 3 trading ports. Fourth, Song Qingha Kyoto Royal Naval Academy, 7,810 C coins. Fifth, Gunanzhou South Sea First Naval Academy, 6,920 C coins. Ninth, Linyu Jiangxing number 1 High School, 4,820 C coins. No public record of family resources. Ninth in the nation. My eyes narrowed slightly. The Great Voyage world really was a place where hidden dragons and crouching tigers lurked. In Jiangxing, I was number 1 by a landslide. But on the national stage, I only ranked 9th. Every single person ahead of me was either loaded or well-connected. Either the son of a maritime kingdom's lord, the young master of an ocean trading company, or from a family that directly held shares in the ports. Especially the first-place player, Qin Tianheng. 14,680 C coins. Almost triple what I had. I opened the comments section. Anonymous 001. No surprise, Qin Tianheng's number 1. His dad's the lord of the sea nation. so his spawn point landed him right at his own family's island harbor. Anonymous 188. The top 8 are all resource freaks. Only ninth place makes no sense. Anonymous 312. I looked into it. Lin Yu has no publicly known family resources. You can't even find his parents' names in any encyclopedia. Anonymous 444. If he really has no backing, then this ninth place is worth more than everyone above him combined. Anonymous 620. El Mayo, those guys up top spawned in lordly manners. Lin Yu probably spawned on a dock. Anonymous 713. Now this is the real deal. Reading these words, I didn't feel the slightest bit discouraged. If anything, an even stronger excitement surged through me. Ninth in the nation. The 8 ahead of me all had a family empire at their backs. And what did I have? One Zheng, he treasure ship. Countless precise navigational calls. Battle after bloody battle. Every profit hard won by my own hand. Not to mention, my biggest shipment hadn't even been settled yet. Once the Lisbon voyage was complete, my profits would explode. By then, forget ninth in the nation. Top 3, even first, wouldn't be out of reach. I leaned back in my chair, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. Qin Tianheng. 14,680 sea coins. Son of the Lord of the Sea Nation. I gave a soft laugh. Now that's a real challenge. If the whole country were just a bunch of newbies bleeding money, this leaderboard would be pointless. What truly thrilled me was that there were still rivals ahead of me. Bigger profits, wider seas, stronger fleets. Wealth, sea power, harbors, territory. This was the true endgame of the age of exploration world. I closed the leaderboard. Having finished browsing the forums, I finally got started on the real business of the day. Sophia. This siren I'd captured and dragged aboard my ship was far more than just a clue to a hidden quest line. She wouldn't say so herself, but every detail of that bracelet on her wrist told me. Her background in the age of exploration world was no small thing. If I could track down information about her family, her own value might far exceed that of an ordinary siren. I opened the search engine in my messaging app and typed in the keywords. Sophia Loron age of exploration missing. Loron count daughter age of exploration. The search results popped up quickly. I skipped past a pile of junk and finally locked onto one old news item from 3 years ago. The beloved daughter of Europe's Count Loron family, Sophia Loron, went missing after entering the age of exploration world. The family has issued high-value bounty. I clicked it open. 3 years ago, Sophia Loron, the only daughter of the Loron Count family, entered the Great Voyage world amid widespread attention. She had studied at the Royal Academy of the Holy Rose, excelling in navigation theory, while also showing a gift for marine biology. On top of that, she was considered the campus beauty among her peers. 2 weeks after entering, she was last seen near the western route of the Old World. Shortly after, all communication was cut off, and her location vanished. The family was furious. They dispatched fleets and hired navigators to search for over a year, yet found no trace of her. It's widely believed she fell victim to a shipwreck or a sea siren attack. Below was a photo. The girl in the picture looked about 17 or 18, blonde hair, blue eyes, dressed in a white academy uniform, standing in front of a luxurious sailing ship. Her smile was bright, her expression confident. On her wrist, she wore that very bracelet. I looked up at Sophia, curled in the corner. Blonde hair damp and tangled, face pale, her lower body a deep blue fishtail, a black slave brand marking her neck. She was a completely different person from the spirited count's daughter in the photo. But the features, every contour matched. It was her. I kept reading. Loron Count Family Bounty Notice. Anyone providing valid leads on Sophia Loron will be rewarded 10,000 sea coins. Anyone who can confirm she's alive and help bring her back will receive, in addition to the 10,000 sea coins, one supernatural material as a bonus. This bounty remains valid indefinitely. My eyes lit up. 10,000 sea coins. One supernatural material. Plus a favor owed by the Loron Count family. And that was just the reward for providing leads and helping her return. I immediately reached out to them online and arranged to meet in Lisbon. Once the deal was set, I leaned back in my chair, in great spirits. If I could actually bring a living Sophia before the Loron family, their reward would only be greater. Who knows? It might even open up trade channels into Lisbon's noble circles for me. With all these benefits raining down at once, Even someone as self-proclaimed level-headed as me couldn't help feeling a little giddy. I glanced over at her in the corner. The Sophia now had long lost that cold, ferocious look from before. The slave brand on her neck was temporarily suppressed by the bright golden glow of Zheng He's treasure ship. Her face was still pale, but her eyes had softened considerably. The more I looked, the more pleased I was. This was no sea siren. This was clearly a talking treasure chest of bounties. One that came with its own noble background, network of connections, and hidden questline. Sophia. She lifted her head, watching me warily. What? I walked over, grinning. Nothing. Just suddenly realized your worth quite a lot. Her face darkened. Do you have to talk like a human trafficker? It's called value discovery, I said. With a perfectly straight face, I said. To a merchant, everything has its proper place in the market. She gritted her teeth. I am not a thing. I nodded. Right? You're not a thing. She froze. A moment later, she suddenly sensed something was off. Watching her get so worked up she couldn't find the words, I finally lost it and burst out laughing. Ever since I'd hauled her aboard, this little siren had done nothing but glare at me with cold threats or put on that whole rather than yield act. Getting her flustered enough to lose her voice was a nice change. Honestly, a lot easier on the eyes than before. And thinking back to the bounty I'd just locked down, I couldn't keep the grin off my face. So, on impulse, I leaned in. Before she could react, I planted a quick kiss on her cheek. Mwah. It wasn't loud, but in the quiet of the captain's quarters, it rang out crystal clear. Her whole body went rigid in an instant, those deep blue eyes wide with shock. A full 2 seconds passed before she seemed to snap out of it, lips parting, her cheeks flushing red at a speed you could actually watch. It wasn't embarrassment, at least, she'd never admit it was. No, it was shock, fury, disbelief, and the sheer panic of having her rhythm completely thrown off by this Eastern captain. What did you just do? I straightened up, cleared my throat, and played it cool. Ahem. Eastern etiquette. She was so furious her tail smacked lightly against the chair leg. Like hell. I've read about Eastern culture. You people don't have any custom like that. Maybe the version you read just wasn't complete enough. Linyu, seeing her genuinely bristle, made me grin even wider. I actually leaned in half a step closer, deliberately softening my tone. But seriously, Sophia, when you smiled just now, you looked a whole lot better than when you're scowling. She went still. Clearly, she hadn't expected me to drop a line like that out of nowhere. The rage that had filled her face a second ago suddenly gave way to something awkward. Who smiled? I didn't smile. You saw it wrong. Then maybe I was just hallucinating from a siren's song, I said solemnly. She let out a soft humph and turned her face away. But the tip of her ear quietly turned a shade pinker. She opened her mouth to say something. And suddenly, something slippery slid right into her mouth. MMPH. You pervert. The next moment. Slap. A crisp, sharp crack. I pushed open the wooden door of the captain's quarters, and it creaked on its hinges. At the far end of the corridor, Ian Hall stood cradling the navigation compass. Hearing the noise, he spun around at once. Captain. I nodded. How's it looking? My lord, we've cleared the outer edge of the whaling trench. He spoke rapidly. The fog's lifting, and the compass has stabilized again. The wind isn't perfect, but the siren's song is. And they won't be able to touch us either. At this speed, we'll be completely clear of the siren's territory soon. I stepped out onto the deck. Blinding morning light poured straight down. I looked up. The gray-white fog that had blanketed the sea was being torn apart, inch by inch, by the sunlight. In the distance, a rift split the clouds, and golden light spilled through, falling across the 9 masts and layered sails of Zheng He's treasure ship. The whole vessel shimmered with gold, and the bright yellow shield surrounding the hull slowly faded away, like a battle robe that had served its purpose, retreating back deep into the ship. Beyond the stern, the whaling trench still churned with fog, gloomy, cold, and desolate, like a stretch of sea the sun had forgotten. But we'd already left. We hadn't sunk. We hadn't lost our way. We hadn't been dragged into the deep. We'd even walked away with a live sea witch, a hidden lead, and a staggering bounty from the count. On deck, the sailors gazed at the receding sea of fog and let out long sighs of relief. Some slumped down, patting their chests. We made it. Damn, I almost became fish food back there. Grayson sat on a barrel wiping cold sweat, cursing under his breath. Next time somebody tells me, "Sea witches sing beautifully," I'll be the first to kick him overboard. Young Jack Fisher rubbed his still-throbbing cheek. If you ask me, the captain's slap was scarier. I actually saw my mom back there. Then the captain smacked me, and poof, Mom was gone. Just a swollen face left. Laughter broke out all around. Then you'd better thank the captain. A swollen face beats being dead. Bruno Kane leaned against the cannon with his arms crossed, grinning. From now on, anybody who gets bewitched, the captain gives him a slap. Rex Turner said with a straight face, "We could put it in the ship's rules. Emergency protocol for sea witch songs. Rule 1. Captain's slap." The laughter grew louder. Having just clawed their way back from death, they needed jokes like these to take the edge off the fear. I listened, in a good mood. This trip through the whaling trench had been dangerous, but the payoff was rich. The ship hadn't even reached Lisbon yet, and I'd already made a fortune. Once I offloaded the cargo in the hold, my assets would see a real explosion in value. Danger? Of course there was danger. But as long as you could make it through alive, behind every danger lay pure golden profit. What people should fear in life was never the storms. It was knowing there's gold out there and being too afraid to dive in. Just then, Ian Hall's gaze landed on my face, and he froze. "Captain, what happened to your face?" My expression stiffened in an instant. Every navigator's eye snapped toward me at once. My left cheek was faintly red. Not exaggerated, but unmistakable. Under the morning light, the edges of that red mark even seemed to separate into distinct layers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like 5 faint wisps of cloud, or like a freshly stamped 5-finger mountain. Bruno's eyelid twitched. Rex's mouth curled. Hank would stare down at the deck as if the wood grain held the secrets of navigation. Grayson clapped a hand over his mouth, shoulders shaking. My face darkened. Ian was good at everything, skilled, loyal, hardworking. Too hardworking, in fact. The guy had zero sense of when to keep his mouth shut. The captain's face. Was that something you just went around asking about? I cleared my throat and forced on an air of authority. Bumped it. Bumped it. The wind and waves were rough in the captain's quarters. Lost my footing. Dead silence on deck. Rough waves? That left a 5-fingerprint. But nobody dared call it out. The captain said he bumped it, so bumped it was. Bruno immediately put on a serious face. "Ah, I see. The captain's quarters really are dangerous." Rex nodded gravely. "We should install a handrail." Hank chimed in. "And lay down an anti-slip mat." Grayson finally lost it, choking his laugh back down by sheer force of will. I swept a glare across them, my teeth itching. "What? You all got too much time on your hands." The lot of them snapped upright in an instant. "Reporting, Captain." "Not at all. Preparing to set sail." I turned and walked toward the bow. Only once I was well out of earshot did the air on deck start flowing again. Jack lowered his voice. "No way that's from bumping into something." Grayson stroked his chin, dead serious. "Look at that red mark. 5 gradient zones, 4s tapering off from left to right, edges sharp, center a little red. If that were really from a bump, he'd have to have smacked into an open hand." Rex frowned. Could it be the siren fought back while the captain was interrogating her? Bruno grinned. "That siren's got some nerve, slapping the captain. And yet she's still in the captain's quarters right now. You tell me, what does that say?" "What does it say?" Bruno dropped his voice mysteriously. "It says she's worth something." The others blinked, then it dawned on them. Right. With the captain's temper, any ordinary prisoner who dared raise a hand would have been lashed to the mast and left to enjoy the sea breeze. But that siren not only wasn't thrown out, she got to stay in the captain's quarters. That meant her value was high enough to make the captain swallow a slap. One sailor's eyes lit up. "So how much is she worth?" Judging by the captain's mood, I'd say a few thousand sea coins at least. Rex shook his head. "More than that." The captain looked like he'd struck gold. There might be someone big behind that siren. Everyone's breathing turned hot. A big bounty. To a sailor, those words were more of a pick-me-up than rum. When the captain ate meat, they always got a bowl of hot soup. Just like that, the mood aboard the treasure ship grew even lighter, and even the gloom of the whaling trench had mostly lifted. After breaking free of the siren's fog, the sea finally returned to normal. The pitch-black water gradually shifted to deep blue. The sky stretched wide. Seabirds. They circled the mast, letting out clear, piercing cries. In the distance, the shapes of merchant ships emerged one after another. First came a three-masted merchantman, then two escort sailing ships, and beyond them, the entire shipping lane came alive. Spice ships flying Portuguese flags, Mediterranean freighters loaded with olive oil and wine, while traders from the North Sea, and a few sleek, shallow-draft high-speed courier ships. These ships had all been going about their own business, but the moment they spotted Zheng He's treasure ship, nearly every one of them instinctively slowed down. The reason was simple. The treasure ship was too striking. Its massive hull was like an eastern watchtower floating on the sea, 9 enormous masts towering into the clouds, layers of sails unfurled like a wall of white cloud. The heavy naval cannons lining both sides of the hull weren't firing, yet they radiated a silent menace. Any experienced captain understood. A ship like this could haul cargo, and it could kill, fast. Aboard a Portuguese merchantman, Captain Fernando held up his spyglass, dumbfounded. Holy Mother of God, what kind of ship is that? The first mate swallowed hard. An Eastern ship? But how could an Eastern ship possibly be out here? Fernando stared at that row of massive gun ports, then abruptly lowered his spyglass. Signal the crew, clear the lane, don't get in its way. That's not a ship we want to tangle with. All along the route, similar murmurs rose up on every side. And Zheng He's treasure ship sailed steadily westward under countless stunned gazes. The voyage went smoothly. The only trouble was the headwind in the eastern Mediterranean. The oncoming sea wind kept the sails from filling completely, so our speed never reached its peak. With a tailwind, a third-class treasure ship could hit an astonishing pace, but against the wind, we could only hold at 16 or 17 knots. That number would drive an ordinary merchant ship insane. But I wasn't quite satisfied. Headwinds are such a pain. I narrowed my eyes and gazed into the distance from my seat high up on the deck. We could have gone even faster. Ian stepped forward at once. Don't worry, Captain. I'll make the most of the crosswind. We can't sail straight into the wind, but by tacking at an angle, I can keep the losses to a minimum. I glanced at him. It's all yours. Aye, sir. He strode quickly to the base of the mainmast and took over the sail handling, issuing one crisp, orderly command after another. Take in the left foresail by 20%. Angle the third mast square sail to starboard. Don't lock down the auxiliary sail. Leave 30% slack for the wind. Helmsman, 3 degrees to the southwest. Don't fight it head-on. Ride the crosswind and swing around it. The sailors hauled on the ropes in a flash, and the great sails slowly pivoted in the air. The treasure ship's massive body tilted ever so slightly, then actually picked up speed again by catching the crosswind. The bow sliced through the waves, white spray rolling off both sides of the hull. In the distance, a high-end fast merchant ship that had thought itself plenty quick soon found us coming up on it from the rear quarter. Little by little, they closed the gap. The captain stood there dumbfounded. A ship that big, and it's still this fast against the wind? How the hell is it working the sails? The first mate muttered, Captain, I think we just got passed by a floating city. The sight was even more absurd than the words. A castle on the sea had overtaken their clipper, dead into the wind. And the more Ian commanded, the more exhilarated he became. He could feel it clearly. This ship's potential was being wrung out, drop by drop. On the small boats of his past, no matter how skilled he was, the hull itself had held him back. But the treasure ship was different. Big enough, steady enough, its rigging complex yet quick to respond. Handled right, it could hit astonishing speeds even against the wind. His admiration for me deepened. Only a captain like that deserved a ship like this. Meanwhile, I was already sprawled lazily by the mast, soaking up the sun, hat over my face, hands tucked behind my head. The sea breeze drifted past, the sunlight was warm, and the ship rode smooth. High-value cargo filled the hold, and locked away in the captain's quarters was a count's daughter worth 10,000 sea coins, plus some extraordinary materials. It felt ridiculously good. Of course, it'd be even better if that red mark on my face would fade a little faster. I clicked my tongue softly under my hat. Next time I interrogate Sophia, I'm tying her hands down first. Noble girls sure have a temper. Then again, one slap in exchange for 10,000 sea coins and extraordinary materials? Honestly, not a bad deal. If it could happen a few more times. Nah, a man's got to keep some pride. The corner of my mouth curled up as I ran through the deals waiting in Lisbon. This batch of masterwork jewelry, if my intel was right, would net several times its value, at minimum. Add in the bounty from the Loron family, and my cash flow would be flush. By then, upgrade and arm the treasure ship, recruit a stronger crew, stock up on more cannons and ammunition. Maybe even set foot on the path of the extraordinary right there in Lisbon. Ports, fleets, supply lines, escorts, intelligence, connections. Once all that came together, sea coins would pour in like the tide. The real treasure at sea was never a single hold full of cargo. It was turning every storm into the capital for the next voyage. And Lisbon was my first step onto a much bigger stage. Several days later, evening, the setting sun blazed like fire, scorching the whole sky into a gorgeous orange red, the sea shimmering with shattered gold. I lay beneath the mast, basking in the sun, hat over my face, lazy as ever. Suddenly, the lookout at the top of the mast let out a wild shout. Port. Large port dead ahead. It's Lisbon. We've reached Lisbon. The moment the words rang out, the entire He treasure ship erupted. I flipped up my hat, got to my feet, and walked to the bow, lifting my gaze. The next instant, even I let out two quiet words. Well, damn. In the distance, a city of unimaginable. A magnificent, sprawling harbor, bathed in the glow of a dazzling sunset. That was Lisbon, the legendary great port of Western Europe. Blackstone Harbor was rough, chaotic, wild with the untamed spirit of the frontier. Lisbon was different. It had the prosperity and luxury that only an imperial trade hub could possess. The wide river estuary stretched out like a golden avenue, running straight to the open sea. Buildings spread across both banks in tier after tier. White stone walls, red rooftops, spired churches, noble mansions, all gleaming in the setting sun. On a distant hillside, an ancient castle perched high, looking down over the entire city. At the harbor's entrance, a pristine white stone tower rose from the water's edge, its surface carved with intricate patterns, like a knight standing watch over the sea. Ian Hall stepped up beside me and said in a low voice, "Captain, that's the Bulem Tower, Lisbon's most famous sea defense tower. Every ship coming in from the Atlantic can see it." I nodded. Beyond the tower stood a grand complex of monastery buildings, white stone columns shimmering with golden light, domes and spires interweaving in solemn splendor. "That's the Geronimo's Monastery," Ian said. "A lot of ocean-going fleets go there to pray for safe passage before they set out." Inside the harbor, the activity was nothing short of astonishing. More than 30 large berths lined up in neat rows, each capable of docking massive ships with drafts of over 10 meters. The wharves teemed with people, dockworkers hauling wooden crates at a run, merchants waving ledgers as they haggled, noble carriages rolling slowly along the harbor road, customs officials inspecting cargo batch after batch. Spices, wine, silk, ivory, wool, glassware, silver ingots. Goods from every corner of the world piled up like mountains. Countless flags snapped in the sea breeze. Portugal, Spain, England, the Genoese Merchant Guild, the Venetian Trading Company, and even a few flags from the East and North Africa. If Blackstone Harbor was a coastal town living off the sea, then Lisbon was a colossal machine that ran day and night, swallowing and disgorging the wealth of the entire age of exploration. I couldn't help but marvel. Compared to this, Blackstone Harbor looks like a beggar's port. Ian couldn't have agreed more. Lisbon is one of the most important great ports in the Western Old World. Plenty of berths, deep enough water, a mature customs system. Every fleet heading into the Atlantic and the New World route stops here to resupply, trade, and recruit crew. "Captain, we came to the right place this time." A gleam flashed in my eyes. The more prosperous the port, the stronger its buying power. The more mature the market, the more efficient the flow of goods. Those Eastern-style jeweled ornaments, raw mithril, and high-proof rum in my hold could only fetch an ordinary premium in Blackstone Harbor. But in Lisbon, they could be sold to nobles, guilds, and collectors who truly knew their value. The sailors all crowded to the ship's rail. Their eyes went wide as they took it all in, one after another. "So this is Lisbon? It's huge. That whole street over there is nothing but taverns? I can smell the roasting meat from here. And women. So many beautiful women. Shut it, you. You just crawled out of a nest of sirens, and you're already thinking about women. Sirens are sirens, and Lisbon girls are Lisbon girls. Totally different things. A burst of laughter rolled across the deck. We'd been at sea for so many days that everyone was going stir-crazy. I didn't hold them back. Sailing isn't some monastic penance. When it's time to fight, you fight. When it's time to make money, you make money. And when it's time to enjoy yourself, you damn well enjoy yourself. Otherwise, why would a whole crew follow me through life and death? I waved my hand. Lads, get ready to make port. You're coming ashore with me to sell the cargo. Once it's all sold, there'll be bonuses tonight, so you can live it up in Lisbon. The entire ship erupted in a deafening cheer. Long live the captain. Huh. Finally, some real Lisbon wine. I'm getting a roasted leg of lamb. And finding the best inn for a proper bath. I'm hitting the casino to win my money back. Pay back what you owe Grayson from last time first. Why don't you? Bruno Kane laughed and drew his sailor's knife, thrusting it high overhead. You heard the captain. Look alive, all of you. Sell the goods first, then have your fun. Anyone who starts trouble before we close the deal, I'll toss into the sea to sober up. Aye. The sailors roared in unison. Ian stood at the bow, guiding the treasure ship as it eased toward the pilot zone. The arrival of such a massive eastern vessel sent a jolt through all of Lisbon in an instant. Merchants on the docks stopped in their tracks. Dockhands set down their crates. Customs officials looked up and stared. Captains at their berths raised their spyglasses one after another. What kind of ship is that? 9 masts. Am I seeing that right? My God, it's bigger than our flagship merchantman. Are those real cannon ports along the hull? Someone go alert the harbor master. The treasure ship drew slowly closer amid a chorus of gasps and stares. The setting sun caught the bronze ram at her bow, throwing off a blinding golden glare. 9 great masts pierced the sky. Layer upon layer of white sails slowly furled in. The eastern carvings along both sides of the hull glowed with a steady golden light in the fading dusk. In that moment, the bustling port of Lisbon fell briefly silent. The pilot had meant to come forward with questions, but the instant he made out those dark, gleaming heavy cannons, his manner turned 3 shades more courteous. Standing atop his small pilot boat, he swept off his hat and called out, "Honored Captain, welcome to Lisbon. Do you require guidance to a berth?" The sea breeze snapped at my robes. I looked down at him and said flatly, "Give me the largest berth." The pilot straightened his back. At once, "Please follow the pilot boat." If it had been an ordinary merchant ship dared to say that, they'd probably get an eye roll in return. The largest berth? You think this is your backyard? But a treasure ship was different. A colossal eastern vessel like this, just sitting there, was like a floating fortress at sea. Who would dare to snub it? Soon we were guided to a berth beside the main pier, where the water ran more than 12 meters deep, normally reserved only for resupplying the royal fleet. Even so, when the treasure ship pulled in, the people on the dock still gasped. Up close, it looked more like a city wall stretched across the water. The bow rose high, the stern towered, and the hull was carved with eastern cloud patterns and auspicious beasts, utterly unlike the western sailing ships in the harbor. The anchor dropped. The mooring lines were secured. Bruno immediately bellowed across the deck, "Lower the gangway. Unload the cargo. Look alive, all of you. Anyone who drops a crate can jump in after it himself." The sailors roared with laughter, but their hands didn't slow a bit. Crate after crate was hauled out of the hold. The pearls came first. Cases of East Sea pearls were set out on the dock, and the moment the lids opened, a soft, milky luster spread out under the setting sun. Every one round and full, uniform in size, warm in tone, far beyond the ordinary sea pearls found on the market. A merchant passing by stopped dead in his tracks and rubbed his eyes. "Are these Eastern pearls?" The second batch came down. Fine jewelry, gem-studded gold thread necklaces, exquisitely carved ruby brooches, sapphire earrings strung on delicate silver chains, and Eastern ornaments set with turquoise, agate, and moonstone. The designs were intricate, the craftsmanship elaborate, carrying both the delicacy of Eastern artisans and the opulence the nobility loved most. As the cases opened, gasps rippled through the crowd. Holy Mother! This kind of craftsmanship. No ordinary workshop could produce it. Bring these to a noble's banquet, and the price triples at least. Go get the boss quick. The third batch was finely spun linen, tight to the touch with a soft sheen. The fourth was high-proof rum. The moment the barrels hit the ground, a rich aroma drifted out through the gaps in the bunks. The fifth was premium cheese, spices, and raw mithril, along with high-end crafts native to Blackstone Port. The more cargo came off, the bigger the crowd grew. First a few passing merchants, then the shopkeepers from nearby stores, then the errand boys from the exchange, and finally even the heads of several major trading guilds came down in person. Because word had already spread across the harbor. A colossal eastern vessel from the direction of Blackstone Port had arrived, loaded with precious goods. Lately, the words Blackstone Port cargo carried more of a thrill in Lisbon's merchant circles than gold coins themselves. The reason was simple. Ever since the Sirens took up residence in the Whaling Trench, the shipping route from Blackstone Port to Lisbon had been all but severed. Ordinary merchant ships didn't dare make the run. The escort fees were outrageously expensive. Warships could barely make the passage, but their cargo capacity was limited, and they certainly couldn't haul goods for merchants every single day. So during this stretch, the market in Lisbon suffered a severe shortage of specialty goods from the direction of Blackstone Port. Jewelers' ornaments were scarce, pearls were scarce, Eastern spices were scarce, and high-proof rum was scarce too. And as luck would have it, midsummer was drawing near. The season of noble banquets was about to begin, and demand for high-end accessories among the upper circles was exploding. But the supply had been cut off. Plenty of exchange owners were so anxious their lips were breaking out in blisters. Now, suddenly hearing that an entire shipload of goods had made port, how could any of them possibly sit still? A portly merchant in a deep blue silk coat was the first to rush down to the docks, panting for breath, his hat knocked askew. Where are the goods? Where are the goods from Blackstone Port? I'm Martin Alves of the Golden Oak Leaf Exchange. These pearls, I'll take them all. Before he'd even finished, a sharp voice cut in from the side. Martin, aren't you afraid you'll choke on your own greed? A tall, thin man shoved his way through the crowd with two of his men. I'm Jose Carvalho of the White Dove Trading Company. The pearls and the jeweler's ornaments. We'll take the lot. We can work out a good price. A middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache sneered. Work out a good price? Jose, you still haven't cleared the tab you ran up last time, have you? He turned to me. Captain Linyu, I'm Victor Mendez of the Red Lion Trading House. Cash on the barrel. No delays. Guaranteed. The dock erupted in an instant. One by one, these owners came surging toward the gangway like sharks that had caught the scent of blood. Normally, these were men who sat in their luxurious exchanges, swirling their red wine, waiting leisurely for captains to come knocking, begging them to buy their cargo. But today, they'd come charging down to the docks themselves to fight over the goods. I stood at the top of the gangway, watching this pack of green-eyed owners below, the corners of my mouth slowly curling up. Good. This was perfect. I'd originally planned to bring samples and negotiate prices door to door. I never expected I wouldn't have to lift a finger. And judging by the look of things, they weren't here to buy goods. They were here to fight for their lives. The market was out of stock, demand was red hot, and the seller held a monopoly. My grandfather once told me, a truly good price is never something you grind out with your tongue. It comes from holding something in your hand that no one else can get. Only now did I truly understand what he meant. I folded my arms and leaned against the ship's rail, my expression easy and relaxed. In my mind, I'd already worked out my plan. Gentlemen, the goods are right here. I stood at the edge of the deck, looking down from on high at that crowd of impeccably dressed merchants on the dock. This trip, coming from Blackstone Port through the Whaling Trench. Every step of the way, the siren's song, the fog, the undertows, the monsters of the deep. We faced them all, every last one. My crew risked their lives to deliver these goods to Lisbon. I paused deliberately, everyone below, holding their breath. I curled my lips into a smile. So, if you were hoping to buy at the regular price, don't even bother asking. The words hung in the air. Instead of backing off, those bosses' eyes only lit up brighter. Expensive? Expensive was good. Expensive meant the goods were the real deal. Expensive meant there was still a chance to grab them. What they feared most was me not selling at all. Martin Alves raised his hand first, practically shouting, "The pearls. I'll pay 1.5 times market price." Jose Carvalho sneered on the spot. 1.5 times, and you've got the nerve? White Dove Trading offers double. The Baogong Jewelry. I'll pay 2.5 times. Victor Mendez shoved his way to the front. Triple. The rum's mine, double. I'll take the mithril raw materials. Call out whatever number you want. I'll add another 10% on top. The whole place erupted. I didn't have to call out a single price. They were bidding against each other on their own, red-faced and craning their necks. Trading company bosses who normally carried themselves like nobles were now no different from vendors fighting over fish at a wet market. Bruno Kane stood behind me, watching in stunned silence. "Captain, have they lost their minds?" "It's not that they've lost their minds," I said flatly. "They've been driven crazy by the shortage. The whaling trench that no one else dared to cross. The Zhenghe treasure ship made it through. So the goods no one else had, I had. In a market starved for supply, goods mean the power to set the price. After all that scrambling, this batch sold for a price that even satisfied me. Cargo settlement complete. East Sea Pearls. Net profit 2,470 C coins. Baogong Jewelry. Net profit 5,080 C coins. Fine Spun Linen. Net profit 1,030 C coins. High Purity Rum. Net profit 820 C coins. Premium Cheese. Net profit 480 C coins. Mithril Ornament Raw Materials. Net profit 2,980 C coins. Blackstone Port Handicrafts Miscellaneous Goods. Net profit 1,490 C coins. Net profit this trade, 14,350 C coins. Cumulative trade profit, 19,170 C coins. Jiangxing Trade Profit Ranking, number 1. National Ranking, number 2. I stared at the panel, my eyes lighting up. One trip, a clean 14,350 in profit. Second in the nation. Qin Tianheng, who'd held first place, was at 14,680, and I'd already overtaken him. The rankings just hadn't fully refreshed yet, so I was sitting at second for now. But I knew the truth. After this round, forget Jiangxing. Even those resource-rich young lords across the whole country were about to get left far behind. As crate after crate of cargo was hauled off the dock, a burning satisfaction spread through my chest. Sourcing goods from Blackstone Port, cutting straight across the whaling trench, weathering the sea monsters, capturing Sofia to hit the bounty line, and then leveraging. The shortage in Lisbon sent prices through the roof. Every move was a walk along a knife's edge, but every move turned into cold, hard cash. It wasn't luck. I was using a whole system of judgment to pry open the rules of wealth in this world, inch by inch. The system prompt chimed again. Trading profit exceeds 10,000 C coins. Congratulations. Captain level increased to level 4. Free attribute points gained, 3. Skill points gained, 1. Personal trading talent unlocked. Fine jewelry specialty. Fine jewelry specialty. When buying or selling fine jewelry goods, final trading profit increases by an additional 5%. I froze for a second, then broke into a grin. A personal talent, and a permanent one at that. 5% doesn't sound like much, but in bulk trade, an extra 500 on 10,000 in profit, an extra 5,000 on 100,000. The snowball just keeps rolling bigger. From now on, I've got to keep a closer eye on the jewelry line. At almost the same moment, the Zhenghe treasure ship beneath my feet gave a faint tremble. The entire massive vessel seemed baptized by some invisible force. A low, dragon-like roar echoed from deep within the hull. The eastern cloud patterns along the sides suddenly sharpened. The wood grain of the deck took on a faint golden glow, and the 9 masts quivered slightly, as if greedily drinking in the fortune this victory had brought. Zhenghe treasure ship upgraded to level 4. Hull strength, cargo capacity, base sailing speed, storm resistance, and cannon stability all improved across the board. New trait unlocked. Homage of all nations. Homage of all nations. When docking at major ports, royal cities, or trade hubs, automatically boosts the initial goodwill of local merchants, harbor officials, and nobles toward you. Rare goods are more likely to trigger bidding wars and premium prices when sold. There's a chance of attracting special talents, hidden merchant guilds, or noble factions who will approach you on their own. My breath caught. Homage of all nations. If China's imperial tour, all barbarians submit was about intimidation and suppression, then this one was a pure, godlike trading skill. Business would come knocking on its own. No wonder that pack of exchange bosses had lunged at me like starving wolves earlier. The shortage was half the reason. The other half was probably the aura now beginning to emanate from this ship. From now on, every time I pulled into a major port, I'd basically be carrying my own reputation. Other people had to spend months greasing palms and buttering up harbor officials. All I had to do was park the Zhenghe treasure ship at the dock, and my face alone would do the job. The higher tier the port, the more it valued reputation, connections, and status. And this ship had carved out a path to the upper echelons for me ahead of time. Level 4 Captain, Level 4 Treasure Ship, 20,000 in profit, second place on the national leaderboard, plus the Loron family bounty about to hit my account. This Lisbon run had taken off. With money in hand, my next step was already lined up in my mind. Buy weapons. Buy. Ready. Upgrade the fleet's firepower. That night at Whaling Trench showed me the truth. Facing mysterious waters and hidden missions, vision alone isn't enough. You need firepower that can blast through anything. Right now, the Zhenghe treasure ship has only 4 heavy cannons, nowhere near enough. The Siren Queen, pirate fleets, the monsters of the New World, gun ports, ammunition, enchanted weapons, crew armor, all of it had to keep up. What's the point of making money? Getting stronger. And once you're stronger, you make even more. I turned and started giving orders. Bruno, have the sailors keep watch on the ship. Ian, go register at the harbor office. And while you're at it, find out where Lisbon's best weapon dealers and cannon foundries are. Hank, inspect the hull. Check whether the upgraded gun ports have changed anything. Rex, come with me to look at the cannons. Aye, Captain. They answered in unison, every face flushed with excitement. They didn't understand anything about system prompts, but they could all feel that this ship had changed, steadier now, the deck wider, the gun ports practically built from the start to make room for expansion. And the captain had just raked in a fortune, only to turn around and arm the entire ship. A captain who's rich, ready to fight, and willing to spend big on outfitting his ship. In a sailor's eyes, that's more dependable than their own father. But just as I was about to head down the gangway, a commotion suddenly erupted at the far end of the dock. Make way. Move aside. The Loron family is coming. The crowd split down the middle on its own. A retinue in lavish clothing came striding forward, silver-threaded crests embroidered on their dark formal coats, the Loron rose emblem pinned to their chests. Leading them was a Western gentleman of about 50. Tall, dressed in an exquisitely tailored black suit, a deep blue cloak draped over his shoulders, his silver-gray hair combed to perfection. His features were sharp and deep-set, radiating authority. But at this moment, the nobleman who should have been the picture of composure and grace didn't have a trace of it on his face. He was walking too fast, almost forgetting himself. His butler, Andre Moreau, trailed behind at a jog and could barely keep up. The merchants on the dock changed expression one after another. Count Loron. It really is the Count himself. Why has he come in person? Could this eastern ship have something to do with the Loron family? I listened to the murmurs around me, my eyes narrowing slightly. That was fast. The gentleman rushed almost all the way to the foot of the treasure ship, looked up at me on the deck, his voice thick with an urgency and tremor he couldn't suppress. You're Captain Linyu? I stood at the top of the gangway, looking down at him. I am. He drew a deep breath, struggling to maintain his noble composure, but the anxiety in his eyes couldn't be hidden no matter what. I am Armand Loron, Sophia Laurent's father. He stared at me intently, his voice hoarse. Andre said you have news of my daughter. Where is she? Is she really still alive? I'd already made up my mind. A man who'd rushed down to the docks himself couldn't fake how much his daughter meant to him. The more she mattered to him, the bigger the payout. But I didn't step aside just yet. I simply said, calm and even. Count, please. Calm down first. Lady Sophia is alive. She's right here on my ship. Armand Laurent swayed hard on his feet, and Andre lunged to steady him. The Count's eyes went red in an instant. 3 years. 3 whole years. Countless searches, countless disappointments. Everyone had told him Sophia was dead. And now, a stranger, a captain from the East, was telling him to his face that she was still alive. He lifted his head, his voice trembling. Captain Linyu, as long as she's alive, please, I beg you, let me see her just once. Every coin the Loran family promised, you'll have it. Not a penny short. He drew a deep breath and said, word by word, and in the name of Count Loran, I'll owe you a personal favor on top of that. Up on the docks, the crowd, moments ago a boiling frenzy over cargo, suddenly went still. Everyone saw it. Armand Loran, a man who stood at the very top of Lisbon's noble circles, had rushed down to the Great Eastern vessel himself. He'd even reached out and gripped that young captain by the arm. Where was the calm, dignified Count everyone knew? There wasn't a trace of it left. No, this was just a father. An ordinary father who had finally heard word of his lost child. And at the edge of the docks, a few high school seniors from Earth, there to hustle wine and spices, stood frozen, jaws hanging open. 3 foreign students stopped mid-sail. Pierre, from the French quarter, nearly dropped the bread in his hands. George, from the British quarter, rubbed his eyes hard. Emily, the blonde girl from the American quarter, gaped. Is that Count Loran? Pierre's voice shook. One of Lisbon's hidden noble powers. The head of the Loran family himself. My God, it really is him. George stared at the docks. But who's that young Eastern captain beside him? Emily swallowed. A 9-masted giant. That big. Someone from the Chinese quarter? Weren't they just getting started? The 3 exchanged looks, faces pale. They were seniors too. Since entering the age of exploration world, they'd been running short routes and peddling petty goods, working themselves half to death, and still, without a single decent mid-sized merchant ship to their name. Meanwhile, this Chinese captain had already sailed a massive eastern vessel into Lisbon's deep-water berth and drawn Count Loran himself down to his door. The gap was so wide it made their scalps crawl. George gave a bitter laugh. Why do I get the feeling we're not even playing the same game? Acting. Emily bit her lip. It's not a feeling. It's just different. And me? I was watching Count Loran nearly lose his composure right in front of me, the corners of my mouth curling up ever so slightly. A father's love for his daughter. Touching, really. But what interested me more was the urgency he couldn't quite hide in his eyes. The more anxious he was, the more valuable Sophia became. And the more valuable she was, the higher my payoff. Ransom, bounties, supernatural materials, noble favors, support for future missions. All of it was rapidly converting itself in my mind into sea coins, cannons, and ship upgrade materials. I kept a perfectly calibrated smile on my face. Not greedy, not cold. Honored Mr. Loran, please rest assured. Your daughter isn't just alive. She's been well cared for aboard my ship. I paused. Her condition is somewhat unusual, but her life is not in danger. The Count's breath caught. Truly, of course. Please come aboard, and I'll take you to see her with your own eyes. The heavy wooden gangway lowered slowly. The Count didn't hesitate for a second. Supporting the noblewoman beside him, he started forward. That was Countess Isabella, a deep purple gown, a black lace shawl, her face pale and elegant. Right now her eyes were red-rimmed, her fingers clutching a handkerchief in a death grip. A squad of sword-bearing guards immediately fell in behind them, and the steward Andre said urgently, My lord, please at least allow the guards to accompany you. This ship. Andre. Count Loran raised a hand to cut him off, his tone steady. This captain trusts us enough to let us board his ship. How could I bring guards aboard? That wouldn't be courtesy. It would be an insult. But your safety. If he meant us harm, why would he deliver the news to Lisbon himself? Why would he have rescued Sophia at all? The Count shook his head. Stay here. The guards exchanged glances and finally halted. I nodded to myself. A true old-blood noble. No matter how anxious he was inside, he still knew how to give everyone their due dignity. This was the best kind of man to deal with, because he understood the rules, and he understood repayment. Count, after you. The moment they stepped onto the deck, both of them froze. Up close, this massive vessel was a shock of an entirely different order. The deck was as wide as a small plaza, 9 towering masts piercing into the clouds, the eastern patterns along the hull solemn and magnificent. In the distance, for heavy naval cannons lined up in silence, like slumbering beasts of steel. This truly is an incredible ship, Lady Isabella said softly. Thank you for the compliment, I said with a smile. But right now, I suspect it's not the ship the two of you most want to see. Both of their hearts leapt back into their throats. I led them across the deck to the door of the captain's quarters. Bruno Kane stood guard at the entrance. The moment he saw me approach, he stepped aside. "Captain." I pushed open the door. Sophia sat by the window. A clean, thin blanket draped over her shoulders, her long silver blonde hair falling past them, her face pale. Sunlight streamed in through the round porthole, landing on the side of her face, fragile and delicate. But that pale blue-silver fishtail where her legs should have been made it clear at a glance. She was no longer fully human. Hearing the door open, she slowly lifted her head. When she made out the two figures in the doorway, her once vacant eyes trembled violently. "Fa." Her voice was hoarse, as if she hadn't spoken the word in far too long. "Father." Lady Isabella's tears spilled over instantly. "Sophia." She practically threw herself forward. The Count strode over too, gripping his daughter's shoulders. This man who, just moments ago, had struggled to maintain his noble composure now had eyes rimmed completely red. "My child, I've finally found you." The lady knelt before her daughter, trembling hands cupping her face. "You're alive. Thank God, you're really alive." Sophia's lips quivered. She seemed to want to cry, but the deep-sea slave brand had suppressed her emotions for so long that her reactions had dulled. She only reached out and lightly touched her mother's cheek. "Mother." The moment those two words left her lips, Lady Isabella broke down completely, holding her and weeping. I stood off to the side, not intruding. When family reunites, silence is fitting. Of course, silence didn't mean I'd stopped calculating. Watching the two of them react, I was quite satisfied. Sophia carried even more weight in their hearts than I'd anticipated, which meant the room for negotiation ahead had just gotten much larger. Once the initial rush of emotion passed, the Count finally noticed something was wrong. His gaze dropped to that fish tail, then shifted to his daughter's neck, where a faint, dark blue pattern lingered, like a thin, deep-sea chain coiled just beneath her fair skin. The lady's sobs gradually quieted, her face going ashen. "Sophia, your body." Sophia's eyes dimmed. "After she took me, I became like this." The Count slowly turned to look at me. The gratitude was still there, but a suppressed anger had crept into his brow, not directed at me, but the instinctive fury of a father who'd just seen his daughter tormented beyond measure. "Young Captain, would you tell me, what exactly happened here?" The room fell silent. I'd known this moment would come, and my expression stayed calm. 3 years ago, Lady Sophia's ship was attacked by sirens at sea. She didn't die. She was taken by the siren queen, Serena, into the wailing trench. The lady clapped a hand over her mouth as tears welled up again. There, Serena used the deep-sea slave brand to corrode her body, transforming her into a half-siren, and trying to erase her human consciousness entirely. I paused. I ran into her while crossing the wailing trench. By then she was already under the slave brand's control, forced to obey. Fortunately, my ship possesses a special power that can temporarily suppress the slave brand, which is why she's still lucid right now. But this is only temporary. I looked at the Count. To break the curse completely, we have to find the source of the brand, the Siren Queen, Serena, or the extraordinary weapon she wields to control it. The Count's eyes turned instantly cold. He spoke the name slowly, one syllable at a time. "Serena." The fury in his voice was pushed to its very limit. What a Siren Queen, daring to do this to my daughter. The Countess raised her head, and for the first time a fierce hatred surfaced in her eyes. "Armand, we can't let her go." "Of course not." The Count drew a deep breath. "I'll make her pay." My eyes lit up slightly. Here it comes. This was exactly the kind of fury I'd been waiting for. If he'd only thanked me for bringing Sophia back, at most I'd get a bounty and a reward. But he wanted revenge, and that changed everything. Revenge needs ships. It needs men, weapons, intelligence. And most of all, it needs a captain who has actually crossed the wailing trench, witnessed Serena's power, and can still resist the siren's song. And that man was the only one. The Count turned, his expression no longer just that of an anxious father. There was now the resolve of a lord. "Captain Linyu, I'd like to ask for your help." I didn't agree right away. I simply asked calmly, "Help you with what?" "Help me destroy that tier 2 extraordinary creature, Serena." His voice was low and heavy. "Seize the extraordinary weapon in her possession and lift the curse on my daughter for good." Hidden quest updated. The Siren Queen of the Wailing Trench. Quest Stage 2. Count Lawrence Vendetta Commission. Quest objective. Assist House Lauron in hunting down the Tier 2 extraordinary creature, Serena. Additional objective. Seize Serena's extraordinary weapon and remove the Deep Sea Slave brand from Sophia Lauron. Quest reward. Unknown. The system prompt appeared before my eyes. Something stirred in my mind. Just as I'd expected, the quest had been upgraded. Of course, I won't let you take this risk alone, the Count continued. House Lauron will send 2 warships to assist you, each equipped with anti-extraordinary weaponry, silver steel demon-breaking cannons, alchemical burst crossbows, holy salt gunpowder, and silence rune bells that can ward off the psychic song. He paused. But that stretch of sea is a peculiar place. An ordinary fleet would struggle to pinpoint her true location. Your ship, however, since it was able to carry Sophia out of there, means you possess a way to counter her. That's why this operation needs you as its core navigator. If we succeed, House Lauron is prepared to offer you an enormous reward. He looked at me and said gravely, "Will this young legendary captain from the East accept my request?" Every eye in the room was on me. Sophia looked up at me too, her gaze complicated, hopeful, worried, and touched by something even she couldn't quite name. But I just smiled. The truth was, even if he hadn't asked, I'd have gone after that siren sooner or later. Serena was the heart of a hidden quest, and the extraordinary weapon in her possession was worth a fortune. Sophia's slave brand remained unbroken, and that value couldn't be cashed in yet either. On top of that, if the Wailing Trench route wasn't swept clean, there'd forever be a knife hanging over my trade route between Blackstone Port and Lisbon. So this fight had to happen. The only question was how. Going alone was a gamble. Going in with 2 warships and anti-extraordinary weapons was borrowing strength to strike. It lowered the difficulty, secured the reward, and let me sell House Lauron an enormous favor. Some dangers are smartest when you let someone else carry them on their shoulders. How could I possibly turn down a deal this sweet? I looked at the Count and slowly extended my hand. Count Lauron. I accept. A flash of excitement crossed the Count's eyes, and he gripped my hand. Thank you, Captain Lin. House Lauron will not forget your kindness. A pleasure doing business, I said with a smile. Supported by her mother, Sophia disembarked. The poor girl could finally set foot on her homeland's soil again. The Count was the last to leave. He took a heavy black strongbox from his steward, Andre, set it before me, and lifted the lid. Gleaming gold sea coins were stacked in neat rows, piled into a small mountain. The merchants around the docks caught sight of it, and their eyes went wide. Young Captain, the Count said solemnly, this is your first reward, 20,000 sea coins. Thank you for bringing my daughter home to Lisbon. The extraordinary materials I promised will arrive at your residence shortly. 3 days from now, House Lawrence fleet will reach port, 2 warships, fully equipped with anti-extraordinary weapons. When they do, we'll set out to hunt Serena together. I looked at the box full of sea coins, unable to keep the grin off my face. 20,000. On top of the 10,000 plus I'd just made selling cargo, my cash reserves had swollen to a staggering amount. And that didn't even count the materials or the quest reward 3 days out. This haul was pure profit. I closed the lid. Good. In 3 days, I set sail right on time. The Count gave a slight bow. I look forward to fighting at your side. He left with his family and attendants. The caravan had long disappeared, but the crowd still lingered. The students from Earth were utterly dumbfounded. George Wilson mumbled, 20,000 sea coins. Did he just accept 20,000 on the spot? Pierre Lemaire wore a numb expression. We smuggled wine. 10 days at sea. And we made 19 coins. Emily Carter stayed silent for a long moment. Stop. I don't want to play anymore. They'd thought getting a foothold in Lisbon would prove they were the best among their peers. But once they saw me, they finally understood what a real gap looked like. They were still hawking goods on the docks while I was already discussing hunting supernatural creatures with a Count. They cheered over a dozen sea coins in profit, while I casually put down a 20,000 bounty with a single stroke of the pen. This wasn't just being a length ahead. This was switching to a whole different track. And I couldn't be bothered with how shocked everyone else was. I looked at the money chest, then gazed out at Lisbon's bustling districts, my heart racing. I had money now. A fortune. So what was I waiting for? Spend it, of course. I turned to Bruno Kane, Rex Turner, and Ian Hall. Let's go. Bruno grinned instantly. Captain, where to? I patted the money chest. The armory. Cannons, ammunition, armor, blades, alchemical weapons. Anything they've got. We're taking a look at all of it. The corner of my mouth curled up. Today we spend big. Ha! Bruno lit up in an instant. I've been waiting for you to say that, Captain. Rex's eyes brightened too. We can finally upgrade the gun positions. But Ian reminded me. Captain, we hunt Serena the Siren in 3 days. Anti-supernatural weapons are expensive, but we should stock up on a few. I nodded. Of course. Money sitting in a chest is just gold coins. Turn it into cannons, and that's real leverage. It was already late at night, yet the shops and workshops of Lisbon still blazed with light. It was time to seriously beef up our firepower. On a cobblestone street in Lisbon's inner city, near the harbor, stood a 3-story building. Its outer walls were built from dark gray stone brick. Above the entrance hung a massive bronze sign shaped like crossed cannons and a long sword, with a line of gilded cursive lettering beneath it. St. George and Black Eagle Armory, one of the most renowned weapon shops in all of Lisbon. Legend had it that this place sold more than just blades and cannons. Every now and then, alchemical weapons, specialized ship equipment, even supernatural items would surface here. On any ordinary day, only wealthy captains, guards of the great merchant guilds, and noble private soldiers dared step through that door. Common sailors passing by only dared to steal a glance from afar. A single cannon in there cost more than they could earn in years of sailing. And at this moment, I walked in with Bruno, Rex, Ian, and several. The sailor strode inside. I'd barely crossed the threshold, hadn't even opened my mouth, when a middle-aged man in a black tailcoat, a golden eagle pin gleaming on his chest, came rushing over with a face full of smiles. The weapons shop owner, Jean Reno. Welcome, welcome. Honored captain from the East, you've finally arrived. His smile was so wide his eyes crinkled into slits. I paused mid-step. You know me? This should be my first time here. Jean Reno threw his hands out dramatically. Captain, sir, that would be underestimating the intelligence network of our Black Eagle shop. Who wouldn't know the young captain who sailed a legendary Eastern behemoth into port today? The moment you docked, the exchange owners pounced on your cargo like starving wolves. Then Count Laurent received you personally, even came aboard your ship. He waved a hand, all smiles. By now, is there anyone in the entire port of Lisbon who hasn't heard about the young, promising Eastern captain so highly regarded by the nobility? If someone still doesn't know you, well, then he's simply not fit to do business in this port. The corner of my mouth couldn't help but curl up. 7 parts flattery, I knew that much. But I had to admit, it felt good to hear. Yours truly had become a celebrity. Bruno immediately broke into a grin. Captain, looks like your reputation has spread all over Lisbon. Rex nodded with a solemn expression. There's no one under heaven who doesn't know your name. Even Ian's eyes held a touch of pride. The bigger the captain's name, the more face they, as his crew, could carry when they went out. I waved it off. No need for all that. I knew perfectly well this little bit of fame reached the port of Lisbon at most. Out on that vast sea where high-tier transcendence roamed, I still had a long way to go. Right now, it wasn't worth getting a big head over. I steered the conversation back to business. Jean Reno, what good merchandise do you have? His eyes lit up. Here we go. He rubbed his fingers together. We do, of course we do. Cutlasses, standard-issue muskets, small deck-mounted cannons, medium artillery, alchemical ammunition, reinforced decking, enchanted rigging. Whatever you want, we've got it. He paused, his smile blooming even wider. It's just the price, you see. He pinched his fingers together. The meaning was obvious. Expensive. Very expensive. I gave a faint smile and patted the bulging coin purse at my waist. Price isn't a problem. Jean Reno glanced at me, seeming a little surprised. It was probably the first time he'd met such an extravagant young captain. I added another line. I only want the best. In that moment, the smile on his face grew even more genuine. Quick, he shouted over his shoulder. Open the back courtyard warehouse and bring out all our finest goods from recently. Get the VIP room ready and serve the best black tea. Honored captain from the East, please sit this way. We were shown into the VIP room on the 2nd floor. Thick Persian carpets, walls, On the wall hung long swords, muskets, and several oil paintings of naval battles. Snacks and a pot of steaming black tea were quickly set out on the carved wooden table. Jean Reno poured the tea himself. The black tea streamed into a silver-rimmed porcelain cup, its aroma mingling with a faint hint of spices as it drifted through the air. I picked it up and took a sip. Rich, slightly sweet, the spiced notes sliding all the way down my throat. Not bad. I'm glad it's to your liking, Captain. Jean Reno smiled. Though I have to admit, this is just black tea we got secondhand from the East Indies Company. The truly top-grade stuff. This isn't it. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, they say the Longjing green tea that comes out of the Ming Empire in the East. Now that's a real treasure. Leaves like blades, a brew the color of jade. In noble circles, anyone who can bring out a small tin of genuine Ming Longjing to serve guests earns more prestige than laying out a whole table of silverware. He held up a finger and shook his head. TSK, that price? It's simply not something ordinary folks can afford to drink. He let out a sigh. Such a shame, though. The New World trade routes are being fought over far too fiercely. Everywhere you look, there are great merchant guilds, royal fleets, and high-tier transcendents. The stable trade lines that actually lead to the East are either held by major powers or being watched by pirates and transcendent monsters. A small shop like ours can only get our hands on the occasional resold goods. My eyes flickered slightly. The Ming Empire, the New World, the Eastern trade route. Of course, I knew just how rich that eastern land of Ming was. Porcelain, silk, tea, gemstones, medicinal herbs, transcendent materials. Any single one of them, once it reached the West, could be sold at an astronomical price. That was the true sea of wealth. But I also understood clearly that it wasn't something a rookie could touch. Out there were high-tier transcendents, royal fleets, merchant guilds monopolizing the routes, and mysterious waters that even Zheng He's treasure ships might not survive nowadays. Excitement was one thing, but you have to eat one bite at a time. The most practical thing right now was still to take the whaling trench first and completely open up the line from Blackstone Port to Lisbon. Footsteps sounded outside. A clerk hurried in. "Boss, everything's ready." Jean Reno rose to his feet, smiling. "Captain, sir, please, follow me." I set down my teacup and followed him through the long corridor to the large display warehouse in the back. Two clerks slowly pushed open the heavy iron doors. Creak. The lights inside the warehouse flickered on one by one. The next moment, Bruno and the others were left staring wide-eyed. Inside the spacious warehouse, rows upon rows of ship weapons were neatly displayed. Large-caliber black iron cannons, their barrels engraved with griffin crests. An Ottoman-style luxurious stern castle, golden patterns winding across deep red planks, lavish and heavy. There were also reinforced rams, alchemical shells, enchanted rigging, armor plating, and, hanging alone up high, nearly taking up, a giant sail covered nearly half the wall. The canvas was a deep teal throughout, its surface laced with silvery white veins. It didn't have the texture of ordinary sailcloth, more like some kind of supple, scaly membrane woven together with high-grade fabric. Under the lamplight, those veins seemed to ripple faintly, as if stirred by an unseen wind. I spotted it the moment I walked in. My feet stopped dead. My eyes locked onto that sail and refused to move. The system panel popped up right on cue. Tier 1 Extraordinary Sail, Storm Ray Wing Sail. Quality Rare. Origin crafted from the wing membranes of a Tier 1 extraordinary creature, the Storm Ray, blended with moon silver thread, sea pine hemp, and alchemical preservative oil. Equip slot, mainsail/secondary mainsail. Base effect, plus 12% ship speed, plus 15% efficiency when sailing against the wind, plus 10% hull stability in storms. Special effect, breeze call. While sailing, there's a chance to automatically draw in nearby air currents for extra wind. Even in calm or light wind conditions, the ship can maintain a minimum cruising speed. Special effect, storm affinity. When caught in a storm, the sail's chance of tearing is reduced, and part of the chaotic wind is converted into forward thrust. Note, mount this, and it's like having the wing of an extraordinary creature carry your ship forward. My eyes lit up completely. Good stuff. Absolutely top tier. Zheng He's treasure ship had a massive hull, incredible cargo capacity and stability. But its weaknesses were just as obvious. It demanded a lot of wind, and its speed took a brutal hit when sailing against it. Back when we raced from the Whaling Trench to Lisbon, if Ian hadn't been such a beast at working the sails, we'd have been even slower. And this Storm Ray wingsail happened to patch that exact weakness. Faster speed, better against the wind, steadier in storms, and it kept the ship moving even in light air. For an ocean-going vessel, this wasn't just a sail. This was a lifeline. The moment Jean Reno saw the look in my eyes, he smiled. He knew that look all too well. No captain alive could turn down an extraordinary sail. You've got a good eye, Captain. He walked over, grinning. This is the crown jewel of our shop, a tier, one extraordinary sail, the Storm Ray wingsail. The material comes from a storm ray, a creature that's extremely hard to hunt. Alive, the thing can glide through raging storms. Made into a sail after death, it still holds a fraction of its power to command the wind. Compare an ordinary sail to this, and it's like comparing burlap to a dragon's wing. I nodded. So, what's the price?